Rocky Mountain.
That's awesome. Last time I said something about jukebox, it was on one of our
Lee's gonna light it up.
night trainings. I used to have free.
I wish it passed on the night of the championship.
I don't know, but it was. I can't remember when somebody asked me about and I said,
Pretty great structure because it charges everything.
I was sitting on the right side of the stage.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Saturday. It's good to be awake. It's good to be here together. My name's Lee, and on behalf of First Baptist Church Blue Springs, I welcome you back today, and it's our honor to have you here with us during this weekend. And we're just excited to be able to partner with you guys and to especially in this morning's time. And if you're joining us online already, we do already have some folks that have logged on to our live stream, so welcome to you. And this is the Beyond the Biz time this morning, which means we're going to do a little celebrating of our faith in the Lord Jesus, and we're going to spend some time worshiping together for a few minutes. And so I hope that's okay with you today as we do that. So here's what I'd like to do. I know that as you came in, you have been already greeting and talking and catching up, but I want you to stand up. Let's get your blood flowing again, and just real quick, give a high five, a hug, or a handshake to somebody who's near you, and let's get ready to spend a few moments in worship. All right, I hope that you're awake and alive and ready to celebrate the goodness of Jesus Christ this morning, all right? So come on, let's put our hands together. Come on. We're going to sing about His grace today. Come on, sing it with me if you know it. Who breaks the power of sin and darkness, whose love is mighty and so much stronger, the King of glory, the King above all kings, who shakes the whole earth with holy thunder and leaves us breathless in awe and wonder, the King of glory, the King above all kings. We're going to declare it out. This is amazing grace. This is unfailing love, that you would take my place, that you would bear my cross, you would lay down your life, that I would be set free. Oh, Jesus, I sing for all that you've done for me. Anybody grateful for all He's done for you in this room today? Oh, thank you, Lord. And who brings our chaos back into order? Who makes the orphans a son and daughter? The King of glory, the King of glory, who rules the nations with truth and justice, shines like the sun in all of its brilliance, the King of glory, the King above all kings. Yeah, come on now, this is amazing grace. This is unfailing love. Yes, it is. That you would take my place. Hallelujah. That you would bear my cross. You would lay down your life, that I would be set free. Thank you, Lord. Oh, Jesus, I sing for all that you've done for me. Come on, we're just going to tell Him He's worthy. Worthy is the Lamb who was slain. Come on, if you know it, sing it out. Worthy is the King who conquered the grave. Yeah. Worthy is the Lamb who was slain. He is worthy. Worthy is the King who conquered the grave. Let me hear you sing it. Worthy is the Lamb who was slain. Come on, lift it up, church. Worthy, who conquered the grave. Worthy is the Lamb who was slain. He is worthy, worthy, worthy. Oh, this is amazing grace. This is is unfair. Your unfailing love that you would take. You took my place, oh yes, that you would bear my cross. Thank you, Jesus, you would lay down your life, that we could be set free. Oh, I'm grateful to you, Lord. Oh, Jesus, I sing for all that you've done for me. Oh, I'm grateful to you, Lord, all that you've done for me. Yes, I am. If you join me in being grateful to the Father for setting you free, come on, give him praise this morning. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. And I searched the world, but it couldn't fill me. Man's empty praise and treasures that fade are never enough. No, they're not enough. But you came along, and then you put me back together. Oh, I thank you, Lord. And every desire is now satisfied here in your love. Come on, let's sing it out together. Oh, there's nothing, lift it up, better than you. There's nothing better than you, Lord. There's nothing. Nothing is better than you. How many of you know that it's true today? Oh yeah, I'm not afraid to show you my weakness, my failures and flaws. Lord, you've seen them all, and you still call me friend. 'Cause you're the God of the mountain, but you're the God of the valley. Yes, you are. And there's not a place your mercy and grace won't find me again. Oh, there's nothing, declare it, better than you. There's nothing better than you. Oh, there's nothing. Nothing is better than you. Oh, there's nothing, no, better than you. There's nothing better than you, Lord. There's nothing, nothing is better than you. Oh, we believe it, Lord. We proclaim it today. Thank you for your goodness in our lives. You turn mourning to dancing. You give beauty for ashes. You turn shame into glory. And you're the only one who can. Can we sing that again? You turn mourning to dancing. Yes, he does. You give beauty for ashes. You turn shame into glory. You're the only one who can. You're the only one who can. You turn bows into armies. I missed one. You turn seas into highways. You're the only one who can. You're the only. You're the only one who can. Come on now. Oh, there's nothing. Let me hear you sing it. That's There's nothing, nothing is better. Oh, we believe it, Lord. Come on, sing it out. Oh, there's nothing better than you. There's nothing better than you. Oh, there's nothing, nothing is better than you. Oh, you turn mourning to dancing. You give beauty for ashes. You turn shame into glory. You're the only one who cares. You turn graves into garden. Yes, he does. You turn tombs into armies. You turn seas into highways. You're the only one who, you're the only one. You're the only one who can. One more time. You're the only one who can. Come on, we give him praise this morning. Come on. He's the only one. He's the only one. If you believe it, come on, give him another shout of praise this morning.
There we go. Got to be smarter than the microphone. Boy, Pastor is talented, man. He makes all this stuff happen. My phone was blowing up last night from... usually it does from folks that are in here, but from people that were out watching the live stream. Let's start out with a quick prayer. Dear Lord, we come to you together. So thankful for all your blessings. And I pray for every soul here and anybody watching the live stream that you communicate whatever needs to be communicated. You just use us to communicate through. And I pray that folks that need an aha moment, that need clarity, I'm going to pray for every person in this room. I'm praying that they receive clarity of whatever it is that they are supposed to receive clarity about. Pray that in Jesus' name. Amen. Okay. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story, just because I think it might be able to help some folks that are in here. And then hopefully I'm going to be able to have two folks come up and share a little bit about theirs if they're here. I know one for sure is. This starts out talking about He wants you to win, which most of you know about my book, God Wants You to Win. And He does want you to win. I grew up getting sent to church on the church bus, right? The church bus would come through the trailer park hood and pick us up, and we would go to church. As a family, we'd go to church on Easter and Christmas, or whenever we were around the grandparents, because then my parents went to church because they were with their parents, right? And taking us kids along. And I believed there was a God. I believed that. I didn't know for sure what I believed. I just assumed those kinds of things. But God really wasn't much a part of my life. And I got recruited into this business, and I came to something like this. And several people yesterday made the comment, you know, there's a lot of people that talk about God or a higher power and how important that is in their life. And I was very curious about what they all were saying. They seemed so confident and so convicted. I just felt like they knew something I didn't know. And so I got curious, and I went, and it seemed like almost everybody that was like the top people, right? They all thanked God. And I knew all the professional athletes thanked God, you know, on TV at the beginning and the end, you know, all those kinds of things. But I wanted to be successful at this. And those folks seemed like they knew something. So I was in Salina, Kansas, and I found a little church, contacted them out through the yellow pages, and go sit down with a pastor. And within the first 10 minutes of us having a conversation, by the way, that was that kid right there is the one having a conversation with the pastor, okay? So that's me at 21, just after my RVP promotion, 21 with braces, looking like I'm 16, okay? So that kid goes into a kind of a small church there in Salina. Man, this is, okay, yeah, I'm already saying, okay? But this is what I got quoted. Within 10 minutes, I got it's easier for a camel to fit through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get to heaven. This is the absolute picture I had in my mind. I didn't know this guy. We're together 10, 15 minutes. He quotes that. And I'm going, how can a camel fit through an eye of a needle? And so basically, felt like what the pastor was saying is, you can't get into heaven if you have money. So I left that meeting frustrated, okay? Went to another big event. I'm cheerleading Tim, right? We're going to be number one. Now Tim's going for something every time we have that. Only after that first time was he not going for something. We were going for something all the time. I'd go to another event and got curious again, went and met with another pastor. The very first time that we had got together for a Bible study, because I was curious, he quoted the exact same scripture right off the bat. And it was uncomfortable even in there. It was like unspoken tension, okay? I sure wasn't feeling this PC kind of stuff that I thought I was supposed to be feeling. I had won a trip to go to Europe, and the company bought one of the big jumbo jets, and it was only Primerica people on it, that one that's 11 seats wide. As soon as it gets up in the air, I go walking. Everybody gets up, starts walking around. I get up, start walking around, and I see a Bible open that's highlighted that many ways, look just almost exactly like that Bible. And there's a lady, and she turns the page, and she has one of those rings on. I see the ring as she turns the page. And I went, aha. Okay, there's somebody that understands our business, but also looks like she understands the Bible. I'm going to see if I can ask her some questions. So I go, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? She goes, yeah, sure. So I start asking questions. And of course, my very first question was, how does a camel fit through an eye of a needle? That means it's impossible. You know, all this, that don't work. And she starts laughing. And then she could see my face. I was asking a serious question. And as soon as she saw that, she got really calm, and then she had total empathy for me, right? And she explains to me that it's not a sewing needle. Okay, there's two different places. There's passages in the mountains where it's called the eye of a needle. And camels have to be very careful when they go around there. They could fall off and fall down the ocean or down the cliff. And then getting in and out of many of the cities there for safety, the camels would have to get down on their knees to go through this door. And so, yes, any camel can get through the eye of a needle, but you got to be careful. I am instantly angry. I am not a happy person. I equate pastors, cash value life insurance agent. That's how I'm thinking. I did not like or trust pastors because I believed those two people that I sat down with absolutely knew what if they had any people skills whatsoever, when they quoted that to me, however I did come across, it had to be concern, confusion, and they just let it sit there. And I walked out. So I was very angry for that exact question, right? And so this person starts asking me questions. It's a 7-hour flight, right? She's asking all kinds of questions all the way there. And she's studying, I'm asking all kinds of questions. And I said, look, I just want to cut to the chase. I want that peace everybody talks about. I want that confidence everybody talks about. I want that. And she goes, well, that's easy. All you got to do, you just give up everything to follow him, whatever he leads you to do, and you get it. Okay, you ask for forgiveness, and then follow where he leads you. And I said, done, easy. And she starts listing things that, would you give up this? Would you give up this? Yeah. Would you give up the business? Whoa. What do you mean, give up the business? And she goes, if that's what you were supposed to do, would you give up the business? I go, he doesn't want me to give up the business. And she goes, how do you know? Because I ain't stupid. But he don't want me to give up the business. She goes, have you asked? Don't need to. Teach people how to be good stewards of their money. It's a good thing. Churches should be teaching all this stuff. It's a biblical. And she goes, I now understand probably why those pastors quoted that to you, because they took a feeling from you that this thing that you were doing, it was so important to you, you weren't going to give that up if God wanted you to do something else. So we study for 6 days all through Europe. I'm asking all kinds of questions. We get done. We're on our flight back home. She goes, as soon as you get home, you need to find a local church, Bible-believing church, get plugged in there so that you can learn. I go, oh, I ain't doing that. I don't trust those pastors. Bottom line, this person agreed to meet me halfway every Sunday, late afternoon, evening, to study with me to answer my questions. So they would drive 4 hours, I would drive 3.5, 4 hours, and we would meet and we would study. And after about 6 weeks of doing that, I had so much stress in my life, I finally said, all right, I'm going to give it. I said, I'm willing to give it all up. I'll leave the business. I just hate being so stressed out and feeling like I'm all alone and everybody is counting on me. I said, so I got down on my knees. I prayed that prayer. I gave it all up. I quit the business. I was done. And you know what? I had that peace instantly that people talk about. And I was like, and again, I'm a very naive human being. When they said, give up, why it was such a serious decision for me, give up everything to follow him and where he leads you, I'm thinking that means you're going to be in the ministry at a church, and I knew I could not be a pastor because I could not deal with the same people every week showing up, whining, complaining. The pews aren't arranged right, all that stuff. But I figured I'd be an evangelist. I'd blow in, blow up, leave. Now I have to deal with the week-to-week stuff, right? So in my mind, when I prayed that prayer, I was quitting the business, and I was going to go be an evangelist. I drive home, that 4-hour drive, 3.5, 4-hour drive home. I have this peace. I have it's unbelievable feeling that everybody describes. And the closer I got to Salina, the more I started to think, oh my gosh, I've got all these families that have quit their jobs, and they're not a 21-year-old single kid like me. They're 35, married, 2 kids, mortgage, and they've quit their jobs. And I knew they had joined Primerica, but I also knew they had joined me in the direction I was going. I was like, gosh, what am I going to do? How am I going to tell these people? And then it kept hitting me, well, all you're doing is following what God wants you to do. And so it's always, his plan's better than our plan. It'll be better for them, okay? There's something that needs to happen. So that's a Sunday. the only time I was going to get everybody together would have been the following Saturday at training. And so I'm going to announce to the team I'm resigning, but it's going to be cool because I'm going to the ministry, I'm doing the right thing, so God will have you covered. Don't worry. You know, that's kind of my thought process. Well, late Friday afternoon, I'm up at the office with my legal pad, writing Mark, basically my resignation talk to the team, trying to make them feel good about what I'm doing. And I'm not having fun writing this thing. I'm the only one. Back in those days, nobody's in a Primerica office late on a Friday afternoon, okay? There were Saturday trainings, and nothing happened after about 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday. I'm the only one at the office, and there's a voice that says, "Hey, is there anybody in here?" And I go, "Oh, yeah, I'm in the back. Just come to the back. My office door's open." This guy comes walking in. I didn't know him. He didn't know me. We'd never met. We didn't know anything about each other. And he goes, "Do you have 5 minutes for me to share a quick story?" I said, "Yeah, sure. I need a break from what I'm working on right now." "Sure, dude. I don't know what he's going to tell me, but sure, tell me your story." So he tells me a story. 19 years earlier, he'd been an IV drug user, almost dead. Got saved, went to the seminary, was at a church in Minnesota for years, and he felt led to go back to his hometown to witness and try and help all of his old IV drug user friends that were still alive. They had given him a year's income from the main church so that he could get the church up and running, but after 12 months, there was going to be no more income coming from the Minnesota church, and he had to have a self-sustaining thing. And he goes, "Things have been going great. The friends are, people, it's unbelievable. We've got so many people off drugs. Marriages are being restored. It's just phenomenal. But I can't pay my bills. I'm witnessing to all the people that I was, and they don't have any money. Even tithing, it's not enough to pay the bills. I have 2 kids. They're about to shut the power off. I've been going back and forth with them, and so we've been doing this for a few months, and I felt like that was God telling me I'm supposed to get out of the ministry. It's not for me. Can't even take care of your family." So we'd made a decision. We were probably going to get out of full-time ministry. And last night, my wife and I prayed just one more time to know if we were going to do it, if we were supposed to leave, because we're pretty sure we were. Prayed, and God told me if I walked into this building at this time today, there was going to be a man in this building that could give me the financial support I needed to keep my ministry going. The hair still stands up on my arms, and I get chill bumps every time I think about it, because it was like God up above screaming. It was like the sky, like the clouds parted, and a big old booming voice comes down. And he goes, "All right, Shane, I tested you, and you gave it up. You were going to sacrifice it to make the right decisions." He goes, "So I trust you. So I want you, your ministry is the Primerica business. I want you to do 2 things. I want you to teach people how to be good stewards of their money, and I want you to funnel money into the kingdom. I want you to have support for different ministries and missionaries and different things. That's what you're supposed to do." My business exploded. From that moment on, it was no longer, I wasn't in a business anymore. I was in a ministry. I was following a calling. Last night I started to get emotional about it because my calling is to make sure you all understand what's going on and that you can find your calling, okay? And I don't know, and like many of you don't know, if Primerica is it or not. You need to pray and ask. See, you know why I was afraid to ask God? Because I was afraid he was going to take me somewhere else. And I didn't want to go somewhere else. But then when I finally prayed and I gave it up, he led it back here. And from that moment on, it wasn't me in the business, it was we in the business. Everywhere I went, he's with me. People wonder where that belief level comes that I have. Because I got the most unbelievable dude with me in every negotiation, everywhere I'm at. He opens doors, closes doors. So it's been an incredible thing for me. If it was not for this business, I don't think, well, I don't know, I guess I can't say for sure, but I would have probably had a really messed up life before I got to the point to really learn about the power that comes from above and how you reach it. And what you can do in this business is absolutely amazing to reaching other people. And you don't have to push anything on anybody. You just live your life and tell the truth, right? And I wanted, real quick, Todd Bosler is in the room. I wanted Todd, if Todd, you'll come up here for just a minute. Todd was just graduating from college when he learned about the business, Springfield, and he would drive up every Saturday. And I wanted him to kind of share a little bit about what happened with him and about our trip back from Aspen.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Don't have as dramatic story as Shane, but I will challenge all of you to think about everything that's led up to this point where you're sitting today. Do you realize how many conversations, relationships, interviews, talks through somebody that you're here today? And so that in itself, I think, is a God's blessing right there, that you're sitting in this chair today, because by happenstance, some of you are here, right? And I know myself, when I got introduced to Primerica, if I wouldn't have been at the right place at the right time, at a fraternity house, at a fraternity party, on a Friday night on homecoming weekend at Missouri State, and a fraternity brother asking me, what are you going to do when you graduate? And I said, I have no idea. And he says, well, you ought to go talk to Kerry, because he's working with some financial company in Kansas City. And so the next day, I called an alumni friend of mine, Kerry, and I recruited myself into Primerica. Now think about that, right? And some of you had that same story. And I didn't realize that really at the moment whenever I got myself involved in Primerica. But after I did and I got started, so I got started in the spring of '94, right before I graduated college. And actually we did pretty well. I blew and grew and actually opened up an office as a senior, what's it called, sales leader. That's what it used to be called back in the day. Can't do that really today, but Shane allowed me to open up an office in Springfield at 22 years old. Been in the business for less than 6 months, and I started running that office down there. And then, because we worked hard, the first trip that I was able to participate in at the level I was at is to go to Aspen, Colorado. That Rusty Crossland had a place out there, and I worked my tail off to go win that trip. Now, I didn't realize that the trip was nice, but there was some end part of this, too, that was even more special, and it changed my life more than going on this trip, right? But anyway, ended up winning this trip, and it was in January of 1997. I know the month, because you'll hear this in a second. In January 1997, it was right after Christmas break. We went down right after Christmas and went to Aspen, and had a great time in Aspen. And at the time, I was a regional leader. I was doing well in the business, but I was a frustrated unit. Like most champions and winners, I believe, are always frustrated because we want more, right? And kind of like Shane was talking about, and not finding that inner peace and understanding why everybody else walks around and so confident. And I've gone to events like this, and I always talked about God in your life and, God first, family second, business third. And I grew up in a household, a very strong Christian household. I grew up Catholic, went to 12 years of Catholic school, incredible parents to follow, very prayerful parents, right? Always had to go to church, always had to go to church on Sunday morning, right? Whether I was hungover, unfortunately, as a high schooler or not, I had to go to church, had to wake up and go. Some of you can relate, because that's what, you respect your mom and dad, right? And we always went to church. And then, so with all that said, I just never knew what it meant to have a relationship with the Lord versus just the church thing, right, and religion. And on our way back from Aspen, which we had a remarkable, event out there, we're in the back, so we're like in a 15-passenger van, and luckily in the back we had some mattresses, and Shane and I are literally kind of laying out back in the back of the seat, and we're in the middle of Kansas. I don't know what, it was January 7th, 1997. I do know that date. Anyway, we're in the middle of Kansas in the back of this van, and we just started having a conversation. And I think I leaned over and asked, I just don't get it. I just don't understand why people are so confident and they talk about God and that. And he's like, well, Todd, he goes, if you want that, he goes, just pray with me, right? And I gave myself to the Lord that day, and it changed my life, right? And all of you got testimonies that are saved. And it's what happened after the fact. Like it was just like this wash over me. It was just amazing feeling that I felt like I don't have to be in control. Because some of us personalities, we can fix it. We can control it, right? But when you have that inner peace and knowing that you're not in control, right, that you just give everything up, it's a heck of a lot easier. It makes your life a heck of a lot easier too, right? And good things start pouring into your life. Here's what's crazy is, that was January 7th, 1997. We were regional leaders. We started growing our business, right? I moved up to St. Louis and kind of really started all over, got plugged in up there, and our business took off. And that was another thing too. It kind of led me to go back to St. Louis because we're kind of my hometown. But then in the summer of 1997, my wife Tricia came into my life, right? Literally a year later, that was in August of 1997. A year later, literally right out a year later, we're engaged, and 6 months later we're married. We've been married for 23 and a half years, right? And so how about that one, right? So I promise you, just whatever it is on your heart, your mind, I'm promising you get the good Lord on your side, like he was saying as well, you're unstoppable, right? No matter what that may be in your life. So God bless, and thank you for listening.
Oh, thank you, buddy. Man, I'm telling you. Okay. When I was 21 years old, flunking out of college, I didn't really want to be at college, but it was buying time, and I was buying beer, a lot of beer. Never would I have thought, just not that much later, I'd be riding in the back of a van, and about 4 hours into the trip on the way back home, that conversation starts. And that I would grab somebody by the hand and go, let's just pray together. And it's everybody's story is different, but everybody's story is the same, right? This is a ministry, okay? Do not let the Christians that are so close to God, they have absolutely no earthly value. Okay? Don't let somebody guilt you into anything. I'll wrap things up here in the next minute or two, okay? So we already went through that. I gave all that stuff up, talked about John. Okay. Edward, we're going to talk more this afternoon or later today, but God does want you to win, okay? God wants you to win because he ain't stupid. God ain't stupid, okay? He has to want you to win. That's why I wrote this book, and Corey, I think it was yesterday where I made the comment, one was a dork. Picture this, okay? God is in heaven having a leaders meeting right now. So there's two things. There's some of you that have never prayed and never asked, never said, look, I don't know if you're real, I don't know what that is, and you haven't given things up to him yet. But then there's some of you that have, and you still aren't getting the real benefits of that because you haven't done the God, please clearly give me the direction I'm supposed to go with my life. Because I think there's so many people that are afraid, just like I was. I didn't want to ask God because I was afraid he was going to take me someplace else. And I wanted to be here, okay? And I think there's a lot of other people that feel that same way, so they don't really ask that question. So I want to talk to both of you for sure, that second group. God wants you to win. If he is having a leaders meeting up in heaven or a managers meeting, kind of a planning meeting, okay? And he gets his 12 guys together around the conference table. And that's okay. He's only got 11 because one was a dork, right? So he gets his 11 guys around and they're having a brainstorming session on, we're in the attraction business. Let's figure out how to attract more people so that they can hear our message. And he's writing down a word association and throwing stuff down on a whiteboard. Is he going to start writing down, be a pathetic loser at everything they do, be broke all the time, everything goes to crap. Let's think of, let's make sure they get a flat tire every week. They complain all the time. Neverthing goes that way. That's not what they're going to put on the whiteboard, right? It is, we are in the attraction business, okay? Because God is in the attraction business. He wants people to get in alignment with what he teaches, right? So they're going to put, we want folks that profess to believe in this system. We want to make sure they win. And the best ones to win, and by the way, win doesn't have to be financial. It's whatever you're called to do, you win at it. You're one of the very best at it. Let's make sure that they win. Because if you win, people will ask them, how did you win? How are you doing what you're doing? And what would even be better if we could have people that had their lives so screwed up, so messed up, divorced 3 times, filed bankruptcy, everything went the wrong way for them. They are so low on the totem pole. Those are the ones that could do awesome. If we could find something for them to win at and all of a sudden grow and get better and grow and do more, and they can get on top of the pedestal as a winner, they'll have even more impact than anybody else. True or false? So God wants you to win. He ain't stupid, okay? Real quick, in just a minute, I'm going to say a quick prayer. So for new folks, we've got to get this done quick. But I want to pray for both people in this room, okay? If you're like Todd, like I was, where you knew there was a God, you believed in a God, but you just didn't have that peace, you had never said, God, I will give up everything, go where you want me to go. I just want that peace. I ask for forgiveness. I'm a screw up. I screw up every day. Please forgive me for all my screw ups. If you're that person that you've never done that, I'm going to pray for you. And then if you have done that, but things you have not had clarity about what you're supposed to do, I want to pray for you, because one of the things you've got to do is pray to ask, and you should do it today, if this is where you're supposed to be. Because I'm telling you, once you know this is it, once he confirms it, and he will, in his way, he'll confirm it pretty quick, then you'll know you're supposed to be in here. If you're supposed to be here, you're supposed to win, right? If he takes you somewhere else, which I have great friends that he's taken other places, and they got into betterment, and they are killing it at the thing where they followed and led there. No matter how happy you think you would be here, he loves you more than anybody you can possibly understand. He wants you to be happy. If he leads you somewhere else, you're going to be happier there than you ever dreamt you would be here, okay? So in just a second, I'm going to ask everybody to bow their head, and I'm going to pray for you. I want to try and identify who those folks are. And then I'm going to give you the opportunity to do the same thing Todd did. And in 10 seconds, be able to start to have that peace. So if everybody bow their head real quick. Dear Lord, we come to you so thankful for your many blessings. Thank you for the time that you've given us this morning. And I want to pray for the people in here that aren't certain. They don't know, or maybe they even did, but they don't know they did. And they want to know that they did. They don't want Satan to be able to mess with them and go, no, you didn't pray right, you didn't this. I want them to know today, and I want to pray for them specifically. So with everybody's head bowed, all eyes closed, if you would like me to pray for you, that you would like to give up everything you need to give up. Ask for forgiveness and go, God, I'm willing to go wherever you take me. Just clearly give me the path I'm supposed to go. If you want clarity on that and you want to do that, and you want to get that peace that Todd had and that I got, raise your hand real quick just so I know who you are. Okay, I see all of you. I see a bunch of you, okay? You. Do not let Satan scare you from raising your hand, okay? So all of you there, okay? You can put your hands down real quick. Those that haven't prayed, or you're not certain that you know that you did pray, you want slam dunk clarity, don't need to ask again. You know this is where you're supposed to be, or if you're supposed to be open to going somewhere else. If you'd like to know that this is where you're supposed to be, raise your hand real quick so I know, can see who you are, okay? Jody, we're gonna need some help here in just a second, okay? So we're gonna pray a prayer real quick. And then I'm going to give you the opportunity just to come up front for just a second. And matter of fact, Jesus, in your name, we pray that you will give people the power to get a physical confirmation so they'll remember for the rest of their life the decision they made today. And the evil one or nobody else can create any doubts about it. We pray that in Jesus' name, amen. Okay, so everybody open their eyes, look up. I'm going to give you a second. I'm sure Pastor's somewhere. We can find him somewhere. He's probably working right there. I'm going to ask him to tickle the ivories real quick here, just a second. I'm going to give you the opportunity to come forward. Those of you that raised your hand for either one, come forward. And we've got folks that will pray with you. The reason that you do this, I was like, don't make me go up front. That's a decision between me and you. We do this so you remember it. And it can't be stolen from you as easily. All right? So, in just a second, as soon as Pastor starts to play, I don't want you to think about it. I just want you to stand up, come forward, and we're going to pray for you real quick before we take a break. So, Pastor, if you'll start, there they are. Come forward. Your hands are up everywhere. Don't let anything keep you from doing that. By the way, you do not have to cut all this stuff, formality stuff, means you do not have to do any of this stuff. All you have to do is pray and ask. Okay, I want you to pray. Those of you that that first group, I want you, and you can pray with your eyes open. There ain't no rules, okay? I want you to pray real quick. There's words with me. Dear Lord, I make mistakes every day. And I don't want to make those mistakes. And I want your help with that. I'm asking for your forgiveness for all of the mistakes I've made. And I want to go wherever you want me to go. I want to follow you. I want that peace. And I want it now. We pray that in Jesus' name. Amen. You know what? It's already, you got it already. And you're going to learn more. One more group I want to pray for. That second group, you've already been there, but you don't know if this is where you're supposed to be. Okay? Say a prayer, this with me real quick. Just repeat after me. Dear Lord, I am open to wherever you take me. I pray this is it. But if it's not, I'm excited for wherever you take me. Give me clarity. Soon, this morning, before 1 o'clock, or after, just give me clarity about what I'm supposed to do with my life. And whatever that is, I'm going to do all I can do to win at that calling. We pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen. Your lives are getting ready to get a heck of a lot better, I promise, okay? Let's take a little about 7-minute break, and we're back in here with our general session for the rest of the world. Welcome for everyone that's physically filing in here. And welcome to people all around the country, wherever you're at. I logged on last night for just a couple minutes because my daughter kept texting me because she was watching the live stream. And she was talking about how phenomenal the live stream was. We're starting. And I'm going to do my best to get us started on time. Get that clock going. And I want that clock to be, don't give me extra time, nothing. Have that clock be right. Not right on the pound of time, right to when I got to be done to stay on that thing. So it'll be less time than what I did have, right? All right. Theme of our event, right place, right time. We are at the right place and right time. And these events are designed to try and help everybody. Even, I see Mark sitting over here in the front, you know, one of the most seasoned, veteran, successful people, will soon to get over $1 million a year in income. And he's gonna make, they're gonna make so much more than that. With what we're putting in together, with what we're putting in place, if people will just buy into more next win. And the win part of it is that you're all you're helping your team win at whatever they're doing. I want you to remember there's competition for everybody in here, which is fun, but everyone's 100% in control themselves of getting into leadership council. You're not competing against anybody for that. It's just you doing it. Or all-world team, 25 and 25, it's just your team doing that. Or 50 and 50, it's your team doing that. That's not a moving target. That's set. You always know it, okay? So even a seasoned veteran like Mark, though, most people understand, not an exaggeration, 5% of what's going on right now. And we're that excited, knowing only 5% of what's going on, or understanding 5%. Our goal is to add to that 5%, okay, this weekend. And that's why we do things like this. So my buddy that resigned from a $575,000 a year job, what, I need your help on this. Give me some feedback. What do you think is in a person's head like that quits a $575,000 a year job? Freedom, you know what? By the way, that's absolutely true. Guess what? When he finally did let me know, which was over a week after he had done it, and I had my quick heart attack when he told me that he had resigned. The way he said it, he goes, "I declared my freedom on July 5th. Well, it's actually July 4th, okay? And when I'm talking, and that's what he described it. I declared my freedom. I was taking back my life. I'm getting control of my hours. I'm not going to have anybody ever tell me again what I can or can't do." But so what else? Why? What must be in the equation for some intelligent human being to quit a $575,000 a year job to be able to take advantage of the opportunity? What are some common sense things? Ownership. What was that? Values alignment. Man, I'm telling you, 89%. This was, again, I could take an hour on just the 89% for you to understand it. 89% of the people in this country, because of their rethink through COVID, now wants their mission in life to be in alignment with what their income is. 89% of the people want to make a difference with their life rather than just make a living, okay? And it can't just be a cool job. That's not number one. The number one thing, they want to make a difference, right? And that was important for me. A mission-driven, want to make a difference, have freedom, get ownership. Bottom line, do you think he's the only one that's going to resign from his 575? By the way, because he can't do that and do this. There's no part-time, really, transition there, okay? Do you think there's going to be more people doing that? Folks, it's not just going to be people that are within our industry either. It's going to happen over and over and over again. And my fear is you're not going to have a wide enough net, okay? I'm not going to have enough time to get through near any of this stuff, all right? So last night I talked about the size of the market, and I just want to start trying to get it. By the way, you have to hear, read, write something 6 times to get 62% retention. So do you get it with 62% retention? Nope. Your aha moment, when you've had an aha moment on something, that means you get it. That means you get 100% of it. You understand, right? But so the reason you're going to hear the same thing over and over and over again, the reason Art Williams started a company with 85 people, and 7 years later had 225,000 licensed people. And he talked about the same thing every day. Don't get bored with the fundamentals, right? But anyway, so for some of you, it's the third time. The large numbers thing, I'm just going through this real quick. Do you understand? Can you just see the difference? You think billion's a big number. The reason you think billion is a big number is because billion is a big number. Okay? But that's the 63 years, and trillion is 63,000 years. When you put it there, it gets you to understand the kind of the size, and there is 123 trillion setting out there already invested. And what I want you to be thinking about is just like we went and replaced cash value insurance policies, we need to go replace the investments that these folks have. I intend on never replacing one of these in my entire lifetime. But I intend on my actions replacing more of this than anybody on the face of the planet. Because I'm going to build a huge team of people and let them choose what they want to do, okay? But it's 123 trillion, so understand the size of that. Go through it. We already went through the, we have 2% market share in the insurance side, right? And we have 0.065% on the investment side. We're going to have the best investment people that are a part of our teams, and we're going to be able to bring, look, folks, we did this 25 years ago, and I had one guy named Joe Ireland who came to a meeting on a Tuesday and would stand there, and I would point and send people over there, right? And he helped a bunch of people, and he made a bunch of money. We're going to have thousands of those, but instead of him investing 250 or 500,000 or $1 million, he's going to be doing larger things than that, but he's going to be going and recruiting somebody that has 200 million they're bringing over with them, right? Okay, so I'm going to keep flying. Here's the number I didn't hit well enough last night. I want to make you understand. There's 372,100 licensed financial advisors in the United States. In my opinion, got to state it that way, 80% of them will be terminated in the next 5 years. And they're going to need a place to go. We need to make sure we're building distribution so that we are in a position we already have the company ready. You need to be ready, okay? Just law of large numbers. If Mark Hansotia has 200 people in his team and he knows nothing about investing, he's got some securities licensed people, but that's not really, but he's got 200 people on his team that are positive, happy, moving forward, building their businesses. And then there's somebody else, we'll use, since Aaron and Mike are sitting in the front row, there's Aaron and Mike who know more about investing than anybody on the face of the planet. They have 150 million of personal AUM that they're managing here at the company, and they have 2 other people just like them. So other financial advisors would understand them, and they kind of talk the same lingo. Who do you think knows more financial advisors in warm markets? The 200 people that aren't doing investing, or the 3 that are doing investing? The 200 are going to kick their butt all day long. That's what you need to understand, okay? We want everyone, but all you got to do, when you have 200 people, you make a carburetor adjustment and you get people to understand, we got a little system you go through, you'll get your license, don't worry about it. And at that point, you introduce us to folks, and I promise you, if he went through a memory jogger with those folks understanding this, and they go, you mean, oh, wait, well, you know, I'll go to, with those 374,000 or 372,000, recruit one, you make $34,000 a month. The first month you recruit them, every month going forward. You think if I was standing in front of a group of 200 people that did not have a securities license, okay, and said, here's this system that if you get a securities license, all you do is you watch these videos real quick, you do this, we'll have fun doing it, we'll just spend a few hours a week getting through, we'll get that knocked out, you'll have this license. Then once you have that license, when we run into these people, you'll be in a position to be able to override those people. Do you think I could get 200 people excited about getting a securities license if they have a chance to make $34,000 a month just from recruiting one person that had a securities license somewhere else? So just understand. And you know what I would do? I'd have those 200, and then I would have Mike and Aaron, who have the 150, they know how to do all that kind of stuff. I'd have them come over and teach my 200 how to do all that stuff and what to look for. Man, it is who has the biggest army is going to win at everything that we do. You get to specialize in whatever you want, but just understand, whoever has the biggest team is the one that's going to wind up winning, because you can make carburetor adjustments and explode them, all right? Right now, you can go Google it right now. Today in the United States, there's 5,200 or 5,929, almost 6,000 insurance companies, all right? McCarran-Ferguson Act. You're going to, every one of you that are longer term, long in the tooth like me, leaders, right, that have been around, you need to start teaching your people the McCarran-Ferguson Act, just like we did in the old days, because it's more important now than ever before. And what the McCarran-Ferguson Act says, when it passed, clear back in 1943 or whenever it is, we'll see in a minute, it exempts the life insurance industry. Used to have more parts in it, but it exempts the life insurance industry from federal trade laws. They then, in 1981, I think it was, 79, there was a report, the Federal Trade Commission did a study, and they said, these people are all horrible people. They're lying to everybody. They're stealing everybody's money. 2 days after that report came out, or they gave that report to the Senate, they called them right back in. All the senators said, you were wrong to do that. You're crazy to do that. Why did you do that? Why do you even think about talking about the life insurance companies like that? And they passed a new law right there on the spot that the Federal Trade Commission can never even study the life insurance industry again. Okay? So they're exempt and they can't even be studied by the federal government. You go, that cannot be true. Right here, just did this at 4:30 this morning. Okay? This was just cut right out of McCarran-Ferguson Act, the law that exempts the business of insurance from most federal regulation, included federal antitrust laws. They're exempt from the antitrust laws. And you need to understand, nobody's going to tell people except us. It's going to take an army. Was anybody shocked about State Farm spending $1.2 billion on advertising annually? I mean, I honestly thought it was probably 200. Last time I looked, it was like 25 million, which was forever ago. So I thought maybe they're spending 200 million. 1.2 billion. 3 companies, 5.3 billion or something like that, right? That they're spending. So here for the new people out there, this is the easiest way to get you to understand the size of the market on just the insurance side, and the investment side is exactly the same. Okay? What if 5,929 semi-trucks with great big open bed trailers, so the high sides, but the trailers didn't have a roof on them, and they were lined up around the I-435 loop around Kansas City. That's literally a circle that goes around Kansas City, all right? If there were 6,000 trucks spaced not very far apart, right, that were on the loop, okay? You need to understand, all of these do the exact opposite of what we do. You with me? Their job is to lie to people, to extract as much information from them as they can. Why can they do it? Because they're exempt from the antitrust laws in the United States. Those with the money make the rules. They've done that for over 100 years in our country. And everybody's afraid of them, so nobody does it. It's just us out doing it. So it's us versus 5,929. So if you had 6,000 semis full of aluminum cans, crushed aluminum cans in the back, and they got 4 or 5 people in the back of every trailer, and they're driving around the loop, and they're all throwing out aluminum cans as fast as they can. They're just throwing out aluminum cans. You have a pickup truck, and your job is to collect aluminum cans. Are you ever going to run out of aluminum cans to pick up? Could you ever? You can't even pick up part of one of the companies that they're throwing out, right? Folks, there are 6,000 companies, 3 of which spent over $5 billion in the last 12 months using advertising to build false trust with people to get in the door with a cute lizard or Flo or Aaron Rodgers or our own quarterback here, right? Obviously, he does not know he's prostituting himself out like that, right? Trust me, I have a plan. Okay? All their social media accounts only follow 29 accounts. We're one of the 29. I'm going to educate that family. Just got to take the right way. All right? We've got, did that already go out? Oh, no. Okay, good. All right, then here's the deal. So, we need you to understand that this is a far more important crusade than when Art Williams founded this company. When Art Williams founded this company, we were going into homes. Over 80% of the population owned cash value life insurance, which was a ripoff. You got way too little coverage for way too much cost. You thought you were going to have money to retire, and you got nothing. And they got paid, an agent got paid 10 times more to sell one of those policies than to do term insurance, which was the right thing, okay? But you were dealing with, in today's dollars, probably the average person was spending about $200 to $250 a month on their life insurance, okay? 80% of the homes. But that's what they're putting away. They're now with their new Stasi plan are going in and taking people's entire retirement. 2 have tried to recruit me. So here's if they to recruit me, I give up my securities licenses. The reason they want me to give up my securities licenses because the securities laws are federally regulated, that you can't rip people off very easily there. So you give up all your securities licenses. You only have your life insurance license. So now the federal government can't do anything to you. Each state is state regulated. So, and they don't communicate with each other. So with Zoom, you can be here in Missouri and rip somebody off in Florida, and the people in Florida, the regulators that regulate Florida, only regulate in Florida. They ain't coming to even pay attention to somebody in Missouri. These scumbags have figured this out, and they're on a full court press. They went and started all these companies in Utah. Okay? Why Utah? Because that's where the network marketing company, where if you domicile there, you can basically rob people blind the way their laws are. All right? So they're all domiciled there, and they're going after their entire retirement. And if I would go get one of our clients to take $1 million and put it into this bank, new private bank for them, I would get paid $800,000 of the $1 million. If you're just a person that doesn't have a big organization, you start at 40%. So if you you go to this family, got a new cool thing, been taking care of you for 10 years, I've got something better, I figured out how to set up your own bank for you. And then they talk all this convoluted stuff. And if you're just a brand new person, you get paid 40% of whatever they put in that first year. Now, are we PBS, right? Oh, I'm setting up the wrong thing. Need to have my book in front of me. You know what? See, you can be a moron and get paid millions of dollars of what we do. Okay? That's right. All right, our next speakers. So now I won't have to set up the PBS video. It's already set up. Our next speakers, partners in our business, partnerships, that's our magic bullet. Having 2 people in love, locked on a common goal, is the most powerful force on the planet. Unfortunately, most people that are even married or in a relationship honestly wind up spending more time fighting each other and backbiting and all this. I don't know if I want to go home yet. He or she might be awake. I better wait till they go to. I mean, most people are having trouble in their relationships, right? You come here, your relationship's going to get better. You come here, you get in business together, you're going to figure out real quick, something you don't like about the other one, but you're going to have a support group to help you get through it. Aaron and Mike, when Mike figured out his role and Aaron already had her role, their business have exploded. They produce a great first-generation RV. They're modeling exactly what the rest of us need to be doing. They're kicking butt. They're great partners, and I wanted them to come up, and you get a chance to hear from them before we announce a breakout here in just a minute. So give Aaron and Mike a big round of applause. Thank you.
Hey, I need everybody real quick to stand on your feet and give a huge round of applause for the sexiest, most courageous, bravest guy in the entire room, my partner, Mike Morris.
You guys have no clue how nervous I am up here. No, I'm totally, yep, just calm down, we got this. All right, so how many partners are in here right now? Quite a few. Well, I'm gonna make a couple of you feel a little uncomfortable. So, Aaron, you do your Primerica thing over there. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing over here, right? Is Primerica all you ever talk about? How the heck are you so positive all the time? You're not even making any money. Stop trying to get me to be somebody I'm not. Quit trying to get me to change, right? These words actually came out of my mouth at one point in time. I wasn't the best partner in the beginning. I complained about no time together. I got mad at her for missing events, weddings, parties, things like that. If I went without her because she was busy, I never really had her back. In fact, I probably talked behind her back. I was immature, I was selfish, I refused to grow. Quite honestly, I probably shouldn't be up here right now. But God had our back. Aaron never gave up on me. Aaron showed me what never giving up truly looks like. She was never 1 foot out, never 1 foot in, 1 foot out. She was all in from day one. Guys, it took a while, but I finally realized she was going to do this with or without me. You know, standing up here talking to you is so far out of my comfort zone. You guys, yeah. The truth is, it really doesn't matter how I feel, right? I'm not really doing this for me. There was a couple here. Last event, we were getting our rings, and we were asked to speak, and I just sat here, like I always do. But there was a couple out of Tom Rice's hierarchy. Gabrielle and Justin, are you guys here? Yeah. Where are they at? Huh? Oh, right there. Yeah. They came up to me, and Gabrielle came up to me, and she said, you know, man, I was really hoping you would speak because you guys are so much like us. Your partnership is so much like us. You're just like Justin. I really wanted to hear from you. I decided right then and there that if Shane ever gave me the opportunity to speak again, or anybody here gave me the opportunity to speak, I was going to do it no matter what. So, man. Thank you. Yeah, so just being plugged into this environment has helped me grow more than you guys could ever imagine. It's no longer you go do your thing, I'll do mine. It's, man, how lucky are we that we get to build this business together. It's never, is Primerica all you're going to talk about? It's babe, what are our numbers? What are we sitting at? Who needs licensing material, you know? What's our daily blast? What's our deposits, you know? It's not how are you so positive all the time. It's, man, get me away from all these negative. Where the hell's Erin at? She's so positive, you know? I mean, it's no longer stop trying to get me to be somebody like you. It's hey, babe, I'm almost done with this book. You got to read it. This thing is amazing. Guys, this woman means the world to me. She deserves the world. You could offer Shane's $50 million, and I guarantee you she wouldn't give it. She wouldn't quit for his $50 million. She has no quit in her. It's not in her vocabulary. She has a vision like nothing I've ever seen before. Give it up for the most amazing, beautiful woman in the world, Erin Heckard.
Wow. Mic drop. I gotta say, the amount of times at this event and everywhere we go, everyone always says, that is the best guy ever. And he is, right? So I want to walk through this with you guys really quickly, and I just want you to, whew, that was awesome. I'm really blown away. So I want you guys to walk through this, okay? I'm going to say she, but I want you to insert who you are, okay? She found herself trapped. and the weight of the world was on her shoulders. And she realized that everybody was counting on her, and she bit off more than she could chew. So she was trapped in the financial obligations. She was trapped in the promises that she had made to people. She was unworthy, right? And in that moment when she was trapped, God so comfortably was walking through the garden, okay? I say that first off because there's a lot of times when we feel trapped, right? And right in that moment when you're trapped, that's where he's walking with you. He's right there when you're looking at your bank account and you go, I have $2 to my name, right? I can't afford to pay my office rent, right? My whole team just quit on me, but I made all these promises. I said I was gonna do this, right? Maybe I quit my job too soon. I bit off more than I could chew, right? And you feel trapped, but he's walking right there with you. He's right there with you every step of the way, okay? The second thing that I want you to understand is that in that moment when he's walking with you and you're trapped, sometimes a promise feels like a fantasy. You go, man, I know I'm supposed to do something huge, but I don't have the finances to do it. I don't have the team. I don't have the courage. I don't have the momentum. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Okay? So the promise feels like a fantasy, okay? But here's the thing. When he's down in it with you and the promise feels like a fantasy, he says, I need to get you to produce seed. I'm going to use them to produce seed. You're sitting here thinking, I'm not pregnant, right? I don't have the finances. I don't have it going on. You know what I'm saying? He wants to use you to produce seed. I hope somebody's picking up what I'm putting down, okay? He wants to use you to produce seed, okay? So he wants to work with you to manifest it. He's got to be able to work with you to manifest it. So what's he going to ask you to do? He's going to ask you to put some skin in the game. That's all you got to do is put some skin in the game. And when we were preparing for this event, I was like, dang. You know, last time the event was so easy. It was just so easy. This time I'm like, I'm fighting it. Babe, I need you to drop $2,000 on this because we got to go do something, right? It doesn't make sense. You feel like you don't have it. You feel like you're not good enough. You feel like you just don't have it going on. But I promise you, in that moment, he'll deliver something. He'll deliver someone, okay? But the thing is as Mike was saying, I didn't have any quit in me whatsoever. Oftentimes I hear partners that are like, maybe this will be the event that changes it all and my partner will step up. Maybe they'll get it, right? I hear it all the time. When they, then I will. And Mike said to everybody, I was doing this with or without him because I had a promise inside of me, right? I knew that we were supposed to win. I knew I was supposed to win, but it wasn't dependent on his performance. It was dependent on me putting skin in the game because we were in alignment, right? So, practical application, when you feel trapped, when you feel stuck, okay, first off, you just have to acknowledge the fact that you're not there by yourself and be grateful for that. The second thing is you got to produce seed. He doesn't want you to lose, right? He doesn't want you to lose, okay? But you got to put skin in the game. And when it doesn't make sense, and it's one of those things where it's like you got to put money on the line, or you got to open the office, or you got to do the thing. You feel like you're pulling the trigger too soon, too often, too fast, all that. You got to just put skin in the game. You got to keep showing up, and you cannot depend on anybody else except him. And I promise you guys, you have no quit in you. Just do whatever it takes. But those three things, you've got to decide when you're doing it this time around, meaning from this moment forward, you're going to do it a little bit different. You're going to vibe with people that put skin in the game, that buy the tickets that fly to the event, right? That invest in themselves because they're putting skin in the game. That's who you're going to go work with, right? People that'll put skin in the game. And you just keep showing up and putting skin in the game. And then you have so much wrapped up in it. I want you all to scream this back at me. I refuse to lose. I refuse to lose. There you go. There you go. Proud of you guys.
You
guys are going to change so many people's lives, man. Stay here because you're going to, well, you can go get your stuff. I'll point to you. You got the green thing. You're going to go do the, yeah. They're going to change so many people's lives, right? I'm not kidding. When he's walking up here and I thought he was being sarcastic going, I'm going to speak. I can't believe you asked me to speak, but I'm going to maybe speak. And I thought he was joking. I mean, I worry for him. I'm not kidding. I mean, it is his most you got this 6'7" monster of a man that his heart's bigger than he is, right? And I want you to know, Mike right now and Nubia right now, Hensodi, they're heading over and they're going to do a partners breakout. And the focus of this one is, usually it's not this focus, but this one is focused on the licensing specialist part of our business. Because Aaron would say, when Mike finally went, she's doing it with me or without me, and I don't want her doing it without me, you know, and so he gets involved, their business, magic happened. And I guarantee you, Mike didn't think he would be any magic to their business. I'm sure Mike thought, I don't want to lose Aaron. I'm going to try and get more involved rather than just kind of get drug along the way kind of thing. But he found where he could fit, where he could make a difference. And in our partners thing, that's what we want you to do, is find where your fit is. You don't have to be Mike. You don't have to be Nubia. You be you. And so any partners, I strongly encourage you, even if you do not want to be a licensing specialist, you need to know what it is because you'll be blown away. The simple tools are there. Go ahead and head right on out that way, and they're going to have that breakout for our partners. I'm telling you, that's the magic we have over every other corporation in the country is we have partners, right? Now, look at those. We got a lot more partners. Look at that. Amen. Look at that. Hey, look. You weren't standing up here in April when we did this. There wasn't near that many people heading over there in April. I'm telling you, if you'll get your best recruit as your partner, was anybody blown away from what Mike just shared right there? You know why it was so unbelievable? He's just telling the truth. He's telling his truth, right? And when you tell your truth about where you were and the mistakes you made, you'll empower other people, okay? You share your successes, you might impress them. You share your failures that you overcame, and you'll empower them, all right? So now, I'm going to skip right to it. Now, Eugene, I'm there, right? Okay. That 126 trillion, not billion, 126 trillion, right? There is a fight that has already started, a massive war over that 126 trillion. And because it's legal for me to give up my securities license, anybody, I'm just using an example because I have a securities license, give up my securities license, I now don't have to follow any of the laws, and I can go to all of my clients and go, man, I've learned a way to set up your own private bank. It's going to put you in the most unbelievable financial position. They won't understand any of it, but there's trust, and so they'll move their money there. And they lose 80% of it day one. It's all gone. It will take 7, 8, 9, 10 years for them to realize it, because every time they call to check on it, they'll tell them, oh, you know what? You need to put in more because you got to make sure you have enough in there to make this thing work. And then once they start to smell a rat and go, oh, I think I've been hoodwinked. Eugene and I met Mark. That's Mark Whittington is the person that found Infinity Banking first for the client, ran it by me, and I go, that is the biggest bunch of bunk, and we started the ball rolling, okay? Nobody's going to do anything about it but us. Everybody thinks, oh, well, surely the regulators will get involved. No, they ain't going to get involved. The life insurance industry is exempt, but places like PBS are starting to get worried. And just to make you feel a little bit better, this just played, and where your PBS channel is, Can we share a link when this is over this morning? You'll have a link to this video, and it will come up from your PBS station. So watch that just aired on PBS, this quick video.
Sean, and it instantly...
Let's do this.
The answer. Hey there, Philip here with InvestorWow. Are you looking to make a great return on your money, but you're worried about an economic crash?
Why, yes, I am.
What if I told you there's a secret investment strategy of the rich and famous? A safe, secure place to stash your money while receiving dividends of 4, 5, even 6% per year, even when the market dips.
That sounds incredible.
But that's not all. With InvestorWow, your money grows tax-deferred from one year to the next. Buzz off, Uncle Sam. You could use all the wealth you build to plan for retirement, all for little Jimmy's college tuition. Or a new car. In fact, some people are so wild about this investment, they've used it as a replacement for banks, lending institutions, insurance, and more.
Oh, I want one. What's it called?
Whole life insurance.
Huh? Stop us if you've heard this one. You've been thinking about beginning your investment journey, so you sit down with your local financial advisor and they throw you a curveball. Whole life insurance as an investment solution. When we asked, 30% of you said you've had a financial expert recommend it.
The rest of you might be thinking, life insurance as an investment? What are you talking about?
Well, as strange as it may appear on its surface, whole life insurance as an investment has been around for generations. It's life insurance that never expires, but that's just the beginning.
It has an investment component too that's protected from the stock market and pays attractive dividends. Heck, the first book on investing I ever read extolled the amazing virtues of whole life insurance.
Let's start with Life Insurance 101. Way back in 1583, Richard Martin purchased the first recorded life insurance policy in England on his buddy William for £30. 1 year later, when William died, Richard received a £400 payout. Nice for him, and not so nice for Will.
Today, the principal purpose of life insurance is to protect those left behind if a family member dies. It's a standard component of modern financial planning, with 59% of people in the US owning some kind of life insurance.
Here's how it works. You pay a regular premium to insure somebody's life. If that person dies while the policy is still in force, the insurance company pays out a cash death benefit, usually hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. This money is meant to help those they leave behind.
The most common type is term life. You have a flat monthly premium for a set term, usually 10, 20, or 30 years. At the end of the term, if you're still breathing, premiums jump up dramatically, and it's not uncommon to cancel your policy at that point.
But whole life insurance is different. It has consistent flat premiums for your whole life. How can they afford to do that? By charging a much higher premium. Part of that goes towards the cost of insurance and part of it into an investment account called the cash value, which pays a dividend of 4 to 6% per year. The purpose of this account is to offset the increasing cost of insurance as you get older, so your premiums stay flat.
Unlike term life, if you cancel a whole life policy, you might get some money back. Depending on how long you've had it, you could even get more than you paid into it. Some advisors recommend that instead of borrowing from a bank, you could take out loans against your cash value while keeping the insurance in place, a practice dubbed infinite banking.
Advocates of whole life treat it as a financial silver bullet for your needs.
Life insurance without an expiration date. A tax-deferred investment for your future. Fire your banker and loan money to yourself.
How can term life possibly hold a candle to this? I think it's time to run the numbers.
Tia and Tamara are twins, both age 40 and are shopping for life insurance. Tia picks whole life while Tamara picks a 30-year term life. The death benefit for each is $500,000. Tia will be paying $563 per month for a whole life policy according to US averages. That's pretty steep, but Tia was attracted to the cash value growth. She's thinking this will count as some of her investing each year, and that 5.5% is a pretty good return.
But hold on, Tia. The 5.5% dividend only applies to your cash value portion, not the full $563 payment. According to a 2015 Consumer Reports study, after costs like commissions and fees, the average whole life investment return was closer to 2%. If Tia lives to age 70, she'll have paid $202,680 in premiums, but her policy will have a cash value worth almost 280 grand. She's been insured her whole life and made money. Sounds like a win to me.
Now, Tamara's 30-year term life is costing her $52 each month. If she also lives to 70, she gets nothing back. So Tamara decides to invest the difference between her premium and what she might have paid for a whole life policy. And if she invests in a basic stock index fund, she'll probably average over 7% for the next 30 years. At 70, her life insurance will be worthless, but her investment will be worth over $600,000. That's twice as much as Tia got with her whole life policy.
So, with high premiums and underwhelming returns, why is whole life recommended by brokers and advisors across the country? One word: commissions. See, agents and advisors typically receive a commission of 80 to 100% of the annual premium. So Tamara's agent made only $600, but Tia's made around $6 grand.
When I first started my financial career, I too drank the Kool-Aid. It was clear that our commissions would be much higher for recommending any insurance product with an investment component. Our clients were often unaware of this conflict of interest.
To be fair, there are some situations that might make whole life insurance a good fit, like a family with a special needs child who needs a lifetime of support, or owning a complicated family business or a sizable estate with substantial taxes. But these are special cases. It's not the one-size-fits-all remedy it's made out to be.
It's best to do your own research, read the fine print, and make sure you're seeking objective advice from somebody that doesn't have financial skin in the game.
But wait, there's more.
And that's our 2 cents. If you have any experience with term or whole life insurance, share it with us in the comments section.
So, now that's on every PBS. If you go, we'll send the link out to Telegram and you'll have that, and that will be out there. PBS has a lot of credibility about trying to tell the truth, right? They don't take advertising dollars, all of that kind of stuff. The reason that they're starting to do that is because that 123 trillion, those companies are growing so fast, they're going and robbing that money. Okay? I mean, it is absolutely incredible what's going on. When she makes the comment, she did mention, you know, if you had a child that needed a lifetime benefit, for most of the people that you bump into, the only valid reason for cash value life insurance, and this is a valid reason, if you know you're going to file bankruptcy, you can put all your money in the policy because it's exempt from bankruptcy. So even though you'll lose 80% of it, you still keep 20% when you're used. So people use it to hide, and that is a true loophole, but that's it. Don't buy it for anything else. And the money that is getting stolen, it is crazy. I mean, through Mark, the people I meet, when they do it, when a client does it, about the second time they ask a question and they get an uncomfortable feeling. We've been dealing with it's probably been 2 years with one guy. We haven't talked to him maybe a year or so, but you can tell the client themselves becomes so embarrassed that they've taken their entire net worth and dumped it into a cash value policy, Infinity Bank, okay, that they try to defend it. Mentally, they have to try and defend it. It's going to be many, many years before people really take action upon it. We are obligated to get out there and tell those people. One of the people that we connected, Mark, and the company, Eugene, has worked his butt off to do you should give Eugene a round of applause on this. We worked with the company attorneys, and now John, who's here this weekend, and you're going to hear from him in just a minute, different folks at the home office. We have an entire team of people now that are taught how to deal with this, and it was really Eugene that put the majority of the stuff together for them to be able to do that, and he's going to take things over now and get you a better understanding of what the heck is going on. So give our Harvard grad, Eugene Kripinski, a big round of applause.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so guys, by show of hands, how many of y'all have come across a TikTok video, a Facebook, a social media post saying, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread, infinite banking, right? I tell people, by the way, you probably shouldn't take your financial advice from a guy in a hoodie on TikTok, okay? You might want to find out what their background is. Do they have some licenses? Have they passed some exams before you do that? But what I'm going to do with you all over the next 10 minutes is, number one, for those of you that have not come across it, we're going to talk about what infinite banking actually is, right? Because it is not a program. It is not a product. It is simply a concept. Now, some of you guys go, how long has this concept been around? Because most people go, oh, it's brand new. Folks, it's not brand new. This concept was created over 50 years ago by a guy named R. Nelson Nash. It is a concept, not a product. It is simply the idea of using whole life insurance overfunded. We're going to talk about what that means in a second. The second thing I'm going to do with you today, for those of you that are coming across this, is I'm going to give you some easy ways to break it down and where the client goes, oh my goodness, I got hoodwinked, without you ever having to open up the policy itself. You're going to go, well, that would be pretty helpful, yes? So let's get going. To do a proper structure, and let me be very clear what I mean by a proper structure. The way that Nelson Nash created this model 50 years ago, you must structure the policy correctly for it to even have a shot at doing what he claims it does. Now, what are those things? Number one, it must be a whole life policy. Right now, we're seeing it marketed with IULs, with ULs. I'm going to prove to you in a second why you cannot do this with IULs and ULs. It just does not work, and I'm going to show you an easy way to break that down for the client. Second thing, it must have dividends, meaning it must have a mutual company. So earlier in the video, you saw them talking about 4 to 6% dividends. Now, we all know what dividends actually are. They are deliberate overcharging of premium refunded to the client at the end of the year. Now, they market dividends to go, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Because you see, you get these 4 to 6% dividends, Lundy, and guess what? They're tax-free. That sounds unbelievable, doesn't it? It's not taxable. Why? Because it's your own money being refunded to you. I tell people all the time, I could write you a policy that pays you a 20% dividend. Just means I got to overcharge you by 20%. That doesn't make it good. It just makes it highway robbery. The third piece, it has to be overfunded. Now, they have to overfund it in the right way, otherwise it becomes a modified endowment contract and loses all of its tax benefits. So as you'll see in an actual policy I'm going to show you that Mark brought to my attention, it's only overfunded for the first 10 to 12 years. Then they have to back off of the premiums. Why? Because it would turn into a modified endowment contract and loses all of its tax benefits. So this is the way to properly structure it the way Nelson Nash said. But here's what we're seeing. ULs, IULs, because they're so high in commissions, all of these agents are talking about infinite banking but using this. So why can't it be done with that? Well, it's really simple. What's the goal of infinite banking? Build up cash value as quickly as possible, right? Because the whole concept is build up cash value, then use it for real estate, for all of these other things. Here's the problem. We all know that universal life policies have up to a 15-year surrender charge schedule on it, correct? In fact, here's one from an actual policy. As you can see, it says per thousand, it's a $27 surrender charge. Meaning if you have a $100,000 policy, that's a $2,700 surrender charge. So even if you had $500 in cash value, how much cash value do you have? Zero. Because there's a surrender charge on it. So people go, well, how does that actually work? Well, let's look at it. This is an actual IUL that we replaced. In the first, watch this, 5 years, there was cash value. But because of the surrender charge, how much could the client take out? Now, how does that work for infinite banking? If you showed your client that and said, hey, you need access to your cash, that's what they sold it to you on, but you have no cash value for the first 5 years because of a surrender charge, how well is infinite banking working for you? That's it. Game over. Oh, but wait, there's more. Because look, by year 10, 697 is developed, but you still got a surrender charge. How's that infinite banking policy working for you now? Still not so hot, is it? Guys, if all you did was show somebody in a UL, IUL that, is it game over? It's game over because the purpose they bought it for is no longer real. But now let's talk about what they're throwing out there. Because see, there's 3 claims by the whole life guys that structure it the right way. The way Mark brought it to my attention, if you watch any of these videos, they talk 3 things. They got a big game. They got to talk a big game. Number 1, banks and rich people use infinite banking. In fact, the example they love giving is the Rockefellers. Anybody come across this? Does anybody know where the Rockefellers actually made their money? Anybody ever heard of Chevron, Shell? Guys, that's all Rockefellers. Go look up the tree of where all oil and gas companies come from today, and it all started with the Rockefellers. They did not make their money in infinite banking. They made their money from oil and gas. And I'm going to prove to you in a second that the wealthier you are, the less likely you are to actually use whole life. Ooh. So, number 2. I love this one. Use your money for whatever you want. Vacations, rental properties. In the real estate community, they use this all the time. I was talking to somebody else. It popped up on an LFIC chat, and somebody messaged me, and we sat down for like 45 minutes the other day. I think Adam's probably in the room, maybe, right? And when I started breaking it down for me, he was like, this is crazy. Number 3, be your own banker. This is the biggest thing they talk about. Borrow money to yourself. Why use a bank? Why pay them interest? They fail to forget that you're paying the insurance company interest in the meantime. But yeah, use it. So let's break these down. If you've ever come across one of these clients or one of these agents, they go, oh, this right here, this is the magic. Look, Bank of America, they got $24 billion in life insurance assets. Man, if it's good enough for Bank of America, it should be good enough for y'all. That's a pretty good argument. Remember, they make it sound what? Good. But that's just one part of the equation. Because, see, I dug a little deeper into it. This is from the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, Bankers Own Life Insurance. What is it used for? The same things we sell term insurance to businesses for, which is key employee insurance. Do you know way cheaper in term? They use it to shore up pension funds. Nowhere in this does it say it's used for infinite banking. But see, then I took it a step further because I do my what? Research. And here's what I came to find out. Yes, Bank of America, 24 billion in assets in life insurance. But when the market was down in March, Bank of America had 2.5 trillion in assets. Meaning that if you average the 7 largest life insurance companies, only 1% of their money is going into life insurance. Not billions and billions in their entire net worth. Now let's put this in perspective, y'all. If you make $100,000 a year, then 1% of that is 1,000, which means you should be spending $1,000 in premiums. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think you can structure an infinite banking policy for $83 a month. So is it really good enough for the banks and it should be good enough for you? No, it's not. The banks use it for the same purpose term insurance was designed for. But what about the wealthy? Because you know, the wealthy, they use it. So you should too. But let's see what the numbers actually dictate. Everybody see the red blocks? That's how much actually goes towards life insurance. Now, does anybody notice that the wealthier you get, the smaller the band becomes? Now, the black bars are your 401ks, Roth IRAs, stocks, bonds, trusts, mutual funds. Do y'all notice how the wealthier you get, the larger those boxes get? So what do the wealthy really do with their money, y'all? Life insurance or investing like we teach? But they don't show this on TikTok, do they? So let's take it a step further. See, your money keeps growing while you use it. That's a powerful argument. And some of y'all are like, Eugene, how do I disprove that? Well, let's use some logic. Let's just pretend I was sitting down with Darren, and I said to Darren, you have money, right? You got $10,000, right? Now, what can you do with that $10,000? Well, he can either be conservative with it, CDs, money markets, or he can invest it in the market, yes? Now, y'all think about this for a second. If Darren has $10,000, and then Darren says, I want to go on vacation, Darren's got to do what with that money? He's got to take out $1,000. So how much money does Darren have left? $9,000. So how much money can keep growing for Darren? How does the 1,000 keep growing if he doesn't have it anymore? See, ask your clients this question. Wait, let's take it a step further. See, what if you had a bank and the bank had $1 million in assets, and all of a sudden the bank does what? It loans it to other people to make money on it, or they what? Invest it themselves. So if the bank has $1 million and you're a client of that bank, and Darren comes into the bank, says, I'm going to take out $100,000, how much money does the bank have left? $900,000. So how much money can the bank use to either invest directly or to loan to other people? $900,000. So if an insurance company has $1 million in assets, they do what with that money? Well, they pay death claims, or they what? Use it to build your cash value, yes? So if they have $1 million, but all of a sudden Darren has $100,000 in cash value, and he says, I'm gonna borrow $100,000. The insurance company has to give him $100,000, right? So if they have to give him $100,000, how much is left? $900,000. So Mr. and Mrs. Client, please explain to me how they can keep growing your $100,000 when they no longer have it. If you ask your clients that question, how many of them would go, doesn't make sense? See, guys, you don't have to get into the weeds. Just ask them some logical questions, because they were already kind of questioning it. Does that make sense? It already sounded too good to be true. All you had to do was reinforce it. And let's talk about the last thing to finish up. Be your own banker. I love this. I love this one. This is a properly structured infinite banking policy. This is one that Mark gave me. And when I started digesting this, I started laughing out loud. You go, why is that? Well, it's real simple, y'all. After 5 years, $18,000 was paid in. Now, this is supposed to be for me to what? Make money so that I can use it for real estate, yes? But see, what I did is I asked the client, I said, you paid in 18, and after 5 years, their guarantees was 15, their best case scenario is 16. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Client, if you invested 18,000 and after 5 years only had 15 or 16 best case scenarios, is that a good or a bad deal? Does that make infinite banking make sense? Not really. But then here's how I would really go after them, y'all. Here's the series of questions you need to learn. Number one, Darren, when you bought this infinite banking policy, what did you think you were going to use it for? And 9 times out of 10, let's say they say real estate. I go, great. Now, Darren, how much money do you need to have saved in order to put down for a real estate thing? He says 50 grand. I go, awesome. So did you know that in year 14, the guarantees is 50 grand? But in 12 years, best case scenario, it's 50 grand. And my next question to him is, Darren, are you okay waiting 12 to 14 years to buy your rental property? Because in 12 to 14 years, it's no longer 50, it's 100,000. So did this policy do what they told you it was going to do? So if I could show you a better way that would allow you to reach those goals and dreams faster, would you be open to the conversation? And then it's game over, y'all. Does this make sense? So you guys got to fight the deception with the truth, right? But if you do that, guys, you see, we've been right for 45 years. When Art founded the company, buy term, invest the difference was the right thing. Today it's the right thing because the concept's been around for 50 years. But they figured out a slick way to market it, and your clients are going to get taken advantage of if you don't know how to fight the war. Fair enough? So what does that mean, guys? We all got to get bigger. We all got to have more agents because we can't go combating on social media like they can. So instead, we got to have more boots on the ground that can go sit down with people, educate them, and then do the right thing by the client. And with that, guys, I'm going to turn it back over to Shane.
Gene, look, you need to understand the value of our team environment. You guys understand, all of you have a Harvard-educated attorney on your team. Right? If you're getting ready to get into some kind of an issue with you all have a Harvard attorney on your team. I work with a Harvard attorney that came to work with us, and you get just that name drop can help, right? They're going to go rob as much money as they can because they have no moral at all. When you watch those TikTok videos and they know they're lying, But I mean, they're sociopaths. I mean, they literally get themselves to believe the lie they're telling. Because if you knew you were going to go rob 80% of somebody's entire net worth in 30 days, you guys need to understand, it is, like he said, infinity banking, owning your own bank, all this stuff are just words. They mean nothing. They're selling them a whole life policy that has a 20-year free or 20-day free look. And after they roll all their money in there, on the 21st day, legally, it's gone. Okay? You just need to know it is a written contract that they sign. Our company works their butt off like crazy to continue to improve our products and make things better. And so I'm getting ready to introduce, it's really like our wholesaler, but for our term insurance product. And we are getting ready by the end of this, at the end of this next month to roll out what he's getting ready to talk about. I've been in the business for a lot of years. And every year, we either we improved the value of our product or paid our field more money or did both. But we're always volume pricing, no advertising. The bigger you get, the better deals you can do, right? This is unbelievable what we're getting ready to do. Everybody in here's room is getting ready to be easier. One thing I will tell you, one of the big economic benefits, besides these being better for our clients, for people that are coming to work and want to be a master copy because they attract what they are, not what they want. So they're just going to be what they want everybody else to be. So their spouse is going to get a $1,500 app. They're going to get a $1,500 app with the new stuff to be able to make it competitive. There's no people together. It's automatically separate on everything. It's better for the client, but it's going to be way, way better for your business. Unbelievable. So give the great John Foppe a big round of applause. There he is. I was looking back there.
Thank you, Shane. Appreciate that. Good morning, teammates. Good morning. I had such a nice lunch this morning. Wonderful lunch. Breakfast. But hearing everything about infinite banking, it makes me sick to my stomach. I'm like, hold my wonderful breakfast down. But no, so happy to be here. Second time here at this event this year, so super, super happy about that. I am at the right place at the right time, right now. I am. But I want to expand just a little bit upon what Eugene talked about, but we're gonna spin it Primerica. We're spinning it back to what we do, what we do every single day for our clients, middle market families out there. That's what it comes down to. And so those who don't already have my contact information, please write it down. I am your life wholesaler. So if you've yet to meet me, please come find me. Shoot me an email. If you shoot me an email, I'll send you my cell number. That's how it works. So you don't get my cell number unless you email me, though. So just a little caveat there. But we are in a crusade. Our crusade at Primerica right now, it has never been bigger than it's ever been. What you listened to with Eugene right there, we are in the fight of our lives, combating this concept, as he called it. And teammates, what's the first three letters in the word concept? C-O-N, con. That is exactly what that idea is. Be your own banker. So we know what's right for these families. Buy term and invest the difference. That's what it's about. That is our crusade that we are on every single day. Let's take a quick look back across our industry, okay? We have always had the opportunity to serve market with term life insurance. But look here, back when the company was founded, Art Williams brought this great thing called Primerica together. 86% of premium was whole life. The remaining was term, okay? We were already off to a fight right there. Even today, Shane mentioned this number earlier, 81% of all annualized premium that is collected across our industry comes from cash value. We are in a fight, teammates. We are in a huge fight, okay? Look here, let's look back at last year, okay? Middle of the pandemic, things were still shut down, all right? These numbers tell a story though. 10.1 million policies were sold across our industry. Okay? Primerica was just 3% of that. That, to me, screams unprecedented opportunity. Opportunity for every single person in this room to find those families that need buy term and invest the difference, okay? The average face amount across our industry, 183,000. Yeah, it's okay. But the Aarons, okay, the Eugenes, the Darrens, okay, our average face amount, close to 250,000 across Primerica. You were making the difference out there. I promise you that, teammates, okay? And then you do the breakdown there. 4.1 was our bread and butter, as Eugene coined the bread and butter. 4.1 million was just term. The remaining 6 million was that whole life, was the stuff that they are pushing to these unsuspected clients that don't know what they need, okay? $133 billion was borrowed against those cash value policies back in 2020. Those clients said, I need some type of money. I need to take money out of my cash value for one reason or another. So I'm going to borrow against that cash value, not knowing the penalties that they are going to run into, the fact that they have to pay that loan back because it acts as a loan. They got to pay that loan back to the insurance company with interest. So you're taking a loan out on your own money just to pay it back to the life insurance company. Look at that. It's crazy. I know. $133 billion. Okay? I'm going to skip through this because Eugene just absolutely crushed and explained it perfectly. So, again, the fight we are in, teammates, is against this noise. It's noise of being your own banker, this concept of infinite banking. And all of what he said, it sounds too good to be true. That's because it is. It absolutely is too good to be true. We do, teammates, we do what's right. And our philosophy is simple. You see it up here. You've known this, whether you're seasoned in the business or you're brand new to this, you're going to learn how simple our philosophy is. Buy term and invest the difference. The thought of dying too soon or living too long, okay? But the brilliance, what you see here, is the simplicity of it, taking that difference. You saw it perfectly, explained in that video. That family was able to take that difference in their premium and apply it and invest it in the market. And the amount that they had was astronomical compared to that whole life policy. A simple game plan that you sit down and go over with your client can make a whole world of difference, okay? Because we know what we offer, term life insurance, and not all term life insurance is created equal. We know that. There are other companies out there that offer term life insurance, okay? But we are the ones, Primerica are the ones that make a difference, okay? 95% of claims, this is a true testament to what we do every single day. 95% of our claims paid within 14 days, okay? We have a no war terror clause, flexible term lengths, okay? Guaranteed insurability. And then all those other great features there, automatic increase request, IBR, all the features and options and benefits tied into our term life insurance that truly makes the difference. And exactly what Shane just mentioned, very, very soon here, coming in the next less than 60 days, we are introducing a brand new life insurance product, a new term product to the market for you to provide to those families that need that proper protection, that are striving, that are yearning for proper protection, okay? We're gonna provide it with our new Next Gen Life product is what it's going to be called. The entire focus of this Next Gen, this has been a 4 or 5 year project in the making. It has been a while. Things were kind of put on the back burner with the pandemic, but we're here. It's literally at our door. We are about to roll this thing out, okay? Meeting the needs of those families, okay? Of the middle market like no other company can, okay? Generating excitement. It's all about bringing excitement back to life insurance. Hey, investments, they've had their run over the past few years. No lie. Investment side of the house has done very well. We got to bring it back. We got to bring it back home to our bread and butter, to term life insurance. And that's exactly what this new product is going to do. Leveraging new technology, industry innovations, Folks, this new underwriting process, for those who have not checked out the microsite on POL, the new underwriting process is going to be transformational. It's going to be revolutionary for our clients. Quicker processing times. Our clients are going to have decisions, in some cases now, within 2 minutes of submitting that application. That client will have a decision right there at the kitchen table or over the Zoom table, the ZT, as I call them. But leveraging that technology, okay, creating high value, simple processing times, faster execution. The goal with this, and the goal, across our company has always been to protect a record number of families with a record amount of coverage. We're doing it every single day. That is what we're doing. So I've got a minute and a half left. I got under time. We're good. But here is what we are doing. We have been officially launching the revolution. Now we are launching it. It's here. It's here. End of October is the official release date right now. So get excited. Get geared up for it. Get trained up on it. Of course, you can reach out to me. There is the microsite out there. My RVP's in the room. If you have yet to set up a training with me, please do that. We're also going to have road shows, national webinars that you can attend, all that great stuff. But we got to get prepared now. We want zero disruption in your business. Okay, this product's going to roll out, whether you like it or not. Okay, but we're doing it because it's right for these families. It's right for middle market America. So become prepared, become educated on this product, and let's go make a difference with these families. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it, buddy. My daughter was in the product training all day yesterday, and she came from, she worked for 4 years for a wealth management firm that clients had to have $10 million to invest or they wouldn't take care of them. Her job there was basically to do all the dirty work for the wealthy people. So she did she applied for the mortgage, she got their mortgages, she shopped for their insurance, she did all of that stuff, right? And during John's presentation there, where he had 30 minutes to get real detailed, she was blown away. She runs our office and deals with all the client interaction and all that kind of stuff. And when she heard and saw what that was, she goes, "Dad, all my problems just went away." She goes, nobody will be beat. No, there's not going to be shopping. We're just going to kill everything. And then we have all these bells and whistles that are on top of that. So she tells me that during John's part. Then during Tony's part, she starts going, "Dad, did you know how good our mortgages were?" I go, "Yeah, babe. I kind of get involved in that stuff once in a while." And but it was fun because she looks at it from a different perspective. She deals with these wealthy people that can pay cash for homes. They could go and do whatever they wanted to do. She dealt with those mortgage bankers and going to them. And she's like, what? And she used to call it what you have, and now it was yesterday's what we have at Primerica is so much. What they just went through on the mortgage stuff is so much better than we did at the wealth management firm. It took 60 days to close something, even for somebody like that, and they're closing them in 18 days. "Dad, we need to be doing mortgages." And I said, "Yeah, we need to be doing mortgages. Yeah, we got to get a mortgage specialist and get down on that stuff." We have access to the best of the best. And Tony, she's going to give you an idea of why your client going through us to Rocket Mortgage is the best mortgage you can get on the planet. And you need to borrow confidence from that, right? But I also want you to know, it doesn't matter what product line that exists, we will have access to the best of the best because everybody wants access to our distribution. We just walk around with what they call imposter syndrome, where we all feel like it can't be that great because we're doing it, right? We all have our own self-image issues. This is the most unbelievable thing on the face of the planet. So your most wealthy human being that you look up to because they're super successful, all the stuff we have is better than anything they've got in any area of their life. And Tony, man, I'm so glad she is our gal, our lady, our link to the mortgage business. She works her butt off trying to help anybody that wants to be in the mortgage business with us. And I'm glad that she's here. I got to finally meet her in person last night for the first time. So to learn more about the mortgage side of our business, the great Tony Ottman. There she is.
Grand Rising, guys. I'm so excited to be here. I love seeing our MLOs in person. You guys give me life, and I appreciate you. So my role at Primerica is to assist you with incorporating the mortgages into your existing Primerica business, and that's regardless if you currently have the mortgage license or not. Because the MLOs, the mortgage loan originators in your base shop, you can take advantage of their license to help your clients achieve their financial goals, which in turn helps build your business, right? Our goal here at Primerica is to help our clients become debt-free and financially independent, right? That's our goal. And we can achieve that, we can create that plan for our clients through the mortgages. Because our clients have quite a bit of debt, right? We know that. Wrong way. There we go. We know that when we do their F&As. On average, most Americans have over $80,000 in consumer debt outside of their mortgages. And we know that. We see that all the time when we're completing the client's F&A. That's what makes the mortgage so important this day and time, because our clients also have a lot of equity in their property right now. They have a lot of value in their property. If you own a home, or if you've been looking for a home this past 12 months, you've seen that home values have skyrocketed, right? That means the client currently has the room, they have the value in their property, they have the equity in their property to roll in those high interest credit card debts, to roll in those high balance student loans. And we can actually combine that with their mortgage and get them an overall lower monthly payment. So you as the rep can turn around and take that freed up cash flow and help the client achieve their other financial goals, to help the client be able to afford that life insurance that they desperately need, to help them reach their financial independence number by putting extra packs or increasing their packs or starting a pack for their client for retirement. So if you have an MLO in your base shop, what they're going to do is find out if they can free up cash flow for your clients so you can turn around and implement the client's F&A plan. When you introduce your client to a Primerica MLO, they're getting a completely different experience than they're going to get anywhere else. If your client goes to their current financial institution and they ask what the current mortgage rates are, and that rate happens to be higher than what they have right now, the client just walks out, right? But we as Primericans, we're going to find out what the client's actual goals are. What is it that they're looking to achieve? And we're going to find out if a cash out refinance will actually work for the client. If your client went to an MLO at another mortgage company, it's still going to be a different experience because that MLO cannot do the full job for the client. They cannot free up the cash flow and then start that pack. They can't free up the cash flow and start that life insurance policy. You are truly unique in this industry. Paired with the MLO in your base shop, you have the opportunity to find money for your clients to put back into the client's F&A plan. So when you introduce your client to the MLO here at Primerica, it's going to be different for a couple of reasons besides the ones that I just mentioned. Number one, we are wholesalers. So that means when the client contacts Rocket directly, so the number you see on your screen when you're watching the commercials, that's the retail side. We are actually wholesalers, which means when your clients come to us, they're going to get better pricing than they would if they were to contact Rocket directly. And we have a great partner in Rocket. They have great technology. We, on average, like Shane was mentioning, we close our loans within 18 days. That means in 18 days, you can find money for your client to put back into their plan. Now, in the past, we've used the snowball calculations, which we know the snowball calculations work, right? But two problems with that. Number one, our clients have to be extremely disciplined. There is no guarantee that once that client pays off that credit card, that they're going to take that payment and apply it to the next debt, right? And also, that takes many, many years for the client to actually free up cash flow so they can do what we want them to do, which is apply that back into their investments for their long term. So within 18 days, you can find hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars for your client, so you can implement the entire plan for them. And that is without changing the client's lifestyle. We're not asking the client to give up what they love. That way they can have the money to be able to actually afford that life insurance. We're finding it through the refinance. Our lock ratio is 77%. So what does that mean? That means when you introduce your client to a Primerica MLO, more than likely, they're going to be able to find a solution for them through the cash out refinance that you will be able to turn around and, again, use those funds to put back into your Primerica business. Primerica started the mortgages not to be a mortgage company, right? That's not what we do. They started the mortgages, again, from the smart days to free up cash flow, to find the money to put back into our other lines of business. So definitely take advantage of that. And even though the mortgage program has only been around for about 3 years, you all are already putting up really, really great numbers. So since inception, you guys have closed over 8,300 mortgages for your clients. Your closed loan volume is $2,173,000,000. Wait, is that right? Yes, 95,448. I didn't even believe it myself. That's a high number. You guys are doing a fantastic job when it comes to the mortgages. But not only that, you are using the mortgages to create the entire plan for the client. So what we did last year in 2021 is we tracked all the mortgages. So we tracked it 7 days before the mortgage was taken, and then 90 days after the mortgage was taken, to see if you as reps were creating that entire plan. Did the client take other products and services from those mortgages? And here were the results. So in 2021, you all opened an additional $500,000 in life premium from those mortgage clients, which resulted in an additional $700,000 in income to the field. From those mortgage clients, you all added an additional $61 million in assets under management, resulting in an additional $1.7 million in compensation from the field. So give yourselves a hand for that. That's no small number. And out of those mortgage clients, you all recruited 164 of those clients into the Primerica opportunity. Now that tells me two things. Number one, you all are doing a great job with doing the entire plan for your clients. But number two, we're not taking advantage of this recruiting opportunity that we have with the mortgages. You guys watch the news, mortgage rates are going up, there's less mortgages happening, which means a lot of these mortgage companies have let their MLOs go. You have that opportunity to pick up those orphaned mortgage loan originators and add them to your business. And because here at Primerica, we have other ways to make money, it's gonna be appealing to them. Because no matter what type of market we're in, they can find ways to make money, right? And that is appealing to them. So just a little bit about our partner, Rocket Mortgage. So they are the largest residential lender in the US. And you know Primerica only works with the best. They are highly rated many years in a row for both their client service and their mortgage servicing. Our clients love Rocket. And they're also a great partner for us because we are Pinnacle partners, which means that it doesn't matter if your client is talking to a Primerica MLO or another MLO that partners with Rocket. We have more benefits because we're a Pinnacle partner. We are special. We are their 4th largest partner. So I appreciate all my MLOs for that. But if you don't have an MLO in your base shop, you need to take advantage. Because I get calls on a daily from people asking for referrals from an MLO because they don't know that you all exist. So if you are an RVP and you don't have an MLO in your base shop, you should find one. And don't forget, you override 1st generation and 2nd generation RVP without having the mortgage license. So if you have someone that is interested, someone who is securities licensed, please have them contact either Ashley or Jonathan, or contact myself. My contact information is on POL underneath the mortgage loans page, underneath our products tab. And I appreciate y'all taking the time to listen to me. I look forward to working with y'all.
Thank you. Okay. Did you all hear that? People, your friends, people that are lucky enough to know you because they know you, they can go through us to get to Rocket and get a better deal than they could get going straight to Rocket, right? And somebody said, I thought we were number 1 at mortgages, not number 4. We're in very few states yet. When we open up, when the mortgage business was booming, when interest rates were super low, they had to come online a little slower. Eugene, I know Arkansas is ready to open real soon. But I mean, it's just nice. I use Rocket's relationship to explain all of our product relationships because everybody understands a mortgage. And the fact that nobody on the face of the planet can get a better mortgage, even going straight to Rocket, than they can get going through you to get to Rocket. I use I know somebody. I know somebody. I got a friend. And so you got a friend in that business that you can help anybody that you know that's looking for it. All right. Next speaker. This guy has every time that. Oh, that's right. Or I didn't finish that. Yes. So, somebody that wants to be a mortgage specialist, because I would not, if you were going to go build a business, this is a more complicated, more intense thing. You are the broker. I mean, you're making a lot of choices, a lot of decisions. Our specialists, especially when things even out with what's going on in the market, our specialists will make $100,000, $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 a year, doing no prospecting, only processing the business that our base shops send them. Okay. Tony is going over, the partners are on their way back this way. Tony's going back over that way. And in the same room of the partners, meeting was just in, Tony's going to take anybody that wants to learn the process. She's going to teach you the process and get you started through the process of getting legal to be able to do that part of the business, all right? So if you want to do that, go ahead and head that way and head over to the other room. All right. Our next speaker, I swear he was making $300,000 just the other day, but then the next time I saw him, he was making $400,000. Then I was on a Zoom with him or something, like a month later, and he was making, every time I talked to him, he's making another $100,000. Then went over $600,000. He is awesome at taking care of clients. on the investment side. And even if you're never going to be in this part of the business, I needed to know that what we did was better in every way for our clients than what they could get somewhere else. Wayne is so good at getting you to understand what we do on the investment side of things with folks. So give Wayne from Nebraska $600K, soon to be $1 million. A big round of applause.
Thank you, Shane. Thank you, everybody. Hey, I tell you what, I get so fired up about this this whole school, just everything that's just going on. I mean, I got goosebumps here just seeing all this stuff here. But thank you again for the introduction. Guys, I'm one of the old dogs here, and I guess I'm a living example that saving your money and investing the difference does pay off, whether it be with ourselves on a personal level or the clienteles that we serve. So I'm going to fly through this a little bit here. I really believe this is one of the greatest things about our company is what we can do with the difference or investing the rest. So when you look at it here, we've been talking over and over again about dying too soon or living too long. Now, the thing we have to remember real quick is that 95% of our clients are going to be in a position where they're going to live too long. They're going to be over the age of 65. Now, thank God we got a company, if you understand the term insurance side of it, that we can give the best bang for your buck, right, for the least amount of money. But the bottom line is that there's going to come a time when they cross over at age 65 that's going to be an issue. So what we have to do is we have to see our position and what our competitors in the industry are not doing, which it gives us a competitive edge, which I think is beautiful. So if you look here real quick, most of you have seen this, but nearly 30% say they have less than $25,000 by the time they reach retirement. That just sickens me. I look at that and I'm thinking, my God, what is that? That's a person's half of their income, right? Just for 1 year. If you make matters worse, 50% of the population is worried about running out of money by the time they reach retirement. So this is the stats. This is where things are at. And here's the problem. People run to the bank, right? Especially right now with the market being down. I got to have security. I got to have right? Now this is their infrastructure. Low interest rates, security, 1%. Inflation's at almost 9%. You see a problem here. And then their other alternative is get you in debt, right? Thank God we have a program back again that we can get people out of debt. See, the bottom line is that's the infrastructure. You cannot win there. So banks aren't an alternative. Insurance companies aren't an alternative, right? So I came involved with the company and I started seeing this, and all I knew was banking. That's all I was taught. My parents said, open up a checking account, put money in a bank, and today, what does a whopping 1% do for you? Well, if you got 10 grand, that would give you a whopping $100 in interest that year. You take out and you pay your taxes, that nets out $75. So you think, okay, at least I'm ahead, at least I didn't lose anything, right? Isn't that what the typical family thinks out there? But when you look at the results here, once you factor in just 3%, right? What's inflation at? 8, right? 8.5, 9, right? We're looking at this as a problem. You're going backwards. You're not getting ahead. Guarantee of what? Guaranteed to fail, right? So the bottom line is that we cannot afford a guarantee. I get passionate with my clients, because I look at things as a lifetime relationship, and I think I want to meet with them all the time. God forbid if I have to meet with them when I have to do a death claim, which I can't even count the number of death claims I've worked with. But thank God we're there all the time, communicating with clients and giving them a chance. When I saw the Rule 72, it literally blew my butt out of the water. Because remember, I just told you, the only thing I understood was banking. And here's the funny story about it. The average interest rate when I started with the company in 1988 was right around 6.5% to 7% that you could at the bank. Today, it ain't like that, right? Look at 3%. I almost hate showing this because people think, woo, 3% at the bank, you can't get that. But even if you did, if you take the interest rate divided into 72, it tells you how long it takes your money to double. 24 years. Guys, look at that. I mean, if I started at 24 years old, that's how old I was when I got married. I'm like, this is not good. I can't make it that way, right? So people just give up. I'd rather just live for the day. I'll worry about tomorrow, right? So look at this, 6%, your money just doesn't double, it doubles twice as fast. And when I saw that $2.5 million for the first time, I was floored. I said, oh my God, I didn't realize that was such a big difference. Take the difference between 9 and 12, that'll even blow you away. Your brain doesn't work, at least mine did. And once I started applying that, thank God there was a company that could teach me to invest the difference and make a difference and then be a living example of them. So we all heard this. We got to become an owner of our money, not a loaner. You cannot make it. Guys, it's impossible with those middle institutions there, these financial institutions that offer CDs, savings accounts, cash value life insurance, which we just got done hearing. You can't do it. You can't win. So if it's impossible to work with them, what other industry can we, who can we turn to besides Primerica? I remember my dad telling me years ago, he goes, Wayne, why, you sound so passionate and you're all good about this, but why, if it's so good, why isn't everybody else doing this? Right? Why is Primerica the only thing out there? And he goes, well, I said, the reason why is the profits of basically misleading people is why that industry is so big. So if you look at our competitors, guys, I'm going to go into this. This is amazing. Did you know that there's over 2 million physicians in this country, 1 million lawyers, and only a little over 300,000 financial advisors? Do you see a problem with this? Guys, this is big. Look, this is not enough people. How many trillions of dollars out there, and we only have 300,000, and the bulk of them aren't doing it right. Does that make sense? Their whole infrastructure, even if they woke up in the morning, Monday, and they were doing the right job, they can't even steer the boat to Middle America because there's no profit there. There's only one company that can make a profit in Middle America by teaching people the right concepts and doing what's right for people. Make sense? I get jacked up about that. Look at this. It says moving up scale. Did you know that the average brokerage firm out there, financial advisory firm, they don't even pay commission unless it's over $250,000. Well, I don't know about you, but when I made my top 25 name list, Mark, I didn't have nobody that had $250,000. All my friends were broke. So what would be that opportunity? Can you imagine hiring me as a financial advisor? I get accused that everybody says, Wayne, you're the investment guy. And I'm like, dude, if you would have hired me, $1,000 would be lucky if I found that, right? See, they're replacing people for advice and education with robots. That's what's coming. It's already here. Guys, there's going to be a time when we wake up in this country that if you have less than 250, you don't even get a human being. What other company does offer human beings? We do. See, younger people are too hard to train. Screw those young people. How's that make you feel? See, why would they bother with that? They'd rather go get after an old dog like me, find AUM and hire them or sweep that AUM over. That's the industry. They don't want to crock-pot it. They don't have the patience. Guys, we are going to wipe their ass. We're going to wipe them out. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that, Paul. You understand that? We're going to, okay, I'm not, that's a whole nother topic. But look at this. The industry, this blew me away. You know, most of the industry works with managed money or what they call a wrap fee. Do you realize that if they sat down and said, Mr. Client, I have an interest in helping you maximize your Roth IRA. After spending an hour and a half teaching you how a Roth works, set up a maximum of $500 a month, they're going to get paid 17 cents to do that. How much quality time are they going to give to you to make 17 cents in commission? But Primerica can't. Let me show you why. See, when we look at people, they go, well, that's a good one here. The only way you can do it is to sell bad products because that's how they get paid. You understand that? That answered my dad's question when he says, how can you be the only ones doing it? Guys, look, Middle America, I might as well just say is screwed. They say they need help, but they're screwed right now unless we're here to do the job. See, the response that Primerica did is we want to bring Wall Street to Main Street. We want to work, with a full financial picture, not just a partial of it. We have an apprentice-style training program. See, no financial background is required. Ability to earn ownership of the piece of the company you help to develop. Guys, we are in the people attraction business because all of us can relate. If you're in Middle America, you understand the pain. And you understand your friends and your friends' friends, your family need this. Does that make sense? Gosh, man, I tell you, get fired up. Look, our response is that we believe that Roths can change people's lives. If you maximize a Roth, $500 a month, and you do that for 30 years, that would grow to $1 million. Do you realize that if you started withdrawing money out of that 5% annually, you would still have $2.5 million left over after taking 2.5? Does that jack you up? I look at that, I'm like, man, that fires me up. Did anybody know that before you came to Primerica? Mathematically, it doesn't make any sense, doesn't it? $500 a month, 30 years, grows to $1 million. You could take out $2.5 million, still have $2.5 left over. Man, that's fun. Okay. All right, that's why I do a little bit of investments, okay? So here, we have everybody at our disposal, guys. This is the key. This is what makes us different. Primerica offers that opportunity to be part-time and at a district contract, sitting down on a Zoom, doing a kitchen table appointment to make an average of $700 by doing the complete job for them, where the competitors only make 17 cents. Do you see what I'm saying? So either screw them to make money, right? Can't speak to the education, because if I teach them how to do it right, my compensation goes down. Primerica can bring people in part-time. We don't care about that 17 cents or $5, whatever you're making on a retail account, right? We know that by doing the right job, the complete job, we can change people's lives, guys. I love it. I love Primerica. I value this. The guys that were in the securities workshop, we believe in client relationships. One thing I'm going to leave you with, I told the same group this when we were in the security side. Too many things. Here's the reason why I think most people don't make it in the security side, okay? Again, that's the long haul. It's a crock pot. Is that most people in Primerica are dating it. They're dating it. They're dating Primerica. Some are engaged. I'm going to tell you, you want to know the secret? Put a ring on it. You make Primerica your life. I know it sounds a little geeky. Your clients will follow you. There's going to be lifetime relationships that move on from generation to generation. I want to get to know their kids and their kids' kids. That's why we get AUM, because I'm part of their life. I love you. I appreciate you. Thanks a lot.
We got Wayne on the team, right? I'm sitting there elbowing Jim down here going, man, what we do is so dang cool. The fundamentals of what we do, I mentioned earlier, Art was just great at not getting bored with the fundamentals, man. The fundamentals, you're focused on the newest people out there. You have the passion that Wayne has. You feel that from him, right? Whatever Wayne is promoting and selling, I believe he's telling the truth, and I'm following that dude, right? It's because he believes in what he's doing and developing those lifetime clients, and he's right. By the way, the reason that we have been able to do what we do, for example, on the mortgage side, Dodd-Frank in 2010 wiped out the mortgage industry. And what it said in the regulations is, but in essence, only the 50 largest banks in the United States and W-2 employees can do a mortgage. And it wiped us, we got completely out of the business. That has not changed. It is still against the law to pay a 1099 person for doing a mortgage. We are 1099 people, and we're doing a mortgage. Right? We negotiated the deal with Rocket. Because we do what's right, they're letting us. We started slow, a few states, and now they trust us, and now we get to open as many states as we want to open in the mortgage business. It's the same side on the investment business. When he had that slide up there, $25 a month to $25 million, which is absolutely the truth, we are the only company on the face of the planet that will help somebody invest $25 a month into the same fund that somebody can dump $25 million into. It just doesn't happen anywhere. We lose, the company, everybody loses money on $25 a month. But because of that, and it's the right thing to do, the regulators we're in a position to take on the 80% of the people that are going to get wiped out of the investment business, because the regulators believe in what we do, because we've been doing it for 45 years. And even though we got to play by the same rules, how those rules get enforced can be subjective. And we are not having things put on us that the rest of the industries haven't put on them. And we are just in an absolutely incredible position. I'm helping this wonderful couple. They're veterinary doctors, incredible surgeons, high-level folks, and they want to do start their own animal hospital. And just the barely get started part, we've gone through all the fine details. It's $5.6 million before they can open the doors. So they've got to spend $5.6 million before they can open the doors. When you're going into business for yourself, you have no idea. I had a whole bunch of stuff prepared that I didn't have time for this morning. Just Google it yourself, or I'll shout it on Telegram. That'll make it easy. But Google checklist for starting your own company. The Small Business Administration, the whole lot of things will be out there, and there will be 150 things on a checklist. You need to get familiar with that, because you'll go, oh my, you mean none of us would go into business for ourselves if you had to go do what it really was. What we say all the time is we're in business for ourselves, but not by ourselves, all right? I get to own this. I get to do this. I have the most state-of-the-art support system in Atlanta and around the world now that helps us. And Leroy represents that entire support system. One thing I like about Leroy Flowers when I first met him, he's here for the long term. He's making sure he can implement every part of making us happy. I would call him the COO of our business. He handles the back office support, right, and represents that. And you know how much you pay for that? It's a part of your $25 a month, okay? And you have multi-billions behind you that basically liaison between that entire apparatus and us is Leroy. I wanted him to come up and share anything he wanted about all the support that they give for us. So give Leroy Flowers a big round of applause. It is Atlanta. Are you in Atlanta? Thank you, buddy.
How you guys doing? All right, perfect. So again, my name is Leroy Flowers. I'm the Director of Field Marketing at Home Office. And basically, ultimately, what I'm here to do is I'm your liaison to Home Office to make sure you understand the full support that you have. There's over 3,600 employees that work at Home Office night and day to make sure your business operates the way that it needs to. So, part of what I'm going to go through is some of the support that we do, and I want to talk about a new investment that we have, which is CRM. So first and foremost, one of the best things that we did to implement growth in your business is the field training bonus, right? Hopefully you've used the field training bonus and you can see what it's done for your business. Just the numbers alone has been phenomenal, right? Especially at the simple fact that imagine if you're the next person that brings in a $20,000 field training bonus. What will your business change to, and what will their business look like? That's what you're able to offer right now, right? Understanding that these incentive trips aren't just a vacation to make your eyes go bigger, right? This is something that we're incentivizing you to have your business grow. These incentive trips cost tens of millions of dollars, but it's completely worth it, right? We want to make sure that your eyes is on the prize and it's your business. This is nothing but a masterclass within a masterclass for you to understand you're with winners and you've won. So this is what you're fighting for right now. Hopefully everybody's fighting for it. Hopefully you're trying to beat your best licensing month right now, and you're going to earn an additional 250,000 builder production points. A lot of people don't understand some of those incentives. That's part of what I'll do. You can feel free to give me a call. I'll break it down to you personally. I can break it down to you, to your entire team. So part else, what I do is, maybe you're not a Circle of Champions member like Shane. right? Maybe you're not about to be $1 million earner like Tom, right? The difference is if you have a problem, if you need something help with process, whatever the case is, I can walk over to Bobby Peterman's office. I can walk over to Glenn's office. I can call the RLC directly. You can only email. I can make those things happen for you until you get to that point where you've built those relationships yourself, right? I'll give you a perfect example. I remember when Tim won an incentive trip, I took him to lunch. I sat him at a table with $1 million earner so he could start a relationship, right? That's what this is about. When I'm there, I'm there for you. If you need something, I'm there for you. Is anybody going to our fall MIT? All right? In the future, if you are, you're going to an MIT or you didn't get your invitation, you don't know where it is, you're having issues, you can feel free to call me from A to Z. That's what this is about, right? Again, this is what you're fighting for. You want to be a part of this culture, right? This is a culture of winners and everything that we're doing at those incentive trips, right? Understanding the manpower that's put into putting POL the way that it is. And it is a monster within itself, but again, if you need to find something on POL, give me a call. Same thing, right? Understanding the pride that we have in this right now. You're a part of the most trusted insurance company in the United States, in North America. It's hard to get that and keep that, and we're fighting for that every single day as we grow, right? The position that we put in for the Primerica app, right? Understanding what everybody's telling you about, right? What we're fighting against with infinite banking, and it's grown so much from social media. Use your social media to fight it. We have an app. There is training going on with that as well, right? You have a whole field marketing team, which includes myself. That's everybody's contact, right? All of this is available on POL, right? You have a social media manager that will help you and train you how to use social media, where they're also doing Zooms twice a month. There's so much support in here to help you grow your business, right? Do you know who your licensing director is? That will help you with all those licensing problems or help you with anything that you need with PFSU. There's a host of different things, right? You just heard from John Foppe, right? He's your life wholesaler. This is your life wholesaling team, right? There's so many people at home office there to work for you, but you may not know who they are, but hopefully, look, I'm 6'5", I'm a big guy. You know who I am, so feel free to reach out to me if you have a problem and you're looking for something. Then, of course, he mentioned the road shows that we're having for our next-gen product. Understanding this next-gen product is going to revolutionize our business because it puts us in the price-matching market of the business. So you're not going to get beat on price, because a lot of times that's what people are focused on. Then, of course, the resources that we have for you to help grow your team, like Recruit Tracker, right? Understanding that we have something for your licensing specialist. Everything there, all the support that you need is there on POL, but also with a person that can help you walk through everything that you need. There's so many resources that you have on POL, right? And understanding the fight that we're in right now, right? Surging to 150,000. What does that really mean? That's not just the company's goal, it's your goal, right? Because everybody grows from that. This is what it looks like, right? 10 more $2 million earners, 25 new $1 million earners, right? Which is gonna include Tom. 750 new diamond levels, 600 new $100,000 earners, and 600 more RVP promotions. This is what's a part of that goal, so it is your goal, right? Hopefully you guys are fired up and you're ready to go. I wanna thank you guys for your time, and I'm gonna pass it back over.
Thank you. Hey, did you hear the offers that he just made to everybody in here? That's a big dang deal to have. Man, I need to take you on some of my nonprofit stuff, because you standing behind me when I walk, some of these kids are going to try and shoot me in the head. I just feel safer with him around, right? Unbelievable. But I feel safer with him back there protecting our business too, right? It is amazing that they take hundreds of our folks all around the world and all these things. I don't have to pay for any of that. Company pays for all that for all of our folks, but yeah, I get to own the business, and they do that for all of our folks. But I never heard a master's class within a master's class. And that's what it is. You go to Hawaii, and you just sit down, and it's like a master's class of a master's class. That support, though, you're in business for yourself, but not by yourself. It's like cheating. The next wave, one of the waves that's going to come running to us are very successful successful business owners. I mean, the Small Business Administration says 90% through 2019, pre-pandemic. Pandemic, it would have been worse. But pre-2019, 90+% of business fail by the third year. There are going to be all kinds of successful business owners. They're going to be selling all of their businesses to come here when they finally understand. And that wave is going to be coming here. I guarantee you, anybody that owns their own business and works with us part-time and hasn't sold it yet and just heard Leroy talk, they hear that completely different than the rest of us that just take it for granted, you know? They're like, you mean I get that? How much do I have to pay for Leroy to do that for me? Yeah, you don't have, it just comes with what you paid them $125 or $124, get your background check, right? It's unbelievable what we are given. It is incredible. All right, we're getting ready for our next round of recognition, which is the definition of a Primerica break, right? And I need Brandon Fuller to come up so I don't lose my voice. He's going to be helping us read out the recognition. And if Edouard and Jonathan, well, Jonathan's got that camera everywhere. It doesn't matter if I just say Edouard. I know he'll be there with that camera. Isaac and Allison Van Loon, Tony and Katie Kaiser, Kenny and Elaine Engelmeyer, if you'll come up and help us pass out awards. And you ready, bud? There's your microphone. I probably need to get, I wasn't ready to get you where you were supposed to be. Is that what it is? Is that it? Oh, you know what? Just written on both sides.
Okay. All right, here we go. Next level recognition, promotion, district promotion. The first step, the regional vice president, Franya and William Isley. Patricia Morse, Daniel Tuttle, Deshelle Collins, David Armstrong, Carolyn Brown, Valerie Perrine, Brandon Green, Mia Ramsey, Candace Thompson, Charles and Claudia Cox, Hannah and Luis Castillo, Fabiola Herrera, Maria de la Paz Buenuelos, Irma Combs Lovelace, Chuck and Janet Conradi, Tyler and Rachel Conradi, Katie and Josh Smith, Luis Garduno and Lizbeth Rios, Leticia Hernandez, Jordan Kinsler, Adamari Castillo. Brianna Jacobson. Don Bradley. Terrence Robinson. Stephanie Potter. Lindsey Vaughn. Continuing with District Leader Promotions, Marcy and Darren Swindler. Angelia Parisi. Di Williams. Joshua Campbell Hogan. Alfonso and Tanya Vasquez. Kirby Corcoran. Tremaine Smith. Samantha Vasquez. Kimberly Wright. Kathy Zabel. Brian Elsesser. Marley Jefferson. Brenda Ramirez. Larry and Amanda Peters. Amanda Simpson. Brady Wright, Devontae Dedford, Pierre Abenamona, Lana Potter, Leo and Vanessa Gardudo, Jamel McNair, Cheryl Roper, Cole Henderson, Joseph Illingworth, Brooke and Jeremiah Roberts, Rafael Verdugo, Bianca Carter, and Christopher Gonzalez. These are your new district leaders. Here we go. Moving on, division leaders. This is halfway to regional vice president. You're halfway there. Division leaders, David Housen, Lisa Bush, Connie Mendoza, Jillian Simmons, Amanda Caballos, Darian Harper, Todd Allstott, Kelly Duckery, TJ Bonner, Priscilla and Irvin Hernandez, Angel Quizada and Roxana Estrada, and Diana Starr. Hey, those of you that are getting promotions, listen up. You can go to the back behind the banner and get a professional photo taken with your promotion plaques. Blast all these out on social media later. All right, regional leaders. One step away from regional vice president. New regional leaders, Corey and Kirsten Harper. New regional leader, Christopher and Samantha Doe. And new regional leader, one step away from regional vice president, Michael Kripinski. All right, now everybody listen up. This is important. If you got licensed from April 1st all the way to last night in any category, life, securities, mortgages, anything, you're gonna come up on the stage, you're gonna get an orange wristband for doing that. You're gonna high five everybody and come down on this side. So if you got licensed in any category from April 1st to last night, come on up and get recognized. Give these people a hand. Keep it going, keep it going. double-digit recruited in July or August. We ran special recognition for July and August recruiting. Double-digit recruiting is where it's at. You want to get to VP, it's a must-do. These are the personal double-digit recruiters in July or August. Craig and Lisa Hansen. Corey and Kirsten Harper. And Chico and Nicole Jones. They did it personally. These are people, district leader teams that double-digit recruited in July or August. Haas and Shannon Clarkin. Donna Rose Bagaloo. Spencer Foster and Destiny Richards. Jason and Peggy Holden. Rita Elman. Brandy Wright. Jill Simmons. Hannah and Luis Castillo. Destiny, Lupita, and Mont. Angel and Roxana. And PJ Butter. Division leaders, double-digit recruiting July or August. Connie Mendoza. Nehemiah Ko Ben Israel. Sandra Portillo Rodriguez. Corey and Kirsten Harper. Evan Buslaw. Serenia and Frank Beery. Leah Costa. And Michael and Galina Kropitsky. Regional leaders who double-digit recruited in July or August. Kenya Williams. Shannon and Zach Hettenbach. Gerard and Veronica Shackelford. LW and Toya Bolton. Daniel Ortega. Shane and Mika Rudman. Jacob Rice. Alicia Draper. James and Leah Watford. Floyd Higgins. David Rice and Haley Lando. The awesome Joyce and Mike Franklin. Sulema Stevenson. Corey and Kirsten Harper. Chico and Nicole Jones. And Lundy, you can't call me a regional leader anymore, Licksky. RVP, whose team double-digit recruited in July or August. Noel and Rada. One of the greatest humans on this planet, or any other planet, Thurlow and Pi Ka. Shane and Gina Rudman. Richard Marla Malloy. This guy did an unbelievable job in Beyond the Biz. Todd and Trisha Bosler. Carrie Cobb and Jamie Turney. Jody and Dan Oral. Casey and Jennifer Corey. Craig and Lisa Hansen. Urban Joaquin Lopez. Destiny Drew Acosta Lerma. Tim and Amanda Armstrong. Janine Anderson. Kara and David Dowers. Brandon and Kim Fuller. Yesenia and Jasmine. Charlie and Ramona Santillan. The unbelievable Keith and Larissa Hageman. Mark Indubia Hansonia. Eugene and Darcy Krupitsky. Julio and Cece Garcia. Martha and Erica Esparza. Aaron Heckard and Michael Morris. David and Shelley Beard. Tellis and Sharice Bolton. And the one and only Tom and Kristen Rice. Give all these double-digiters a great round of applause.
Hey, I remember going to an event. It was my first event. And I swore everyone in that room walked across that stage except me. And that's what these things can feel like, you know? You're going, the company has a science to stuff, you know. They try to get 20% of the crowd to walk across the stage. So if you're not, just understand, there's 79% other in that same boat. But if you're wired the right way, like Jim said, if your butt's burning, that's good. The recognition is for two types of people. The people that get it and the people that don't. It works both ways, right? We're sitting down there already, where we're already working like crazy on the January 27th and 28th event. We're down there working back for, you know, we're having an autopsy at the end of this thing, and we're just gonna continue to get better and better and better at these. I know this much, we couldn't have got better than who we have come in for this event. Edouard was unbelievable last night. I'm just glad that our team got a chance to hear from somebody that lived in another country for 10 years growing up and really does not take this for granted, right? When he's going through that, it's like I can sit there and say, you know what? Unless somebody experienced at age, in second grade having a different color lunch card than everybody else, and my mom telling me that's because I'm special, that's why I have a different colored lunch card. And then in the lunch line, people go, why is it different? I said, because my mom said I'm special. And then one of the boys gets upset with that, goes and talks to his parents, and then the next day in the lunch line, it's, Shane lied. He's got that color of a lunch card because his parents are lazy and will not go to work, and so all the rest of our parents are having to buy his lunch. His parents can't even buy him lunch. See, I can't teach somebody that, but I experience, everybody has those things they experience. That is minuscule compared to what Edouard, right? Edouard Fernandez has done an unbelievable job. I'm so thankful that he's been in here. I'm excited to hear what he's got to say, and I don't want to take any more of his time, so I want to let it rip. Edouard, where you at, buddy? Come on out.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it. All right, awesome, man. We need to get some excitement going in here, right? Yesterday, you guys were a little bit more fired up. I was watching the recognition. I know a lot of you guys went out last night. Mike had to drag her out the bar. She's like, man, you good? No, I'm kidding. No, man, I'm super excited to talk to you guys. Just want to make sure that we're on here. But yeah, guys, so this is going to be my last session with you guys. So I'm going to work on giving it everything you got. I'm going to work on giving it everything I got, but I need you guys to make me a promise to give me everything you guys got. Is that fair? Okay, awesome. So guys, look, when it comes to the business, if you've been here for some time, sometimes success is not always about commitment, but it's about recommitment. Why do I say that? Anybody here ever started a diet and quit it? Right? How about a relationship? You started to quit it, right? Yeah, but at the end of the day, you say, hey, that's actually a really good diet, right? So you don't quit it, what do? You recommit. Does that make sense? Or whatever you go through in life. So, a lot of times, some of you guys have been here for some time, and look, and it happens at every level. Whether you make 100, 200, 300, 500, 600, a million. So life is not about commitments. Life is about recommitments. Does that make sense? Because if life was about commitment, then most of the things that we have today, we wouldn't have it. If you think logically, can you imagine like inventing the car or electricity or an airplane? Do you know how many times those people probably quit and they said, I'm done with this? But you know what they did? They recommitted. So I'm challenging you guys today, are you recommitment? Look, what is recommitment? Recommitment means a renewal of commitment or act of recommitting. So after this school, I want you guys to make a recommitment. Say recommitment. Recommitment. And you say, okay, great. So man, I'm going to have a strong 2023, but based on what you do 2023, it starts now. And guys, being at zeros, being where you're at is super exciting because you can look back, and if you make a strong commitment and you stick with it, and you can be like, man, I remember when everything changed. Right? I remember September of 2022, everything changed for me. I remember I went to this school, right? And right after that, everything changed. I love going to company events. I love going to schools, that I participate in because I know exactly the day and I can benchmark my growth from that day to the next one. Another thing that, that I like is, it's kind of weird, but like if my personal production is low, I love it, right? Because when I come to a school, okay, from the next school, like everybody's on even terms. Does that make sense? So anybody here like recognition? Yeah? So the best part about recognition for most of us is that it's already passed. Does that make sense? So we're all starting zero. So, whether you were number one or you're in last place, we're on the same playing grounds. Does that make sense? So it's a perfect time to make a what, guys? Exactly, okay? So because life is not about commitments, life is about recommitments, okay? Now, I want you guys to understand commitment is going to create discipline. And look, when you part of building triple-digit recruiting team, man, you gotta have structure. I talk about this all the time. You gotta have the discipline to do the things over and over again. So one of the things that I see a lot is that we start something, whether we start following the jar, or we start like a 30-day, phone blitz, or we start, and you know what happens after the third or fourth or fifth day? The RVP falls off. So when the RVP falls off, you know what everybody else is doing? Done. Guys, and it's happened to me, where I say, hey, we're going to do a 90-day Madman cycle. And you know what? On Saturday and Sunday night, I got nothing submitted, and I would be like, all right, we're not doing no accountability meeting today, right? Has that happened to you guys? I mean, I'm being honest. But, to build teams and to build leaders, those moments, they can't happen often. Maybe once or twice, but it can't be consistent. You have to create consistency, because whenever you create consistency, you create duplication. Does that make sense? So again, what is commitment going to do? See, a lot of times people think that commitment locks you up. Commitment actually creates freedom. If you commit, do you guys think, Shane has some freedom right now? Has some massive freedom. But for a long time, he wasn't free. He was what, guys? He was committed. Does that make sense? So what is commitment going to do? Commitment is going to give you financial freedom. And look, guys, financial freedom is different. And don't ever get it twisted. Like, there are levels to this, right? Like, I remember, when I first started making $100,000, I'm like, oh, that's good money. No. There's levels to this, right? Some people make $100,000 a year. Others wear $100,000 on their wrist. Does that make sense? See, there's levels, guys, and your ability to stay plugged in, stay committed, is to take your thought process to the next level. You always got to take your team to the next level. Say next level. Always. Somebody's got to do it. Why not be you? And guys, the best way to do it is to create excitement and to start triple-digit recruiting. Your business will grow ridiculous, not when you double-digit recruit, but when you triple-digit recruit. I'm telling you, man, we're like our team. I've already texted. I said, man, get ready. We're getting ready to go on another run. We're going to break that, that 32-month record of triple-digit recruiting. And people start getting excited about that because people want to break records. Does that make sense? So what is commitment going to do? It's going to give you freedom of time. It's going to give you freedom of choices, okay? Guys, do you know how powerful you become as a human being when you no longer make decisions based on your financial situation? Keith Otto one time, he said this, and it really touched me. He said, we were in Santorini, and there was a ferry, and to take us to the next island. And it says there was a group of people, he said, but they were getting super wild. I mean, they were all drunk. And I was like, hey, dude, is there another way to go to the island? And he said, the guy was smartest. He's like, there's always another way. And he's like, yeah, but nobody does it. And he's like, why is that? He's like, yeah, because the same 30-minute boat ride, instead of it costing $100, it costs $5,000. And he just turns around. He's like, all right, cool, let's do it. And he's like, what do you mean let's do it? He's like, yeah, let's do it. He said, you're going to pay $5,000 to go from here to travel 30 minutes? You could just put up with the people. He said, if it wasn't about money and you were on vacation with your wife, what would you do? Would you take the ferry? Or would you take the yacht? He said, I would take the yacht. He said, good. I've worked hard in life where my decisions are not based on money. Let's go on the yacht. See, those are the wins that we got to have for our family, right? I bet you Shane would take the yacht, right? Tom would probably take the yacht if they wanted to, because their decisions are not about, if I spend this, do I have to cut down? No, I don't, right? Especially if you're on a vacation, you're budgeting for that. Guys, how amazing would it be if one day we can all get there? Guys, and I'm telling you, and I'm not where you want to be, and this is going to be the last event that I'm going to do for a whole year. Okay, next year, I commit to myself, by my 27th birthday, I will get my 4th diamond, and before the year ends, we're going to get to 700,000, because I know from 700 at 28 to 1,300,000, I can for sure do that in 2 years, right? So I'm being serious, man, and I want to throw this out there because if I say something, I have to commit to it. And a lot of times we're afraid to give, verbal commitment because you're like, man, if I say it, what are people going to think about you? Put yourself out on the limb. Put yourself out there. You get what I'm saying? Like, man, we will click ownership this year. Promise you. That's not even like a thing. And I'll say that publicly. I'll say anywhere because I believe in it. Does that make sense? Guys, and even if you don't believe what you're saying, I promise you, if you start believing it, you start saying it, you know what starts happening? And you know what? Like, I can't do that. It's not that hard. Does that make sense? See, sometimes we justify failure, but if you verbally say the right things, you start justifying your success. You start saying, man, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna get 300, I'm gonna get 400, I'm gonna get 500, right? Like these guys, you know, they ran 100 base. I've never done that, right? Most I've ever done is 72,000. Recruits, the most we've done our base is like 235 in a month, right? So my belief system, I always know I can do 235. I'm like, I know I can do 235. I've done that before. I know I can do 150. We've done that before. Their belief is I can do 100 because I've done that before. Because anything you've done before, you can do what? Again, right? So, but a lot of times, believe it or not, after you haven't done something for a while, your mind starts messing with you, right? You're like, can I get that? Can we really get that going, right? Can I really get that? Maybe that was just a good run. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. So if you start verbally saying and committing, you say, man, we're going to do it. Does that make sense? So start telling yourself, look, in the mornings, get in the habit of creating a plan and saying, this is what I'm going to do. 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 You guys with me? Man, and guys, and we have to create a culture. We have to continue to create a culture of success. We have to continue to create a culture of it's happening quick, right? And we have to be loud about it. There's a lot of these companies that are not nearly as big, nearly as successful, or nearly do anything as good for people, and they get all this attention because their people are loud about it, right? Man, I challenge you guys, start being loud about what you're doing. Start being loud about helping families. Start being loud about building a business. Start being loud about getting financially independent. Does that make sense? Because we have an incredible opportunity here, guys, okay? So by a show of hands, who deserves to be an RVP? Okay? All right, cool. By a show of hands, who deserves to be a $100,000 earner? Okay? Show of hands, who deserves to be a $200,000 earner? How about senior leadership? All right, let me tell you guys something. If you guys deserved it, you would be there right now. Because life doesn't give you what you want. It gives you what you deserve. Right? Now, that's a tough pill to swallow, but it's the truth. If you deserve something, you would have had it. So we have to make a commitment. We say, man, we got to go to the next level. See, most people try, okay? So the results are not what they need to be. But some people do. You got to get in the habit of saying, I do. Look, one of the things that I know on an RVP contract, if I write $10,000 personal, I do $120,000 a year, that's about a $90,000 advance just on life insurance, right? I know that. So I should get a diamond by myself, right? And if we say we do some decent production, 100,000, that should pay us about 400. There's $500,000 right there, right? Do some securities volume, 6 million for the year in the hierarchy. That'll do it. So we say, okay, look, man, you can do that. And guys, it's so simple. Anybody here ever written 10,000 before, personal? Anybody here done 10,000? Okay. All right. Anybody? Okay. Anybody here ever written 9,000 personal? Show of hands. Okay. What about 8 or 7? Okay, if you go look at Hector Lamarck's numbers, Hector Lamarck never wrote more than 7,000 personal premium, ever. Ever. Anybody here do 5 sales a month? Ever? Anywhere in your career, have you ever done 5 sales a month? If you could do 5 sales a month here, you could go make $4 million a year like he does for the last 30 plus years. See, you don't got to overcomplicate it. You don't got to be like, oh, I'm not like this person. I'm not like that one. You don't have to be that person. The best part about you, there's never been anyone like you, and there will never be anyone like you. It's okay to be yourself. Does that make sense? So when you guys see somebody say, man, I'm not, you don't got to be like me. You don't got to be like Shane. You don't got to be like Tom. You can be like yourself. Does that make sense? And you know what? When you stop trying to just be like somebody all the time, man, you get really powerful. Right? You get really powerful. Man, I'm me, dude. I'm me. This is what I do. And guys, that's happened to me. Look, it's okay to look up to people and say, man, I want to mimic some of the things that they do. But ultimately, the best thing that happens to you is that it's you. And you got to understand, especially in the company, we're in a place where we're always looking at numbers. We're always blasting, people and this and that. And it's so easy to get down on yourself. You can be like, oh, this and that. Guys, you never know the full story. You never the full story. The only story you'll know is your story. Does that make sense? So that's the only one you need to focus on. Maybe some of the people that you see that are winning, maybe, they inherit a business of somebody, if parents have been here 15, 20 years, right? Maybe, who knows, some of those people speaking maybe are not even fully licensed. And you guys are beating yourself up. You say, bro, they've been around way longer than you, so many more than them. There's just so many variables. Does that make sense? The only story that you know is yours, so that's the one that we need to focus on, okay? Now look, lack of work ethic inspires nobody. You got to be working. Sometimes some of the things that, people say, I was at a conference probably 3 months ago, and there's this guy, he finally got his thing going. He was a Marine Corps sniper. I think the military is awesome. Salute to anyone that's been there. It's so cool. And yeah, absolutely, give it a hit up for first responders, especially in September. And man, and somehow, I don't know who his coach was, but he just ruined his mind. I'm like, dude, you're killing it. Like, your base shop finally got it over 20 by 20. RVPs, you got to get over 20 by 20. Once you get over 20 by 20 one time, your life is going to change forever. You get a whole different bonus when you start doing 20 by 20. You start off the month with over $4,000. I mean, you need to get, like, focus on 20 by 20. I promise you, okay? But anyways, so he's like, I'm like, you're killing it. He said, yeah, man, but I didn't write one sale. I want to get to 300,000, writing no personal sales, because that way my business will be worth $3 million. And you know, his upline, then honestly, I found out who his upline was, right? He's a guy, he's been at 200,000 for like 25 years, doesn't write any personal sales. And I'm like, man, that guy, to make himself feel better about himself, he's teaching that guy wrong, right? Because what's the point of your business being worth $3 million? But you're going to sell it? You're like 32 years old. What are you going to do with that? You with me? See, sometimes net worth can be a lie, and I've bought into that sometimes. You know, what about cash flow? What about doing it now? You guys get what I'm saying? So sure, we want to have a big business, and we want to have it that way, but the fastest way to grow it is you doing it, right? If you're out on the field, and look, the scoreboard doesn't always have to say, you know, there's many times where our base shop will do 65, 70,000, doing 150, 180 recruits, and I might be like 3 by 8,000 personal. It doesn't seem, but I promise you, I was involved in a lot more transactions and a lot more sales. Does that make sense? Right? So work doesn't always like, it's not like 3, 20, 30. Here's another thing. If you constantly do 20 or 30,000 and your base shop doesn't pop out 5 to 10,000 outside of you, new, every 2 to 3 months, you're doing something wrong. You're just in the sales business. Does that make sense? So we're in the business, we want to constantly duplicate. And guys, look, here's some other hope for you. There's many people here that have recruited the guy. Right? What do I mean by that? You know, is your upline here? Your upline's here? Is he $1 million earner? No. He's the only guy. What did he do? He recruited who? The guy. Who did he recruit? You don't have to get good at this. You just got to recruit who? There are some people you just have to introduce the players to the game. What does your upline make off? Coach, what does your upline make off of your business every year? He's been paid over $10 million because he introduced the player to the game. That should give you guys hope, man. Look, if you're sick, it's cool. You know, and it's little things like that that just keep me going just to the next thing. Because there's a plan for your life, but if you don't stick with it, you just ruin it. You're closer to where you want to be from where you're at to your finish line than if you were to start something else and get from brand new to where you want to be. Does that make sense? So guys, you don't like, especially like honestly, some older guys have came up here and they're asking me for advice and they make like more money than me. And one thing that I see a lot of times in the company, you got to have like confidence in yourself. You know, some of you guys walk around with a ring with 2, 3, 4 diamonds and you're letting like a district leader coach you up. You know, there was a little conference up here and one of the $200,000 asked me a question and, you know, real nice guy, but he just keeps butting in and telling him you should do that. And I'm just like, how much do you make? 200,000. How much do you make? You're brand new. You can't say nothing to that person, right? You also, like some of you guys, we got to learn when it's time to listen and when it's time to speak, right? But if you're out here, man, if you got a ring, you make 200,000-300,000. Let me tell you something. Just because somebody else is making $1 million, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, that's big money. Okay, outside of these walls, you can good luck trying to find a restaurant owner that makes 200,000, 300,000, especially the way that you make it. Does that make sense? Guys, if you can make 100,000, you can make 2. If you can make 2, you can make 4. If you can make 4, you can make 5. It's the same thing. You just have to do it a little bit longer. Does that make sense? So it doesn't matter your age, doesn't matter how long you've, guys, if you, like, I'm serious, there's some guys in here, you've made 200,000, 300,000, that is very attractive. You just gotta go find a younger version of you. No, all jokes aside, just the energy of a 20 to 35-year-old. I think I was talking to Chico and Nicole about it last night. Is you can't, you know, honestly. Like, if you're 50 years old, you're not going to keep up with me. You just can't, right? Not because I'm better than you. It's just when you were 27, your energy was through the roof. 50, you know, you can't do that now. You probably got grandchildren. You don't want to miss some, right? I mean, it's just honestly. But you know what, guys? You're in a business that you don't have to feel bad about that. All you got to do, you just got to go find a 26 and a 28-year-old, right? Like Tom, you recruit those guys, boom, there's $50,000 in overrides for another 30 years. Does that make sense? So you should be hope. You say, man, like, you don't have to be young. You could just come. If you right now, anyone here over 50 years old, by a show of hands? Okay, anyone here over 50 years old that brought somebody under 30 to the event? It's the best thing you ever did. They are seeing me. They're like, I could be like that guy. I could be better than that guy. You with me? So you know what happens now, if at every event, we keep bringing in young speakers, young people, they get inspired, and that's building your business. When you invite people to church, you don't give them the sermon, you just bring them to the place. Does that make sense? All you got to do is bring people to church, and you got to let the pastor do what he does. Right? So in our business, all you got to do, you just got to get them to the next meeting. You just got to get them to the Sunday night Zooms. You got to get them to the Fast Start School. Does that make sense? Guys, I'm so passionate about this business because I know I'm going to be $1 million earner here because it's the same thing. And as long as I have health, I know I can do it. And you guys should know that too. I'm serious. And you need to be confident about that. You need to say, this is what I'm going to do. And you say, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to do it. And you can't let nobody get in your way, okay? And you have to remember, are you full-time or full-time? This happens at every level. If we're making 2, 3, 4, 500,000, it's really hard to reach out and make phone calls and do all the things that you did when you were like working for the ring. Right? It's totally different, right? It's totally different. Now, I remember I used to have to stretch to make $20,000 a month. That's an RVP I did. As an SVP, pretty much your bonus, right? And a little bit of overrides, you're going to cash flow 20, 25,000, no problem, right? So it's different. So you have to mentally put yourself back in because it's not so much a need sometimes. Now you just want to, right? You want to add more things, but most people will live a comfortable life, $15,000, $10,000 a month, like you, especially out here in the Midwest, right, guys? Right? So we need to keep dreaming and keep adding new things. And we have to ask ourselves, am I full-time or am I full-time? What is full-time? People say, I've been in the office all day. That didn't do nothing. You didn't do nothing. You have no activity. How many calls did you make? 10. That's pathetic. If I gave you a salary of $100,000 a year and you gave me your phone at the end of the day, and I check your phone log and you made 10 calls and you met with one person, I got to take that salary away from you because that doesn't make sense. So sometimes some people hit a milestone or they get a ring, right, or a diamond, and you know what happens? We hit it, and what happens? We start going backwards, right? Why? Because you stop doing the same things that got you to that level. But the positive side of that is all you have to do is do the same thing that takes you from poverty to surviving is the same thing that takes you from surviving to massive success. People just stop doing it. So it's the little things that make the biggest difference. Say, it's the little things that make the biggest difference. So we got to know that, right? And ask yourself, do your words hold weight? See, look, lack of commitment is a pattern and causes adversity to stick. Always going through something. Do anybody here have a teammate that's always going through something? Every time. How you doing today? I'm going to use a random name. Jessica. How you doing, Jessica? Oh my God, my kid is sick again. We got COVID for the 3rd time. David just got fired from work. Okay, awesome. But you got any activity? No, but a month later, how you doing? We're sick again. Oh my God. Grandma fell again. Oh my gosh. Right? Call them again. Oh, you don't understand. My son, he drank bleach, Edward. He was under the sink like, oh my God. Aren't there people that are always going through something? See, and if you don't think you have someone like that on your team, it might be you. Guys, you got to have some leadership. You got to have some excitement. You got to have some commitment, man. Your words have to hold weight. Look, some things, guys, which is, I love this, okay? It says, the easiest thing to do is to say. The hardest thing to do is to do. What comes easy will make life hard. What comes hard will make life easy. And those are specific quotes, which is what I'm reading, because I usually, right, Mike, we spoke about not reading directly, but these are quotes, so we're going to read those. Right, when you guys are speaking, you should only do bulletins, and then you elaborate on all of them. Don't create a lot of things and then try to read. It's a little tip for you guys. But, the easiest thing to do is to say, but see, once you say, you got to learn to back it up. Does that make sense? And that's where, so a lot of people are beating just the words, right? And sometimes we think, well, that's kind of silly. If I just talk about it, how is it really going to happen? Anybody here a Christian? Anybody here believe in the Lord, let's say? Okay, so most of you guys, how did God create the world? Spoke it into existence, Your words, most of the things that you wanted in life, you have manifested. Most of the things. I'm serious. Whether it's RVP, district leader, a wife, a husband, a child, you have manifested it. Like if you stick with something and you say it over and over and you dream about it and you close your eyes, and I'm telling you guys, ladies, like even a bag, has it ever happened to you with a bag where you have a bag, you really didn't tell much your husband to it, and you really close your eyes and you imagine it, and sure enough, for Christmas, somebody, boom, it just pops up. That ever happen to you guys? Right? That's happened to me. It happens to me all the time. Or how about this? I want you guys to practice something, and you guys are going to be mind blown about this, okay? I want you right now to think of somebody you haven't seen in a long time. Okay, maybe a year, a week, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, high school friend. Think of maybe somebody that you've recruited before in the past. Maybe a good old cousin. How about think of your least favorite cousin? You guys all have them in mind? Your least favorite cousin, right? How about an old friend? I want you to think about them. Think about them all this event. I promise you, at some point in the next 1 to 3 weeks, you're going to have some type of contact with them. It is scary how that works. Okay? So whatever you focus on comes about. So if we focus on chargebacks, right? What are we going to get? We're chargebacks. If we focus on cash, what are we going to get? Cash. I will give you guys a help. If you guys have a partner, if it's husband and wife, and maybe the wife handles your back end and husband front end, or vice versa, you need to stick your roles, and then once the roles are done, do not butt in, okay? If my wife is licensing and back end, that's what she does. So when a policy falls up and we submit a policy and I don't get an email for $1,000 the next day, I can't go yell at her and tell her, what are you doing? Let me get in your way. No, that is her job. Does that make sense? Now, ladies, here's the counterpart of that. If your husband's working really hard and maybe he is not coming home, or wife, right? And maybe no rollovers are happening, but you really see them, you can't be like, what are you doing? Let me go. No, you identify your roles and then you stick with it. Does that make sense? That's super important. You got to learn to stay in your lane. You have to. Super, 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 right? And guys, look, don't accept failure, because once you accept failure, it'll consume your life and it becomes a matter of who you do, of who you are. So a lot of times if you quit things, right? If you constantly quit things, you know what happens? Person that quits one thing usually quits everything. If you quit the diet, you quit the gym, like anything that you quit, you usually just get a habit of you just become a quitter in anything that you do, because you're taught to always take the path of least resistance. It's always easier to do what is easier at first. And then unfortunately, if you do what is easier, then life will be hard. Look, simple disciplines, right? Maybe some of us, how about like with every meal, drinking instead of soda of water? That doesn't seem like a big deal. That's only what? Maybe, let's say 500 calories. So that means every 10 meals that you have, that's 5,000 extra calories. How many meals are you going to have in your lifetime? Right? Let's say you have, 5,000 meals in your lifetime. Wow, that's an extra what? 5 million or 500,000 calories? You know how much weight you put on? You know what that'll do to your body? And look, Jonathan, me and him, we go out to eat all the time. We travel and stuff. And, last couple meals, I've been drinking soda. And I'm telling him, don't do this, right? But I know, right, for the most part, we don't want to do that. Why? Because little things make the biggest difference. Does that make sense? That extra cookie after you eat, if you eat that cookie all the time, it's going to make a big difference. But just like, for example, if you're a person that just always does a little bit more, you got to get in the habit of doing a little bit more. Because when you do a little bit more for a long period of time, that little bit turns into a lot. Does that make sense? Like, I'll give you guys an example. Everybody raise your hand as high as you can right now, as high as you can. Ready? Everybody. Only the people not wearing deodorant are not raising their hand. As high as you can. Okay? As high as you can. Okay, now raise them a little bit more. See, why? I told you the first time to raise them as high as you can. See, that's the thing with people. Everybody, you can always do it. Why don't you do it right the first time? What if, if you said, I'm going to make a recommitment to this business, and I'm going to go super hard, not like 10 years, that's cool. You say, I'm going to go super, super hard for the next 30 days. I'm going to go super, super hard. Babe, the next 30 days, we're going to kill it. This is what we're going to do. I'm telling you, just 30 days. 30 days. And you put your head down, and you work on doing the most. And that day, you really do the most that you can do. Not just BS it, really do the most that you can do. You know what happens at the end of 30 days? You look back and you're like, oh my gosh. Guys, results are right away. People say it takes a long time. Not necessarily. You see results right away. If you've never been to a gym, you start going to the gym for 3 weeks, your arms will literally, like, you'll be like, what is going on? Especially if you haven't done something before, it's even faster. And if you have done something before, then you get muscle memory. So it's good either way. Does that make sense? So let's make a commitment. You said, man, you know what? The next 30 days, let's just go the next 30 days, right? And then after you go 30 days, you say, okay, let's go 30 days more. And let's go a little bit more, right? Ideally, like me, personally, I work in spurts. That's how I've done it, because once I get focused, I get at this insane level of focus and nothing else matters. And we work, if it ends in a Y, we're working Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And guys, people that build businesses, that's really how you do it. Like spurts, like really tough spurts, right? And I'll go for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and afterwards, I'm literally so burned out where I need to just hang out for a little bit, right? Need a few days, slow it down. I challenge you guys, start working in spurts. Start working in spurts, and then once you finish those spurts, then you just work consistently, right? And then you go on a spurt again. And you know what I'm saying? So here, sometimes people say it's a marathon. Like, yeah, it's a marathon. Like, you don't have to sprint. And you know what's the funny thing, Tom? If you go look up marathon runners, the average one that's doing anything special will run a mile in 5 minutes. So I don't know where this theory came from that everything in life is a marathon. You know how freaking fast 5 minutes is to run a mile? So life is a marathon and a sprint. Does that make sense? So when you do your business, you can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna do 1, 2 recruits. That's not gonna do nothing for you. You really need to go in, okay? So trying is an escape, Are you a triologist? There's people freaking try everything. I've done this, I've done that. Have you ever had a really good recruit? And, they started scripts like, yeah, I can do this. And you're like, really? Yeah. He's like, yeah, I've done a couple things like this before. Ain't nobody gonna see them, right? They try everything. I made a commitment. I said, look, if I train you, you got to stick with this. They mostly never listen, but, you still tell them, okay? You got to get clear on what you want, guys. Clarity gives you power. Gives you power. When you can focus, you are dangerous. I mean, we touched on this a little bit, but you got to get focused. Focus, right? Clarity gives you power. Like, what do you want? Anytime I slow down, it's because I'm not keeping up with my goals. I promise you. Like, if I'm going over my goals consistently, dude, oh man, you're unbeatable. Look, I'm gonna give you guys a trick. So one thing that you could do, you could write down your income level, okay? And then your income goal, and then you put it as a screensaver. Write down your goals, your next immediate goal, okay? Put it on your screensaver. The average person looks at their phone screen 150 times a day. Try it real quick. Just put on some goals, or you don't have to do it now. You can write it on a piece of paper, take a picture of it, right? And you put it on your wallpaper, boom, right? And then you know what happens? Every single time you're looking at that, you're reminding yourself. Sometimes people have cars, and you say, oh, I have this. Look, dude, just put your next milestone on there. It'll keep you focused. I promise you guys, that's something that I do. It really, works out for me. So, whatever is in your head all the time is what you're going to do. You can know what's in someone's heart by what overflows from their mouth. If you hang around someone long enough, you will truly see the person that they are. Anybody that's done something bad, most of the time they tell on themselves because they just can't keep it. Anybody that's done something great, most of the time, right, they're telling you about it. Somebody that do something exciting, they're telling you, Julio, man, like, we're going to do this, 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 we're going to do this. And it's the same message all the time. What's coming out of his mouth is what's overflowing from his heart. It's going to happen. Does that make sense? Anything that you really stick with long-term, guys, it's going to happen, So, guys, if you only acquire something one time, then it was an accident. But if you can do it multiple, then you deserved it, right? People win sometimes all the time on accidents. Sometimes we're being super lazy. Auntie rolls over, hey, nephew, it's about time. I got the Verizon rollover. Need you to come over. You come over, it's $600,000. You roll it over. You make $15,000. All of a sudden, you're a securities guru. And you brought Tom on the appointment, and he did it. But you are, you know what I'm saying? You guys know that happens all the time. Sometimes, you're just hanging out. Maybe 2 clients call you, husband and wife, and they have 2 separate policies. Hey, can you renew my policy? Can you do this? I want to increase $1,500. You did $3,000. Walk around like you're the man. Can you imagine if you're working hard, bam, 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 and then that stuff happens? Bam. That's how you do something special. If you work consistently and working, you're like, man, hey, we always do this. Guys, honestly, like the first time we started touching like 100 recruits, we're touching like 80, 90. those few ones, we just started getting lucky. You know, hey, you know what, dude? Like, I'll give it a shot. You're still doing that. And everybody has that. So what happens, those extra 10, 15 IBAs, you just get lucky, right? Or, you know, I don't know if you guys ever been fighting for a contest. You're like, God, help me. And all of a sudden, somebody calls you, wants to do a policy. Maybe that's happened. I remember when that happened to me. Boom, you close it. You're like, man, you know what? You got lucky. But if you can compound that with hard work, then it makes the biggest difference. Does that make sense? We got to have high standards, guys. High standards of excellence, high standards of promoting. Like, guys, I think it's so intelligent. So these guys right here are the top income earners in the school, and all the way across right here, right? These guys right here. Every single one of them is taking notes. These folks right here are not the top income earners, right? No offense. Almost none of you guys are taking notes. Success is easy, man. Some of you guys are taking notes, right? I see you. There's a lot of you that are not, right? She's holding on for, I see you. I'm serious. Like, success, like, it has a pattern. So I know if I show up to a school, even if my base shop, like right now, it's not where I want to be. If I show up and I'm coachable and I dress up nice and I'm taking notes and I just keep, and I do, like, shoot, what is Shane doing? Shane's taking notes, I'm taking notes. What is Mark doing? Then, you know, he's wearing white shoes, I want to wear white shoes, right? What do? They dress a certain way, I'm wearing a certain way. Like, if I do the same thing, is Mark making calls? I'm going to make calls. What is Nuvi doing? Working on back end? All right, I'm going to go work on back. Like, success is really, really simple, right? Like, my man up here, he makes like $600,000 a year. This dude has not stopped taking notes. Some of you guys are new promoted RVPs, brand new. You can't, you know, what is going on? You know what I mean? And guys, honestly, one of the things that I do, like, I do it digitally. I do it on my iPad or my phone because it just transfers over, you know, on the notes section, and I can always carry that. But, you know, the reason I intentionally, no matter who's speaking, I take notes, because I need to build a team culture that's always taking notes. So even if the person maybe not be the best speaker in my opinion, I'm still going to imitate like I'm doing it and still do it, because I need my team to understand that they always need to be taking notes. Does that make sense? So that's a little thing for you, okay? Now, here are some dangerous phrases that you need to take care of. You need to write down things like, you need to be careful when things like, I don't feel like it. I'll do it later. I'll do it next month. I'm not passionate about this. I don't love this. I'm busy. I have no time. I'm excited about it. Those are all, I'm not excited about it. Those are all excuse that you use anywhere. Hey, mom, or hey, Aaron. Aaron hates her job. Aaron, you know, you're going to go to work. I don't feel like it. But what's followed? But I have to, right? Some of you guys see, like, I don't love it. You don't love your job. You still do it. You know what I'm saying? Guys, fall in love with results. Processes are very cool. They're very, very cool. And you can fall in love with them. But honestly, like, dude, honestly, guys, most of the things in business, people that build business don't enjoy doing them. You know what's two things that you will for sure enjoy here when you build a business? Number one, the people you meet on the way. And number two, the lifestyle I provide for your family. Those are the two common denominators that everybody that's became big in business have. The people they met along the way and the life that it built for their family. That's why we're here, guys. And look, if we do it right, we'll continue to do it because we want to, not because we have to, right? Because you could go away for 15 years and they'll still send you 15 million, right? Like Shane. And like, that's an incredible thing, guys. But if we do it right, it can happen for you too. Doesn't matter your color, doesn't matter where you come from, doesn't matter what language you speak, obviously, right? It'll happen for you, but you have to stick with it. I love this slide. It's you guys' favorite slide, right? If you had to eat me, would you eat me fast or slow? Man, I'm serious. Like this, it sucks, guys. Some of the things like suck. Building, you know, recruiting, like that stuff sucks, okay? So my question to you guys is, what's the worst that'll happen if you go all in? What's the worst that'll happen? If you give this thing all you got, everything, and you give it all you got and a little bit more, what's the worst thing that'll happen? So guys, I challenge you right after this big event, you have to take advantage of this and leverage it. So do you guys want to see how I increase like my meeting attendance? So I'm always known for having a lot of people, right? On a Zoom, on every event that we go to, office environment, we always have people. And I'm gonna tell you guys how I do it. So, for example, Aaron, come up here. So let's say we finish a big event. If you're going home and you're not like calling a meeting right after, you wasted the weekend. As people leave here, their excitement level is gonna go less down, right? So let's say Erin is my new person, right? Or she's hanging around in the base shop. And David, can you come up here by any chance? David Race. So she's my new person. And is David here? I don't know. Or can I get anyone? Yeah, anyone? Yeah. Why don't you come? Okay, so David's coming up here. And this is one of the things that I do. So David, right? These guys they're fired up. Their districts, their divisions. And, I'll start a contest, and I'll be like, hey, these are my leaders, right? Let's say these are my leaders. And I say, hey, Aaron, we're getting ready to call a meeting with the base shop. So, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call a meeting, and I need you to call out, Jason, right? So I need you to call out Jason. I said, hey, Aaron, and I need you to call out, Jacob. So what we're going to do, I'm going to say, hey, we're going to put a pie in the face, and I need you guys to call them out right away, okay? And naturally what's going to happen is then you're going to encourage everybody else to call somebody else out, right? And we're going to go on personal numbers. I mean, I don't know if you guys want to do that, though. Are you guys willing to, Yeah. You guys willing to do that? You're not going to be scared of anything? Okay, cool. All right, so the meeting starts, and we say, man, we have some contests. We're going to start a pie in the face. Whoever loses is going to get pied by the loser. And some people are like, well, coach, we're on Zoom. We say, yeah, so what's the worst part about being on Zoom? It's bad enough when somebody else pies you, but it's even worse when you pie yourself. Right? So be on Zoom. So we're on a Zoom call, and they're sitting out. Just pretend it's a Zoom call. And I say, okay, does anybody have anyone that they want to call out? And, people think, no, I don't want to do it. So immediately, what does Aaron say? Jacob. Oh, dang. Oh, snap. And now what is Jacob doing? Jacob's like, yo, bro. Oh, hell. Yo, Jacob, you accept that? You're going to accept that?
For the purpose of the example.
Okay. Right? So does anybody else want to call someone out? Jason? You're calling out Jason? Jason, where you at? Somebody pretend to be Jason. Oh, there's Jason. And say any name. Don't think about it too hard, right? Julio. We'll say Julio, right? So he picks out Julio. And what does everybody say? Oh, I say, Julio, are you going to accept that, dude? You going to take it? You sure? Dude, David's been killing it. This fool got his ring as a regional. You sure you want to do that? Oh, snap. So what happens? Anybody else want to call someone out? What happens? What does Tom do? Tom is saying, hey, Tom is he's going to get out here, right? And he's going to say, man, I want to call out Shane. And everybody's like, whoa, Shane, dude, that's an RVP. Some people, you guys say, oh, he's a regional. No, it doesn't matter. Some regionals outperform other people. You get what I'm saying? And then I say, anyone else wants to call it? And what does Chico say? And you know what? Come here. Both of you guys come here. These guys, give it up for these guys. You guys can have a seat. I'm going to do you a favor. I'm about to do you guys a favor. All right, come here. Guys. Hey, guys, look. Look, so these are the two guys that I've been able to talk to a little bit. These guys personally produce right here. So I don't know if they're going to take on this challenge, but there's 10 days at the end of the month. This is not for show. This is real. Say real. This is real, right? So look, by here to the end of business, personal production, recruits, and premium. By close of business, are you guys going to take it? Yeah. Doesn't matter what you've done so far for the month. From here to the end of the business, if my man right here beats Chico, then he gets, you guys are far from each other, right? Zoom works, okay. Chico, you and Nicole, she's come. Partners, come up here. This is worse. So if these guys win, husband and wife, right? He's gonna have to pie her. And wait. and she's got to pie him. But if they win, he's got to pie her, and she's got to. You guys gonna take that bet? For sure. You guys got this. You shake on it. All right, you guys got this. Give it up for them. Give it up for them. But let me ask you guys this: is there anybody else here that wants to call someone out? Look, anyone? Just gonna have no other. My man in the back. What you got? Come up here, Don. I remember him. Come here, man. Run up here. Run up here. Let's go. Give it up for him. Who are you gonna call out, my brother? Who wants to go get this guy's? Oh, you know who you going up against? Oh, dang! Oh, stop! Oh! Woo! Terrence, you gonna take that? Oh man! You gonna take that? Oh! All right, recruits and premium starting today to the end of the month. You guys got it? I know Erin was talking in the car. She was like, I really, really, really want to go up against Julio. That's what she was saying. And, you know, and, Partner Sue, Are you guys sure about this?
Yeah, I mean, I was going for Tom.
Oh!
Like, we'll strong arm both.
And guys, let me teach you guys something else. Something that we also do, we don't just do one-on-one. One person will have 2 or 3 people. So you know what? Who else do you want, Aaron? Unless you don't want anyone else. I understand. Oh, then who? Oh my God. Oh my God. She's calling you. You got Nubia and Mark. You got. Oh my God. Personal. These contests are all personal. You guys in. So Aaron's got 2 people. Man, we got to get David in this. David, where you at? David's like, David and Haley, you guys in? Who are we getting? Let me see. Oh, the MVP? Oh, Tom, Coach Tom. Oh, you've been summoned. Come up here. Come up here, Coach Tom. Give it up for the next $1 million earner, guys. So, who's gonna get this guy? Oh, Aaron, you going? Oh, dang, Aaron's like on it. To the end of the month, it's completely fair, and we're gonna do a couple more. Who was the
Credit for.
Wait, it's not over. Who is the #1 division leaders here? Who is here as #1? Who is #1 in division leader? Oh, they're already up. Okay, they're on there. Okay, no, you're good. Who is #1 district leader? District leader. Okay, who is #1 regional leader? Raise your hand. Where are you at? Oh, David is #1. Okay, who is the second regional leader? #2. Oh, dang. Okay. Y'all got a regional? Oh, who you got? Nandi? Okay. Yo, my man's a fly guy. He got the 11s on today, 1s yesterday. All right, David. Where you at, David? Come up here, man. He wants you. Is that who you said you want to battle? Oh, dang. Who's up here? David, you gonna accept that? Unless he said you beat you. Oh, dang. Oh! Woo! It's getting high in here. I don't know, anybody, I mean, I want to get on the Zoom when it's close to business. I'm going to get on, I'm serious. Oh, Eugene? Come up here, Eugene. Oh, you too? Okay, come up here. Eugene, there's got to be somebody up here you don't like or down here you don't like. Oh, Aaron? Oh, damn. So Eugene's going up against Aaron. Oh, Martha? Guys, give it up for Martha. Let me tell you. Guys, for those that you guys don't know, Martha's really special to me. When I started Primerica, this lady used to dominate the leaderboards. This lady was doing 70, 80, 90,000 when nobody was doing it. She was recruiting 70, 60, 80 people when nobody was doing it. Martha, man, I'm telling you guys, this girl right up here, this lady's special. You guys don't know. She's a little down right now, but if she comes up, she makes a decision, she's gonna kick everybody's butt in here. I promise, okay? So, see, Martha didn't know that she always inspired me from a distance, so I just want to tell you that. I don't know if you knew that. I've always looked up to you. You're super awesome. Yeah, absolutely. So, I don't know, because Martha's like, she's about to get going again. When Martha gets going, her bass shop gets ridiculous. You guys don't know. Who? Anybody want to compete against Martha? Anybody over there? Nobody. I think Chico and Nicole will take her on. What do you guys think? You guys take her on as well? Personal production? Both. Listen. Personal, it's all personal, not bass shop, because you can always hide behind your bass shop, always. Okay? You can't hide behind your personal numbers. Personal, oh, dang. Oh, man. Personal recruits times premium. You guys got it. And then what? Oh, okay. Give me your name one more time. Rihanna, you're a district leader, right? You're an RVP. Okay, sorry. Okay, so an RVP. So, yo, my man in the jacket, I feel like you're an RVP. Are you an RVP? What are you? You're a division? Okay. Oh, you want to cross? Oh, okay.
Because I want to challenge her.
Okay. Who do you got? Val. Oh! Val, you gonna take that? You go, wait, you don't have to accept, like, nah, I mean, if you're scared, like, it's all good. You sure? You need to come up here. Come here. You, yes. Give me your name.
So we should do chocolate pie so it looks like the poop thing.
Oh, wow, that would be serious. Give me your name one more time.
June Raymer. I'm in
So,
Kansas City, Delco.
okay, so June is talking out Martha. Okay. And are you working, how are you guys doing it? By yourself or together? What are you doing?
We'll do it together.
You do it together? Okay, so we need a part. So you two, ooh, who are we gonna get? Who is there anybody in particular you want to call out? Who? Oh, dang! The pastor! Oh! And we need two brand. Oh, okay. Yo, my bad. It's a unit. My bad. Am I being too loud? My bad. Right. And I need and then I need some reps. I need some new reps. Any new rep here that just got licensed? Actually, you two, both of y'all, come up here. Both of y'all. Yeah. Come here. No, both of y'all. Come here. I see y'all's Instagram. Y'all are popping and stuff. Y'all both gonna come up here. Both. Come here. Come here.
She did Vision. I'm going to call her out.
Oh, you gonna call her out?
Yeah.
Oh.
Personal, yeah.
Personal?
Competing.
Oh my gosh. Are you for pies in the face?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Or is that like you guys really want to do that?
Yes.
Oof. All right, and then I need some new reps. I need some reps, not division, reps. Y'all are brand new? Is it a husband and wife team? Or just, are you guys working together? Okay, you don't work together. Oh, y'all want to go against each other? Oh, dang! See, oh, she seems kind of feisty. You gonna do that? Oh, Oh, she has got her license. So you're gonna go up against her and him. No, but both of y'all. Oh, Miguel, come up here, Miguel. Oh, Miguel, you just got your license? Miguel, come up here. Listen, he just got his license too. Are you guys ready? All right, is that? Oh man, I want to end it, Coach, but they just keep coming up here. I want to be done, but they keep getting up here. Oh, this is my man right here. Oh, dang. Oh, y'all too? Y'all are gonna do it? Y'all are gonna do it? Oh, you too? Oh man, like I want to end it, but they just keep. All right, come up here. All right, we got about 5 seconds left. After this, you won't be able to challenge anybody. All right?
My son.
Your son, okay.
Challenged me.
Oh.
Janine Anderson.
Janine Anderson? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The OGs are getting involved. Oh my man. Yo, this is my guy right here. Who, you gonna call out somebody? Oh my gosh. Are you gonna accept that? Are y'all gonna accept that? Okay.
Hey, I'm 58, but I want somebody 20.
Oh. That's a man's dream, ain't it? No, I'm kidding. You guys in? Oh, more. That, right here? Okay.
I'm bringing him up to call somebody out.
Okay, you go. These two right here. Is that cool? Let's go. You as well? Okay. Look, 28. Let's go. All right, guys, so no more challenges. This is the squad. This is everybody. Oh, I want her to get somebody. Oh, y'all get, yeah, oh, snap. But see, guys, what we do is that we create an environment that competes. See, let me tell you guys something. Those that don't compete in life will be beat in life. You guys with me? So, guys, look, listen. Listen, Linda, listen. Everybody listen. So look at this. You guys see this? So you compete for a pie in the face and bragging rights. This is from here to the close of business. You guys are in. Guys, I'm telling you guys, right now, some of you guys are like, oh, why is he doing that? You're gonna thank me. You want to compete. And look, and I heard from Shane said something. He said, whoever does the most personal production can come over to his house for barbecue, you said, or dinner, or you're taking him to a restaurant? Oh my gosh. Whoever's number one in personal production in this whole thing from here to the business gets to come hang out at Coach's house. So you guys have a seat. And then, actually, no, just stay up here. This is gonna be, guys, this is my last segment. Hopefully I taught you guys something that's gonna really get your business going. And after this, feel free to call someone out. You guys have to own your word, right? Own your words and eat your pie. So if you lose, you gotta do it. Or if you don't do it, you can't compete for any base shop recognition. So if your RVP says next month, we're doing AirPods 3x3 a trip, you don't qualify for no base shop or hierarchy incentives if you don't own up. Does that make sense? And guys, by the way, for those of you guys, if you guys lose, there's always next month. I just taught you guys something to do, right? Whoever loses, you better call them for a rematch like right away. You with me? But guys, look, I'm gonna teach you guys something that we do because energy is contagious. Energy is contagious. So when we start our meetings or after a big trip and we have, 30, 40, 50, 60, or 100 folks, we have chants and you guys gotta learn your chant. Right? So I'm gonna give you guys my chant. You guys want my chant? All right, so one of the things that I repeat, I say, who's got my back? And then the team says, I got your back. And I say, who's got my back? And the team says, I got your back. And then I say, who's got my back? and I say, let me get 2 claps and a Ric Flair, and you guys go, woo! You guys got it? So every meeting, everything that you do, you have to finish it with high energy. So I'm gonna need everybody to get up, because it's gonna be our final segment. I loved being here. I love you guys. I had an amazing time. I really did. Hopefully you guys learned something. I'm telling you guys, my commitment to you guys and to the company, our plan, we're going to be the youngest $1 million team in the company. I promise you guys that, and thank you guys for having me. But I got one question for you guys. Who's got my back? Who's got my back? Who's got my back? Let me get 2 claps and a Ric Flair. Love you guys so much. I appreciate it, of course.
Magic happened. Woo! I'm telling you, competition is fun. There are people that got pulled into this that didn't want to get pulled into this. And their life changed. They don't know it yet, but they're going to be more focused for the next 8 days, or who can tell me when the exact end of the month is if they don't extend to midnight? What? Yeah, a week from Monday. I mean, you got time, man. But you're going to have fun doing that. Those of you that are way more experienced on Fight Club, if you picked Fight Club right now, will it only start right now, or does it go back and count for an entire month? It does. Right, we need to get a Fight Club that can be personal. Well, because that would be good to measure that. I remember we first, COVID allowed me to start being able to be back involved because of Zoom. And I think it was Jody, Dan and Jody, and Jamie and Carrie, I believe. They, out of the blue, that started. And it was amazing. I watched that. And the last 48 hours, they did more business in 48 hours, or even in the last 5 minutes, but 48 hours, than they'd done in any month for years, just because they're having fun competing like that, right? So, our friend from Florida, originally from Cuba, has made a major, major impact, has he not? I forgot to bring my big Braveheart sword. He couldn't take it home on the plane anyway. So we'll just ship it to him. He knows. I was texting him. I don't know what. I didn't know whether it's coming or going, but before he flew out, I think, and we started a conversation. And I'm going to look at him like one of my children. What Hector did for me was I knew I had a direct line to somebody that I could ask a question, that had more wisdom than me, been around longer than me. And I almost never called him. And if I did, it would be a 3-minute phone call. There was unbelievable, because I could call him. And I know that Edouard knows he can call me anytime. And I promise you, he doesn't understand yet. He's going to make so much more money than he realizes he's going to make, because he's already got the most important stuff down. But you can make carburetor adjustments that don't get you focused on the wrong things. You just keep doing what you're doing, and it's going to be unbelievable what he does. So, man, I'm so thankful that he was here. I know he changed lives. He changed lives right here. He changed lives all the way through from the beginning. All right, we got some more recognition to do. All right, so if Keith Hageman would come up, because he's got a better voice than I do. And Edouard, we keep wearing him out. We're going to make him keep hugging people and all that kind of stuff, coming across them pictures. So Edouard, Bob and Jill McConnell, like my soul brother kind of thing, because I think we're about the only thing left from back there with Tim, when we were back in that original base shop. Third OT, Pie Call, and Mike Douglas, if you will come up and help hand this stuff out. As this has come out, I'm going to mention this, and if they could build a slide real quick. So when I close, if you will go to Facebook and search for Firestarter, one word, Firestarter, Future RVP, everybody can have access to that, and all the pictures are on there, and they're pretty dang amazing. It is good, so everybody knows from now on when you're competing and getting recognized, that stuff will be out there. So just ask to join it. You'll get approved. You'll be able to be on that. And obviously make sure you join Telegram and go join make your leader add you to the Telegram list for our big events. And, I got to leave this up here. I'm going to steal these two things. And then I need like a personal assistant to find out how to get, because you and I up here be lost. What is he reading? Jim. What recognition are we doing now? Yeah. So this is our top life that he just got everybody going, and securities. And you guys are going to make millions and millions from the securities business. These people that are walking across here right now, you need to make sure you see who they are. And if they hang around afterwards, pick their brain about what they're doing, all right? So, take it away, big guy.
All right, is everybody ready? Now we're gonna rock through this because we're a little bit short on time, so listen fast, run fast, and get your recognition. Personal premium. Number 16, Jody and Dan Orl. Number 15, Tim and Amanda Armstrong. Number 14, Martha Esparza and Erica Esparza. Number 13, Charlie and Ramona Santillan, Number 12, Todd and Tricia Bosler. Number 11, Julio and Cece Garcia. Number 10, Sandra Portilla Rodriguez. Number 9, Chico and Nicole Jones. Number 8, Leah Acosta. Number 7, James and Leah Watford. Number 6, Noel and Raina Freedom Builders. Number 5, the incredible Casey and Jennifer Coring. Number 4, Yesenia and Jasmine. Number 3, Corey and Kirsten Harper. Number 2, Irma and Joaquin Lopez. And there's only one, number 1, Tellis and Cerise Bolton. Moving on to District Leader Premium. Number 12, Lisa Bush. Number 11, Stephanie Potter. Number 10, Leo and Vanessa Garduno. Number 9, Jill Simmons. Number 8, Amanda Sabalas. Number 7, Timothy Hayes. Number 6, Shelby Smith. Number 5, Dusty Lapita and Muncie. Number 4, PJ Bonner. Number 3, Angel and Roxana. Number 2, Samantha and Chris Tone. And there's only number 1, Corey and Kirsten Harper. All right, moving on to Division Leader Premium. Number 14, Andrew Arthur. Number 13, Evan Bosla. Number 12, Val Jordan. Number 11, TJ and Whitney Carmichael. Number 10, Kathleen and Peter Koss. Number 9, Raven Hunter. Number 8, Ingrid Lichtig and Joe Mansai. Number 7, Priscilla and Irvin Hernandez. Number 6,
Michael and Galina Krabitzi. Number 5, Nehemiah and Coben Israel. Number 4, Connie Mendoza. Number 3, Sandra Portilla Rodriguez. Number 2, Leah Acosta. And again, there's only one number 1. They're wearing the dadgum stage out. Corey and Kirsten Harper. Regional Leader Premium. Number 11, Daniel Ortega. Number 10, Chad and Kristen Clayton. Number 9, Kenya Williams. Number 8, Talia Newton. Number 7, Joyce and Mike Franklin. Number 6, Jacob Rice. Number 5, Zalima Stevenson. Number 4, James and Leah Watford. Number 3, Chico and Nicole Jones. Number 2, David Rice and Hallie Landholt. And number 1, Regional Leader Premium, Lundy Lichte. Moving on to RVP Premium. Number 15, Jody and Dan Arl. Number 14, Brandon and Kim Fuller. Number 13, Noel and Reina. Number 12, David and Shelley Beard. Number 11, Martha Esparza and Erica Esparza. Number 10, Irma and Joaquin Lopez. Number 9, Casey and Jennifer Coring. Number 8, Janine Anderson. Number 7, Yasina and Jasmine. Number 6, Charlie and Ramona Santillan. Number 5, Mark and Nubia Hansoria. Number 4, Talis and Sharice Bolton. Number 3, Julio and Cece Garcia. Number 2, Aaron Heckard and Michael Morris. And number 1, from the great state of Iowa, Tom and Kristen Rice. Moving on to personal securities. Number 10, Aaron Heckard and Michael Morris. Number 9, the incredible Jim and Mary Nye. Number 8, Todd Allstat. Number 7, Jody and Dan Orl. Number 6, Todd and Trish Bosler. Number 5, from the great state of South Dakota, Tony and Katie Kaiser. Number 4, Brandon and Kim Fuller. Number 3, Kenny and Helen Engelmeyer. Number 2, Wayne and Deanna Olson. And there's only one number one, and these guys are taking down some hardware this weekend. Tom and Kristen Rice. All right, moving on to District Leader Security. Number 10, Bill Johnson and Elisa Morse. Number 9, Brian and Jennifer Crabtree. Number 8, Shelley Jones and Jamie Leslie. Number 7, Michael Douglas. Number 6, John and Janelle Hall. Number 5, Randy and Sally Moon. Number 4, Michael Kaiser. Number 3, Jared Harmon Moore. Number 2, Joan Cribble. And number 1, at District Leader Security's Todd Alstad. Moving on to Division Leader Security. Ernie and Maurice Williams. Number 9, David Engelmeyer. Number 8, Michael Hidalgo. Number 7, Val Jordan. Number 6, Marcus and Tammy Bryant. Number 5, TJ and Whitney Carmichael. Number 4, Casey and Emily Malloy. Number 3, Andrew and Teresa Desmond. Number 2, Diana and Randy Hazar. And number 1 at Division Leader Securities, Kevin and Patty Kay. Moving on to Regional Leader Security, number 10, Patricia and Mary Mitchell. Number 9, Michael and Jessica Hill. Number 8, Linda and Marty Shoup. Number 7, Bev Claycamp. Number 6, James and Julie Dice. Number 5, Rhonda Monholland. Number 4, Joyce and Ron Bacon. Number 3, Anthony Ridgway. Number 2, Elba and Ann Unruh. And number 1, Regional Leader Securities, David Rice and Hallie Landhold. Moving on to RVP and above security. Number 10, Rich and Marla Malloy. Number 9, Jim and Mary Nye. Number 8, Eugene and Dozie Krupiski. Number 7, Michael and Lisa Douglas. Number 6, Todd and Trish Bosler. Number 5, Brandon and Kim Fuller. Number 4, Tony and Katie Kaiser. Number 3, Wayne and Deanna Olson. Number 2, Kenny and Helen Engelmeyer. And there's only one number 1, again, the incredible Tom and Kristen Rice.
And we're doing MVPs. The hoodies, if you'll put them back in the green room, I will take them, and then I will give them to who I was going to give them to at another meeting.
Okay.
Do we have fun? Man, you can win at something for the rest of your life at this stuff. I promise you. I mean, I'm sitting there, I'm thinking about the live stream. Your children need to see you competing and winning, and you can include them. And if the kids can't be, obviously they can't have the kids here, but they can watch on a live stream. The fact that you're going for something and competing is one of the very best things you can do for your children, so they can see that you are competing and going for something. All right, now we get a chance to hear from our MVPs. And they each have 5 minutes, and I'm going to introduce all of them, and then they can come up and hand one mic to the next. This is always one of our best things we do, because these people are out leading and doing it. And then 5 minutes, they always share. This is one of the best parts of all of our events. So our MVPs, which looks at all areas of the business and puts it together. And in this, let's see, do I got it there? In this order, I'm excited to hear him speak. I'm excited to watch his video. By the way, how long does it take before we get this stuff posted normally? So all the workshops are, no, I mean the workshop. Yeah. So next week, the workshops will be posted, and you'll be able to go watch all the stuff. Yeah, the same Telegram. The Telegram to this. So everybody go join that Telegram so you have access to that stuff. I promise you, you have stuff that are on there that you're going to want to clip and play for part of your training at your stuff, and analyze it, ask about it, get your team involved in talking about it. So our MVPs, personal MVPs, and I guess we're having one person speak here, but personal MVP, Craig Hansen. Division, because PJ, oh, yeah, I actually put his name. No, I know his last name's Bonner, but what's his name? No, Clayton. Clayton, dude, we got to get this thing rolling so you can get out of that freaking retail rat race crap. Sell those things. It's costing you a lot of money to have those rather than 100% here. So, and I'm not kidding. I have a personal conversation with you because we talked last Sunday. This guy's a rock star. He's a freaking stud, right? I mean, a total stud. But because of the businesses he owns, he's watching on live stream, which is great. But I mean, I'm telling you, he can make $1 million a year. But sometimes you got to do what Lundy did, right? Diabetes, all that kind of stuff, and off, doesn't matter. Give up my health care, I don't care. I'm going, I'm doing it, right? Less than 2 years, she's an RVP. She'll make $300,000 in the next 12 months. All right, so Craig Hansen, then you've heard him from multiple times, Corey and Kirsten Harper, and then David Rice, and then I'm going to come back up and introduce the MVP because Tom's MVP, and I'm going to introduce him to actually close. So I got some things to say there. So come on up. Where's Craig? Oh, there you are. So, oh, wait. Guess what? That's right. Come on up. Yeah, right. Everybody come up. I actually knew this. So they got 2 fast start schools going on. This is what you do, okay? There's 2 fast start schools going on. They got one in St. Louis that's going on, right? Oh, they're live streaming right now, probably driving down the road. But So the St. Louis one is live streaming here, okay? What's that? Oh, and Boise's live streaming too. By the way, we are getting it worked up to where you are going to be able, there's going to be some great things for the locations, satellite locations, how they're going to feel a part of this. We can see them when they see us, kind of things. But so they came over yesterday early, probably 5 in the morning, probably. 5 in the morning, got up, came over. Craig spoke over there. They participated in everything. And because Craig had new people coming to that, if you remember, this was going to be at the end of August, and I had to make an executive decision and change it to this date. They already had that date set over there and had people coming to that. So Craig got up at 5 this morning to drive back there and be with them, and they're live streaming. I mean, it's just, they're a total partnership kind of business. And when I texted Craig, he goes, well, here's our plan. And they had the plan. She stays, takes care of everybody here. They're back there building this. And it's just the example of the kind of folks they are, man. They take people's excuses away, you know? Okay, so then, okay, we got everybody else up here. I guess this is, where's David? David's going to relax until, because he knows we got 10 minutes, all right? All right, take it away. There's your microphone. Take it away.
All right, guys. So, just so everybody's not disappointed, Craig, yes, he is back in St. Louis. Love you, honey. Couldn't do this business without him. Like I said, this is a true meaning of partnership. You can split and conquer. I'm the same as Mike. I'm very nervous up here. This is not my comfort zone, but I will get through this. As Shane said, Craig had to leave this morning at 5 to get back into St. Louis for an event that was already scheduled to be with our team there. We both drove separately, so I could stick around to be with our team here. I can tell you one thing, at the last event, Craig and I never walked across stage. We had 0 people here with us. Shane's philosophy, more, next, win. We have more people here this time. We won this time. So it can happen. You just got to set your goals, put your head down. When we got back in St. Louis last time, we went to work. Craig's #1 focus has been recruiting. You've heard that a lot this weekend. And if you recruit, everything else will fall in place. He's been doing a fantastic job doing it the past few months and plans to continue to do that. There's been several days where he's doing 12 to 14 interviews. The power of Zoom. He's working 12 to 14 hours, 15 hours. There's sometimes that, you know, he's stuck in his office. But that's all right. We're building a business for our legacy. I work hard, and my role is the social media and getting people in front of Craig. But my #1 focus is pretty much like Mike's focus. It's keeping Craig on schedule, keeping him organized, because we all know Craig can be all over the place, doing a million things at one time. You heard last night, his best place to study for any of his tests are his deer stands and his duck blind. But he gets it done, and he keeps his promises that he's going to pass those, even though he's in the duck stand or the duck blind and deer stand. But it's all about who you hang out with and you associate with. We definitely want to give a huge shout out to Tim and Amanda Armstrong, Todd and Trisha Bosler, Casey and Jen Coring, Aaron and Mike, Rick Coleman, Shane, Jim and Mary, Jeff Gambala, James Counts, Eugene, everybody that has helped us along the way, Jody giving us guidance, giving us that one nugget that we didn't know we needed. So again, look at who you're hanging around with, and you never know what they might say that will spark something in you. When Craig and I first got started, we did this together. We jumped in, all in. We were doing this together. I had our trainer stand in my house and tell me, I don't know why I'm wasting my time on you. You're not gonna make it. You know what that did? He walked out of my house. I looked at Craig and said he did not just say that. Because I'm not one to back down to that. Craig's not one to back down to that. We are here. Our trainer is not here. I told myself I was not going to cry up here. But this business has changed our lives. And I am looking forward to what else it can do for us and our family. Thank you.
Woo! I don't know how we're gonna follow that. Oh gosh. We are so very thankful to be up here, guys. Honestly, it just kind of feels surreal. And we found out yesterday that we were gonna have this little bit of time today and thought, okay, like it's about recruiting, it's what we need to talk about. And it is gonna be lightly about recruiting, but really it's gonna be about the heart and then how that explodes into your business and into recruiting. And sitting over there listening to everybody this morning, I told Corey, I'm like, we have to talk about this. Because we've heard so many people say, I just have a block. I don't know what to do. What are you guys doing? And guys, sometimes we don't know. And we have a block too. But it's what you do to get through that and to push through that. And I'll tell you that in our lives right now, the spiritual war that is going on in our life because of the great that we're doing is so big. So I want you guys to understand and that we came here to be coachable. We came here to soak it all in. I couldn't even begin to tell you the things that we're taking away from this, because we're just like sponges. And every single event you go to, you just need to be a sponge and take it all in, because it's just gonna have such an impact on your business. The first big event that we ever went to was actually this past national convention. Corey literally had to walk away from his very lucrative job to be able to go. It's not the right decision for everybody's family, but we said we are all in and this is what we're gonna do. And it's been such a journey, not always like a real fun one because we're like freaking out sometimes, but I really feel like we're under such an attack in this particular season because we made that decision to step out in faith, because I tell you, it is a fully faith decision for him to do that. And we kind of made the decision pretty quick, but through lots of prayer and just being convicted about what we do and who we are. Primerica is not just something we do, it's who we are. And if you can go through your life and walk through your life in that way, recruiting will be so easy for you because it's who you are. So he walked away from that job, and I feel like the attack is so strong in particular right now because of that decision that we made. Because he was confined spiritually so much in the industry he was in. I don't know if anybody knows anything about the car business, but it is toxic beyond belief. And to be a strong spiritual leader within that industry is nearly impossible to literally snuff it out like a candle flame. He's been in for 8 years. He was in for 8 years. Thank God we're not in anymore. And that toxicity just kind of starts to grow. Not that he became toxic, but it's hard to be a light in a really, really dark room and be one of the only ones in there. And so you kind of start to get a little dim. And he's very open about that having happened. And when he was on his first FNA with Erin, she recruited him through that with somebody on the team.
I wasn't even on that meeting, and he came to me after and said, we just opened this business. And I'm like, you've lost your mind. I don't know what you're talking about. But I'm so glad that he did. I'm so thankful that he did. Our marriage has been up and down. I'm not going to tell you every day is great, but we are stronger and we're united than we've ever been. We're going on 8 years. It's been amazing. Our kids get to see that. They get to see him more. He gets to do bedtime. He gets to do a lot of things he didn't get to do. They're 3 and 1. So we're so thankful that they're going to get to have their dad around more. But I just need you guys to understand the spiritual war within your life could be exactly what the block is. And the stronger the fight, the stronger the spiritual war, if you can recognize that for what it is, push through, break through, it's because you're doing something great. And the devil doesn't want you to do it. And so the stronger that is, the more you know you have to do it. Because it's so much bigger than this. It's so much bigger than life insurance and securities. It's so much bigger than that. And it's so much bigger than that in your own life. It's not just about the families. It's also about yours. And I've taken Mike all the time. Do you want to say
No, I don't need to say anything else. You said it. But the enemy comes to steal, kill, and destroy. And every single person in this room is fighting against the enemy. Don't get it twisted. Whether it's spiritual, whether it's with the fighting against whole life and the bad term policies that are out there, the other investment companies, do not get it twisted. This is a war. Jesus Christ came not to be a nice guy, but he brought a sword, right? Jesus Christ, you said it the other day, Shane, he's not a nice guy, he's the badass, man. And you guys were made in his image, and so you're a badass too, right?
Jeez, I got to follow them up. Hey, well, first off, I just want to say is I'm David Rice, and I just wanted to thank my team and our team and the entire organization here that is unbelievable and puts on these events to make it great. And I also wanted to thank God for giving us another day to be able to go do what's right and help people, right? But I want to tell you guys a little bit about me is this. A little bit about me is this. I'm a graduate of Iowa State, regional leader in Primerica, Tom Rice's son, and Haley Landolt's boyfriend. And next slide. But a little bit about my story is this, I got started here as an internship in school. Now what happened was I told them, I said, I have the perfect internship for me when I was in school, and I'm gonna work with my dad. They said, well, you can't do that. And I said, okay, well, I'm gonna work with Nancy then, who was my dad's old office manager. And my teacher that would come in to make sure I was actually going, because he was kind of suspect on the whole thing, he actually said, he goes, so what is this whole Primerica thing? And he was actually paying a ton of money for a bunch of policies with Northwest Mutual, now as a client. And I just want to tell you guys is everybody has their adversities. I remember failing my life test the first time, crying, trying to punch a hole in the wall, and hitting a stud and hurting my hand, okay? And next page, though. But why I got started is I knew the system worked. I wanted to help people and have influence and freedom with my life, right? And I wanted to win company trips, right? And next slide. But here's this, I know this is how everybody feels getting started when they're first making phone calls, right? But next slide. But here's what I always told myself is, if I don't make the calls, I'm telling myself no rather than letting them. And what I found out is most people are gonna say yes, so I just need to make the phone calls, right? So next slide. And remember this, God gives his toughest battles to his strongest soldiers. Don't give up, you'll ruin his plan. Next slide. So I want you guys to all start dreaming again. And I just tell you is if you're making $30,000 a month right now, write out making $100,000 a month and how you would spend it. And if you don't make $30,000 a month yet, write out making $30,000 a month and what you would spend it on. I want you to start dreaming again and thinking about what you would go do with your life. And you can have it all at Primerica. Like this was me at 14 years old driving my dad's other car because he hadn't bought me a car yet, and that ended up being my car to school. And he followed me down the block when I first got it, and he wanted to make sure I wasn't driving too fast, and I made sure because I saw him. And then actually I ended up getting pulled over going 80 in a 25. And so, and here's this, life is good when you're a Primerica kid, that's for sure. So next slide. And that's the car I used to have, actually. But you could have really whatever you want to have now. Me and Ridgeway were Tesla brothers now at the office, which is really fun. But next slide. And that's a picture of our office on like opportunity night. That's a house I grew up in. We lived in there since I was in 3rd grade. Next slide. And maybe you dream about trips. Maybe the homes and cars aren't for you. Maybe you want to go see the world with your family. Well, Primerica sends us on trips every 4 to 6 months. And what's really special to me about that last slide is I remember being in 8th grade and my dad doing the math with me because he took me on the Disney trip and said, David, you might be able to win the next Disney trip by the time they do this one again. That's the first company trip I won, which was the first one I was eligible for, which was awesome, right? And then now it's just a blessing to be able to do the business with my family. Like Jacob, now he goes on the trips with us, getting recognized as a family at convention. Next slide. And I just want to tell you guys, is my grandpa Larry's the one who started all this. And we're 3 generations deep now of ring wearers, which is a huge testament to Primerica because of the people we're able to be around and the family life you're able to have. So next. And then that was us at convention getting recognized for getting the ring, me and Haley, right? And I just want to tell you guys I believe your dreams are a gift from God, and what you do with them is your gift back. So let's all go win together, and if you want to be able to find me, that's my Instagram, so you guys can all go find me, okay? Follow the story. But yes.
Great job, David. Great job, David. There was that one picture of he and Tom up there, and I'm sitting there with Jody going, he looks so young. You know, he is so young. But I mean, I'm talking about when he was in the business, kind of reminds me of Mark being 17 or 18 getting started, you know. Look, to put these things on, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes and all the stuff that goes on, getting ready, trying to make sure nobody gets forgot, all that kind of stuff. There's too many people to name. Just put them in your prayers and be thankful, right? Send out thankful, thoughtful prayers for all the people that help us put all this stuff together. It's all a team. Our staff works their rear off to try and do stuff. And I'm the most working with me is a double-edged sword. Like everybody wants to usually me to be involved, me to do something. But man, you have no idea the tornado that I go through with and wipe things out, that there's got to be stuff that gets cleaned up behind me. And there's the Cornerstone group and everybody. You've done a phenomenal job. I'm proud of everybody that's helped us put this stuff on. One of the things that I wanted to do at this one, I felt that would happen, and it, in my opinion, it has happened. This will be the first time where things start to feel like those who have been around for a while start to get the feeling of, oh my goodness, these are back where I felt like they would be. And then we just explode on from here. There's been so many great things that have happened so far. Using these facilities, like Mark, they're probably going to get run. I saw Mark. If you have not seen the facilities, you know, which you can't go tour all over right now, it is unbelievable, all the things that are available here. I mean, this is not the biggest room in the building, okay? I mean, there is so many different things, and it was like a ministry for us to cross. Bev, Pastor Lee, other folks, they just come in and they work their rear end off from very early to very late, and they are not compensated for that, okay? I mean, they're here at the church. So I don't know where Jody's at. She's floating around here somewhere, and they'll have a box or something. We try to always take almost like an offering, but to do something to help take care of the church staff, so they always want us coming back and using this facility. Part of that will be make sure when we get done, you pick up all the mess around you, right? So make this place look better when we leave than when we came. And so if you have $1, if you have 10 or 100, whatever, you put that. We're going to make sure we take care of the folks here, all right? All right. As I have my comments, and then Tom's going to close things up here. Our next event is January 27th and 28th at this same location, okay? You have double credit for September, right? I would just pass you. Double credit for September, you already know that. Here's one of the things that you need to make sure you mark, stamp down in your brain, work with your team on, think about it already. How many people wish they would have had partners here to only hear Lisa and Mike? Right? If you would have, right? And, they blew me away, right? We need all the partners here. January 27th, 28th. You do what you've got to do to get those partners to come. If you need to come a day early and have a date night the night before, or stay Saturday and but get partners here. Yes? They are our magic weapon that we have, all right? And it was great that she said this again, because they are applying it. More next win, right? I know you might think it sounds corny or what. Folks, a snot-nosed kid moved to Kansas City, did not know anybody in the city. Started from scratch, okay? Had other leaders that started moving here too. And as we built our base shop, we kind of had we had different people doing different things. Let's just say that was it. And I had to find a simple thing that we could try to grow with. And that's where More Next Win came from. And we went in less than a year. We went from a room that held 119 people in that room, and we had about 80 people in that room. The next room held 400 or 401. The next room held 600, and the last room held 801. And in a 9 or 10 month period of time, we went from not filling up the first room to having 1,200 people in the 800 people room, and the fire marshal showing up, who was there, and I was entertaining, doing my best to entertain and distract, and because Rick Susie had just come up to close the meeting. And so we made that happen with More Next Win. We built the top office in the country at everything, #1 at everything, and stayed there for 10 years. And all we did was have everybody More Next Win, all right? On the win part, okay, it's super simple. Ask your leader, probably need to make a t-shirt with this on it. Ask your leader what they're going for and how you can help them achieve it. It is that simple. When you have a complicated business, you got to make things simple. You got to understand in inflation-adjusted terms, okay? My income didn't go from 400 to 600 to 800 to 931, okay? In inflation-adjusted terms, I was 27 making 1.6 million, okay? And we did that from almost scratch. The people that participated in that got wealthy out of that, okay? Tom plugged into that, kind of in the middle of that. Tom got plugged into that. So make sure you ask your leader what they're going for in September and ask how you can have the win. We need to do that all the way through. We already mentioned where you can get your recognition photos, and also we'll start communicating through that too. I hope that you at least can feel my total commitment to doing all I could do for you to not miss this right place, right time. There are so many things that we're continuing to work on behind the scenes that are going to come to fruition because I want to make your opportunity better. When I was telling Corey yesterday that my 50 million won't be 50 million, it's 500 million. And that's not a, I mean, that's what it is, okay? There's going to be people that get paid $1 billion, let alone what they're worth because they take it and invest it and all that kind of stuff in their careers. That's going to become the norm. We're at a tipping point. I wish I could do that Vulcan mind meld thing, and if I could do this, oh, you'd be scared to death if I could do this, trust me. But if I could do this, you would all quit your jobs. You would work unlike you've ever worked before because it's temporary. Like me, I'm working for 23 months and 6 more days, okay? And I'm probably going to keep doing something, but I've got a specific thing I need to do to model so I can show people how fast you can make something happen. And I got to get punched in the face. I got to get bloody. I got to get freaked out because I don't know how to make sure that you can play a video and see I got to go do all the stuff so that I can help make the system better, right? So I hope you can feel my urgency with that, right? Okay? Most of you know, but I died. And in 2010, I lived for a reason, okay? And I know one of the reasons I lived is for the next 23 months and 6 days. And I want to make sure you, and PJ is watching because he texted, he goes, oh boy, he called me out, didn't he? Got Eugene. I didn't call him out, I just want him out of, the dude's worth $1 million a year. We got to get him out of that freaking thing that's pulling all this time. But that's everybody, you know? You got to make you got to get your priorities. You know what? When Edward had his stuff about commitment and financial freedom, here's what commitment gets you. Mental freedom. Wouldn't you like to be stress-free? Freaking decide. Decide, right? CIDE. Same suffix as homicide, pesticide, suicide. Commit. Decide. Put to death thinking about it. And then have a blast in the process. All that stuff that happened up here at the end, people are going to have fun. People are going to have pit in their stomach, but people are going to have fun. We're going to have more fun over the next 23 months and 6 days, I freaking promise you. There's going to be a lot of communicating. It was fun when I was sleeping on the office floor and taking showers at truck stops. I did not like having to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning when I went to bed at 3 o'clock in the morning to sneak out of the building so the Banker's Life guy that was right next to my office didn't know I was living on the office floor and use it against us. But we're going to have fun, all right? I know Tom isn't going to miss it. Tom's not going to miss it because of his children, okay? And I promise, there's all kinds of things we're doing for your children so when they become adult children or grandchildren, there's a place for them. They can go make their 100, 200, 300 and not have to do what you're doing. We got so many ancillary businesses, so many different roles for people to play. It's going to be unbelievable what happens over this next time. I'm the luckiest human being on the face of the planet. And one of those reasons is because Tom Rice came into my life. I'll never forget sitting in the front row at a super important meeting in Atlanta. And I didn't really know Tom that well, but I knew Tom, but I didn't know him that well. And him coming white as a sheet, you could tell was freaked out. And goes, you have to call my dad. You have to call my dad. I go, dude, we're in the front row. We're at a freaking meeting, you know. You got to call my dad. So we went out, called his dad, and we went through a process, and we made sure the right thing was done for the Rices. But then we were formally connected, right? And if you'll just model what he does, you're going to get to 900 grand. You know what? if everybody will treat Tom and Tom's team like Tom treats me and how coachable Tom is, then everybody is going to have an unbelievable great business, trust me. So I feel blessed to have him here. He's a part of your team, our team, just like Eugene and all the rest of the people that are up here. We have an incredible team of people, right, at your disposal. So to close this whole thing up and send us home on a high note, the incredible Tom Royce!
Hey guys. Hey, awesome. Hey, honestly, this has been a great event so far, you guys. Incredible, right? So I want to tell you it's an honor to speak to everybody, and we want to thank our team. Incredible, right? So give them a hand real quick, right? We love you guys so much. You never know, right? My wife, my children, our family, and it's just huge, right? So, and I think if you're a giver, you know you eventually you're going to get, right? So it's how much stuff you can give, and then you will receive. A couple things. I know people they say this is the last speaker, so right when this is over, just our team, right? We're going to get a team picture up here, right? So make sure you run up here right afterwards, bring your recognition, but don't dial it right, okay? And we'll get a picture so you can get out of here, and we appreciate that. Couple things I thought I better do before we do is thank, Pastor Lee, thank the planning group, Aaron, Mike, Eugene, Jody, Dan, Patrick, and especially Jim and Mary, right? Oh my God, right? So all the work these guys do, give them a hand, right? Also, right, honestly, I mean, our new guests, right? Mark and Nuvia, right? So give them a hand, right? Come all the way from Arizona, right? Has that been awesome? Yeah, stand up. Is that awesome to have them back here, right? I mean, I'm just saying, really, really cool. So we love it, right? So it's events like this. I'm going to tell you, it's events like this that helped me the most. And I remember sitting in the back, sitting in the front. I remember spending my last $1 to get here. And I go, man, I'm going to make a difference. I'm going to apply to some of the stuff that I'm getting. You don't take everything, but take the best, leave the rest, and go get after it and answer the 3 questions, right? Is it for real? Can I do it, and will it be worth it? And I always say this, it's not how you came here, but it's the decision you made while you are here, and then what you do with them when you get home. And our objective is to be a doer when you get home, and now with that pie in the face contest, right? Who plans on doing a little bit when they get home, right? So I think Chico's already started. I'm not sure, right? Okay, so we better know where people are at already. Right? Look, oh, jeez, okay? They've already rated 3 sales while they're sitting there, so watch out, okay, right now. I'm just saying, so here's the thing, right? I think we make a decision right today. We should double the January event. Who agrees with that? Our plan is to double. We're going to double the number of people we have here at this event and our crew to the next event. And not just fill this, because this is filled today, but there's a ton of people upstairs already. We can max this whole thing out, I promise you, right, okay? And fill it to the gore and have people sit in the aisles or bring it in chairs. Man, I'm telling you, that's what we need to do in January and go make that happen. And just everybody said they should have a goal between now and the end of the month. Our goal, our stated goal in the next 10 days is to do another 50 recruits and 30,000 in premium in the base shop between now and then, okay? And that's our stated goal. So we're going for that. We're going to get it done. Right? We're already at 36,000 and 18 recruits. So we're going to get after it. And we want everybody to come with us. And Shane has a goal, right? By 23 months, 6 days, right, to make it happen. There's a whole lot of people in this room that could be $1 million earners in 23 months and 6 days. If they made a decision right now from here to go get after it and go do it, and I'm just telling you, it's so worth it. It's so worth it, right? Is it a pain in the butt? Absolutely. Winning's a pain in the butt. Would you agree with that? But after you win and after you make it, it's so worth it, right? And I'm going to tell you that one of the things is the way you guys make me feel. Man, I'm just telling you, right? You don't get that anywhere. Everybody coming up and all the nice things you say. I just want to tell you right now, we appreciate that more than you know, okay? I never thank you enough for the way you make us feel and what you've done for us. And I just want to try to give back, right? And help some people. And I'll tell you right now, I'm not really sure where you're at or what your situation is, but Primerica is a company of second chances. It's a company of do-overs. It's a company you can come and you can start over again no matter where you're at and get a fresh start. And nobody cares about your baggage. All they care is the value you can bring to the future and how you can help the team win. Does that make sense? And our objective is to find that place for us. Be the author of your own book. Don't finish early and don't kill yourself off early, right? Make yourself the hero. Make yourself the one. Make yourself, they said, the guy, right? Who like to be the guy? When they say that, they go, right? They're talking about you. That's your objective. And you can do that. It may not be in 3 months, but how about in 12 to 36 months? How about 23 months and 6 days? You become that for your family. You become that for your spouse. You become that for your kids. You become that for your community. You become that for the people that know you. And they say, man, that's a person of integrity. That's a person that lifts people up. That's a person that makes whatever they're at better. And our objective is to start right where we're at. Would you agree with that? And make this better. And make Primerica better. And start where we're at. And you talk to people all the time. How do you get them to do this? How do you get them to do that? I don't know how to do that. All I know is I can control me, and if you can control you, you can start to influence others by your own actions. Does that make sense? By your own actions. You can't get people to do anything. Matter of fact, when you try to do that, it's like herding cats or pushing rope. It doesn't work, okay? You just got to lead from the front and love people and pull the best out of them and tell them how great they are and tell them how great they're going to be and talk to them about the future and pull out their best attributes. And I promise you, if you do that enough and you put yourself second, put them first, you will have everything you ever dreamt of, and you will be a leader of leaders, okay? Because that's what people aren't willing to do. So many people want to have the light on them, therefore they never get the light. Give people the light, and the light will shine. I promise, right? Okay, and that's my biggest thing I guess I can give you. Here's the thing. Shane said, get organized, right? Is this working, right? Oh, here, this, right? Okay. So here's the thing, right? So I'm gonna tell you this. Pick one thing to go for, right? Between now and the end of the month, right now in September, pick something to go for. Keep it simple. Keep it very specific. We're going for 50 by 30, and we're not going for it. We're getting it done, okay? I don't plan on sleeping the rest of the month. I know Chico and David and Jacob and a bunch of these people, they're on the team, and your team too, probably don't plan on sleeping either. Would you agree with that? Hey, there ain't gonna be no sleep, okay? I guarantee the people asleep will be eating pie, okay, right now. And I'll probably be one of them, damn, okay, right now. So, what's that? From today. Yeah, from today, right? So you got to get your goal, right? So what's your goal? Write it down. Get it before you leave. I used to do everything before I got to my house. I'd sit in the street down from my house because I knew once I got to my house, it was over. And you guys that travel here, you got the big benefit. You get making your list, setting appointments on the way home. The other ones are here. They're already tired. They're going to go sleep and nap, okay? We're in the car for a few hours. We got time to make some calls, get some stuff done, make some stuff happen. Get our tomorrow booked up. Get our next day booked up. Book up Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday now, right? So here's the thing. Put a plan in writing to achieve it. Start writing. Hey, what's your goal? What's your plan to achieve it? Write it out. Write out where it's coming from. I love drawing out the team and possibilitizing. Possibilitizing what's possible if we did this and we did this and we did this and we did this. And you write that out and draw it out. And then find someone in your team that wants to go for something and help them get it done while you keep leading from the front first. What I figured out is so many people say, well, how do you get appointments set up? Well, you go set your appointments up first before everybody gets there so you can help everybody else set their appointments afterwards. Because if you're not doing it, you can't get other people to go what? Lead from the front and go do it. So what do? You show up earlier, you stay later, and you don't complain about it, right? Hey, you heard that I don't know if Edward's still here. The guy came from Cuba and didn't have food. Last time we went to Old Chicago, and it wasn't the perfect situation. It was nothing I dreamt of happening. I was going to happen, but we had food, right? Okay. I started thinking, well, in Cuba they wouldn't even have the pizzas, right? So here we go, right? So I'm just telling you, right? So we just got to make the best of every situation. Find a reason to smile. Get after it, right? Find somebody in your team that wants to make something happen. Kick some butt, right? And then accept that you're going to make mistakes along the way. Learn from it, man. Focus on the future. If we all focus on our mistakes forever, we'd be the most mistaken people that ever lived, right? So I'm saying most people are going to make mistakes, but keep following what? Forward. Keep falling forward. Keep falling forward, and just learn from it and keep moving, right? The last is this. The only things that get you up early in the morning and keep you up late at night is a written plan to achieve a worthwhile goal and dream. That's it. And I promise you, it'll keep you up and it'll get you up. And whenever you're going, who's ever went on a vacation before, right? And Ken, you're going to fly out first thing in the morning. Who that works? You got to get up at say 5 o'clock to get to the airport by 6:30, so you can get on a 8 o'clock flight or something. And you wake up at 2 o'clock. Is it 5 o'clock yet? Okay. Then you wake up at 3 o'clock. Is it 5 o'clock yet? Right? Okay. Is it? And you wake up at 4. Is it 5 o'clock yet? As you're fired up. That's about having goals. You have something you're excited about going to do. So I'm telling you, this is the same. When you get a goal that you're excited about, that you believe in, that you believe not only that it's something I want to do, it's something I can do, you won't be able to sleep at night. You'll be so fired up, you'll be on it. And while you're doing it, make a memory. Man, make a memory of people on your team that they look back at those days and say, man, remember those last 10 days of September and we got after it? And we put pie in those guys' face, right? Okay, right? They had to eat it, okay, whatever you want, right? So I'm just telling you, you're going to look back at that, and you're going to be so fired up about the stance you took and the feeling you did, and do it with your team, and you pull them with you. And you know what? If you're a person putting pie in somebody's face, man, you don't rub it in there. You just kind of put a little pie, right? Okay, now here you go, right? So here's it. So here's the thing. This is me. This is when I started. Rural Route 1, Box 119A, Greenfield, Iowa. Knew nothing about nothing. My dad was the first client with Infinity Banking. He was paying $10,000 a year for 18 policies in the 80s, okay? And he thought that, you know, he was doing the right thing. He was the most successful person that I knew in my life at that point. The most successful. He's a multi-millionaire. And I thought, man, if this guy right here is getting screwed, like he's getting screwed, we're going to help everybody. And I'm going to tell you right now, our market is what? Everybody. It's everybody. And it's not changing. You guys figured out it's never going to change, is it? You know, the only thing that's going to slow us down is us and our limited belief. And that's why these events are so good, because they get us to keep expanding our belief and keep expanding what's possible. And all of a sudden, right, you start going for more. So this is what happened, right? My dad came to work. 3 of our brothers came to work. And it was like the most incredible thing. And I'm going to tell you why my dad really did this. This was completely out of his comfort zone. He wanted to keep his family together. And he said, man, he kept buying farms, and we ended up with over thousands of acres, right, okay? And all of a sudden, right, he figured out he'll never got enough farmland to keep everybody together. He goes, how could I do that? We happened to cross this company by accident, a God thing, right? And he goes, maybe I could do this, and they could all be here. And he saw the way to keep this is a way you could try to keep your family together if you want to. Who'd like to keep their family together one day if they could? Where everybody had equal opportunity, everybody had and do they got to go do this? No, they don't have to do this, but if they wanted to. What if they wanted to, right, okay? And get this, right? This is like David showed that picture. So that's what it turned into. And it was unbelievable. And we had a blast, right, okay? My oldest brother, Rod, my youngest brother, Doug, and my dad. And we had a blast, right? But guess what? My kids hung around this stuff. And the way that you get treated, right, they treated our kids that way. They would be like, man, you're so lucky. I'm going to give you the hidden secret, Corey, right? Is your kids get to hang around people telling them how great they are their entire life. And all of a sudden, they start thinking they're what? They're really great. You know why? Because they really are great. And your kids are great too. I'm not saying anybody's kids are better than anybody else's kids. I'm just saying you want to put them in an environment where everybody's telling them, man, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it, right? And that was that. And that was it. Because there's Jacob over there, right? He's wondering why he ain't got a trophy yet. Okay, he's getting one, right? So, all right, so, right, he's getting one. He's a super stud, right? So, but then David came to work. He's the oldest, right? Came to work first. And he would go with me to conventions, and we'd go across stage, and we'd do stuff together, right? Then all of a sudden, Jacob started coming. I go, oh my God, this is unbelievable. This guy's a wild man, right? And he started loving it, right? And he was taking entrepreneur class. He goes, I can't wait to get out of school. And all of a sudden, right, we started doing all kind of stuff together, me and my 2 oldest boys. And I'm going to tell you, right, I used to ride an Defender of a tractor with my dad. And I do not know how he felt, but I know exactly how I felt, okay? It was the greatest time ever, right? You know, for the first time in my life, I think I really know how my dad felt right now. And it's unbelievable, you guys, to get your kids to be able to work with them and have them win and be as successful as they are, right? It's incredible. And then it ended up being, this is the last convention where Julia, my oldest daughter, right, came with us. She goes, I'm going to come with you guys, right? I know the boys get to it, but I'm in there now too, right? Old enough, right? Okay, I go, you're old enough, okay, right now. They let you on stage, right? So, and we got to go across stage and be with our family on there. And I'm just saying, who'd like to be that your family one day, right? Because it can be, and it will be, and it should be. But it's all a matter of just a little bit of you know, you know what I did? I hired 3 directs a month for 4 years straight. That's what I did. And I treated everyone like they were the only one. I know most people aren't going to do that. I know that. But that's what I did. I hired 3 people direct to me every month for 4 years straight. At the end of 5 years, I was making in excess of $60,000 to $80,000 a month. Okay? And my life changed. And my son turned 5 right then, right? Okay? And the environment was incredible, right? So if you do that, it's not like somebody had some secret. It's just they had a bigger team. We used to go to Ruben's stuff all the time before we were in his team, and we'd leave and we'd say, man, those guys are incredible. But they just have more people. and I need to get some of those slides they got, right? Okay, you know, so, and that was the thing, right? So I'm telling you right now, you can all get the slides. We all just got to get more what? People, okay, right? And we can do that together. And here's the thing, it's all about a destiny and a legacy. Would you agree with that? That's it. Although you can't go back and get a brand new start, everybody can start from right now and make a brand new end. Would you agree with that? That's what it is. That's why I said Primerica's a company of second chances and do-overs. If maybe you're already doing well, that's awesome. Maybe you aren't. Guess what? It doesn't matter. It's making decisions today and getting after it when we get home and just staying focused and being after it and never, right, blaming, explaining, or complaining, because those things don't work, right? Here's the thing. It pays to stay. My first full year, I did 46 recruits, made $17,000. Chico, you blew that away. Blew that away, right? Okay? That was my first 6 months. I don't even put them up there. That's my first full year, like calendar year, January to December. It was not that great, okay? Get this though, right? But I didn't quit. Over the last 32 years, we've paid nearly $15 million, and our average income is over $465,000 a year. So what I really earned my first year, much more than $17,000. Would you agree with that? Much more, right? So here's the thing. You could never give up. You could never quit. And you got to keep going, and you got to stay focused, and you got to be in it to win it. And the best way to do it is go help, like Shane said, your leader win, and go compete with somebody. And here's the thing. Don't let a day go by you don't do a little bit of something. If you're in that competition, you're the one people that came up here, don't let a day go by you don't kind of do something. Don't wait till the end. Start today. Start tomorrow. Be after it. Be in it to win it and drive it, right? So our mission statement is to build the most powerful, most dominant financial service sales force in the state of Iowa, the Midwest, the United States has ever seen, by helping individuals become more than they thought they could be and take the places they weren't able to take themselves. And I really believe this. We were born to do this. And you should have your little thing, whatever it is, right, that fires you up and gets your team going. I had somebody go, did you really say something? You're going to take over Des Moines, Iowa when I repeat? I go, yeah, I did. Can you believe it? He goes, no, I can't. I go, and you should be telling your team that too, right? Listen, hey, nobody has to lose for you to win in Primerica. Did you know that? Now, at the same time, they always say there's only what? One number one, but nobody has to lose, right? Everybody can win while we're all winning together and making our dreams come true. So here's the thing, right? So, efforts and sacrifices. In the early days, right? This is when you feel overworked and underpaid, and most everybody gives up, they quit for some whatever reason it is. We all got good reasons we do it, okay? There's a guy named Stan Kelderman. He used to override the Vermeers. But before the Vermeers were the Vermeers, right? They make $600,000 and $700,000 a year each now. And Kevin Hunt makes over $100,000, right? Get this, right? As you get going, your efforts, sacrifices start to go down, but your cash flow, it starts to go up. And this is where you feel underworked and overpaid. And this is where the 2% get to live the dream, right? Hey, we all got to go work for 3 to 5 years like others won't. We get to live the rest of our lives like others don't get the opportunity to. And you deserve it, right? You deserve it. I put this down, right? It's possible, it's necessary, and it's up to me, right, okay? And it's possible for you, it's necessary, right? And it's up to you, and you can go do this. So my wish is this. My wish is all of us make big-time decisions leaving here today. My wish is that we all, right, make a huge push, okay, to the end of the month. And my wish is this. We come back in January, and we fill this place. Wouldn't that be incredible, you guys? We fill this place, and we start promoting RVPs like crazy, like they just did, and an RVP, and an RVP, and an RVP, and an RVP. And we fill the state, the Midwest up with RVPs everywhere. And people making $300,000 and $400,000 and $500,000 a year and competing and having fun, because nobody has to lose while you win. You agree with that? Nobody has to lose. Let's all go win together. Let's all do something incredible. I love you all. Let's kick some butt. Let's take the Midwest to the top.
I lied. Again, we got one. We have to leave. It would be a sin and a crime to have you leave without understanding this next thing. Aaron, come up. I'll just keep my arm around this dude. You didn't do anything. It has nothing to do with you. But it has everything to do with you and everything to do with me. Yeah, a whole pie. There you go. As you're making these decisions, it'll be much more impactful for you to understand. One of the things we are committed to is make sure we do not have an event without already knowing exactly when and what the next event is. And I forgot to tell you who's coming to our next event. Because when you hear who our guest speakers are, when Aaron tells you their time frame and what they have done, you're going to be that much more excited to do what you need to do between now and then. So you bring, instead of 10 people in your team, you bring 100 people to this next event and let these folks sell them the dream. So Aaron, who is our talent scout and scheduler and all that, tell us about him.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, y'all have heard of Trash Can June, right? No? No? All right, the incredible Dawn and Bree McNeil, $450,000 a year earners, guys. They promoted 3 regional vice presidents in 90 days. She was digging around in the trash can because she needed to protect the vision that her and her husband had for the business, and they didn't want to go back to their family and bring anything up, right? She said, in that moment, I had to make the decision to protect the vision that we had and lock arms with my husband, and they just made a decision to get after it. So going from having to pay their car note with a credit card that they got out of the trash can to pop in 50,000, 100,000 in a matter of 120 days, they crossed multiple diamonds and promoting multiple regional vice presidents that all wear the ring. So. How long have they been in the business? What were their careers before? She was a graphic designer. He was a football coach. He made $800 a month as a substitute teacher and football coach. And they've been in the business for just about 2.5 years, 3 years. 3 years.
3 years, already over 450 grand. By the time they get here, they'll be over 500.
Absolutely.
I mean, these, they're a little organization. I mean, we got the right people. We got the right people coming. You want to make sure you take advantage of this thing. Here, 27th and 28th, January 27th and 28th. Yes. I got new family to meet. Unbelievable. So I make money for it's crazy. Just, it's going to be on. Hey, I know this. Every football coach, every graphic designer, and so she posted a telegram, so you get a little bit of taste of them. She just posted it, but they're going to be awesome. I wanted you to know that before you left. That would have been a screw up. Tom, your son.
Yeah, they were one of the greatest speakers at all the Broadmoor. You guys are incredible. So, love you all. Let's kick some butt. Hey, our team up here, real quick. Everybody, come on. Everybody, quick. Let's get a picture. Shane will be in it too, hopefully.